Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your number one diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have an interesting event you would absolutely enjoy. Loving, disciplined, and generous were the words of family and friends to the late Morenike Bode Ogumba, ni Ogumbawo, at her funeral service at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Anthony Village, Lagos. The two-day burial ceremony attracted dignitaries, well-wishers from far and wide who converged on Ikorodu for the final burial rites. Our correspondent Paul George was there and brought back the report.
Men and women, young and old at this congregation wore mournful looks. It was a moment of sadness and celebration of a life well lived by Mrs. Morenike Bode Ogumba. Tributes poured in one after the other from her friends and those who had some experiences with her when she was alive. The son, Adidapo Ogumba, and one of her daughters-in-law, Layo Shola Daniels, spoke about her good deeds, wishing her eternal rest.
My mom was a mother indeed. She practically gave her life for us. She was very tough. She was a disciplinarian, but after 50 years of life, we look back and we realize that that discipline was worth it. And we love her so much. She was so wonderful. And we will miss her, but we know she has gone to a better place to be with the Lord.
She was brutally honest. She knew what she wanted. And more often than not, we may not agree with her, but we always found out that whatever she said was actually the right thing to do. She had a way with people. She was a people lover. Even though she would say she has favorites, she would tell me that the other one is her favorite. Then she'll go to the other one and tell her that I'm her favorite. You can see the children. She raised 4 boys single-handedly, and all of them turned out well. I know that she's already with Jesus.
Her bosom friend and confidant, Adoni Kasim, shed tears as she recounted great memories of her.
I miss her so much.
Meanwhile, the senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Conrad Meime, gave exhortations from the book of James, chapter 4, verse 13 and 14.
She was a frank someone. She would tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whether you agree or you don't agree with her. In my marriage, she helped me. I'm going to Jerusalem. She was the one that facilitated my journey. She told me that when she comes back, she will make sure that Sleeper did my own. I miss her. Ibi iwájú tó kọjú sí kò ní fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ o, kò ní jọ̀kùn, kò ní jẹ́ kò lóhun tó ń jẹ lọ́hùn ló máa bá wọn jẹ.
The scripture we just read in James chapter 4 says, "You who have made plans for tomorrow, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow?"
The next day, well-wishers converged on Ikorodu for the burial proper. The pallbearer, in celebration of the late Mommy Ogumba, as some called her, displayed their dancing steps, adding color to the ceremony. The senior pastor of the Fountain of Living Waters, Pastor Meime, prayed. Tears followed as her remains were finally committed to Mother Earth. The celebration of life continued with a reception after a short service held for the late MBO. The second son of the deceased, Adeyinka Shomotun, said if reincarnation was possible, he would want her mother back. Other members of the family, Victoria Omoboale Ogumbanwo and Owolabi Ogumbanwo, also paid tributes to their late sister.
Apart from our biological children, there are a lot of other people who call her mom that she, basically adopted and sowed into their lives and was a blessing to them. So I know that's a lot, but my mother was many things, and there are many things I will remember her for. If I could choose all over again, 100% I'll choose her to be my mom. We just want her to continue to rest in the bosom of our Lord and Savior.
She does not condone nonsense. If you say anything, she will scold you immediately. That is that. So she's a good woman, very good. Well, I wish her safe journey.
When you look at her, you have seen our mother. There's no good thing to say about that than it is well with her. And even in her death, we will still continue to love her.
Morenike Bode Ogumba Ni Ogumbanwo was born on March 8, 1941 in Shagamu to Mr. Emmanuel Adebayo Ogumbanwo and Madam Ramotu Ogumbanwo. She died on December 26, 2003. Paul George plus TV News.
Oh, your mercies never fade. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I can make, I will sing of the goodness of God.
was a night of encomium and commendations for the flowers and serene music. People of all strata graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emuwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Aboderin decided to establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality's limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger. And that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes. And all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I'm a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. To me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodere.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes, and like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
Some people keep to me. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. Stuck on you. Then I put you on. I guess it's time. Come on. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, now on my mind, you can wait around and lie me. Guess I'm on my way. I can do just stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity ball and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now. They have no skills. So the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eaten. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Babami. Shebina me they park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make you reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as they reverse back, now I tell him make it cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy. I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erewa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows before you buy one or two, bus call for you to wear money don't finish, I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant, yeah. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the OSU, so many dirty jobs that I did then, but thank God today I'm here,
Even while I was Waji, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house, I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you, you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, work and give my daughter something, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, have been many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years. That's 2 unbroken terms. I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Good. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that He is none of those things they paint him to be. I just felt I'll write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book. And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. So when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I'll say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just sometime when we finished decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
Retained.
recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government, Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
all what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
yes, from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth.
Yes.
That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words. Very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. He said, Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when he got to Asiwaju met him. And I think
the iron things
yes,
out.
the iron things out.
Because I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Con, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times. And it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay,
yes.
So till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The four parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did?
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, if you spend me additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP. It must affect Labour. It must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The retirement home.
Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3?
Nothing.
Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market, because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. If you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped
that person.
That person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped
So
it.
when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
He didn't endorse his vice president either.
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorsed them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him.
Yeah.
This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Ekpeyong from South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the North. You have removed a man from South. Why not replace him with another person from the South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yeah. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on to.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration, and No, but
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments
Yes.
that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Son MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. If you remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He calls me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you have come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, the wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know, the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
I
think
tell him he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4, and I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape on that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. Agbada, we clapped to him and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked down the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife will not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the Reed Wari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday And he said, Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do. I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we that were friends of Reuben Abati used to even jest that Reuben already had a template for his statements of bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said he put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for emirs that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020, no, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see Local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Well, infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how will you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains, we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the Second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But Second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, Second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, and 4 Abuja-Zaria Kaduna Kano Road. He said, do those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
Going to
Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. No,
not even. You said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will you FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, no, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Good evening to you. I am Justin Akadonia, and this is the news update on Plus TV Africa. The remains of 17 military personnel, comprising 4 officers and 13 soldiers, gruesomely murdered by some irate youth in the Okwama community in Delta State, have arrived at the National Military Cemetery, Abuja, for burial. The bodies, which arrived at about 2:30 p.m., were conveyed by the FCT Ambulance Emergency Services and other vehicles. President Bola Tinubu joined the solemn assembly at exactly 4:10 p.m. Family members and relatives of the deceased personnel, as well as those of other military officers, were also on the ground to honor the fallen heroes. However, as of the time of this report, the burial ceremony for the 17 personnel was already underway.
It grieves my heart
that took our search and recovery effort over 72 hours to recover some vital organs of the decapitated and disemboweled bodies of my men that were scattered all over the Okwama community by the community youths and their friends. I consider it the most barbaric act any citizen or community can commit against the authority of the state. And I must place on record that a lot of restraints have been exercised so far in our search and recovery efforts for missing arms, ammunition, other equipment, and body parts. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Okwama killing has added to the care of the Nigerian Army and by extension, the Nigerian state, 10 widows, 3 of whom are 4, 5, and 8 months pregnant, 21 orphans, and many other dependents, which include parents. While commiserating with the families of these gallant soldiers, I assure them that the Nigerian Army and the good people of this country will not leave them in the cold. We shall do all within our power to provide succor to them and preserve the memories of their departed loved ones.
We are gathered here not only to mourn their loss, but also to celebrate their lives and extraordinary contribution to our beloved nation. We are gathered here today not only as grieving family members, friends, and colleagues, but also as a nation united in sorrow. These fallen heroes exemplify the very best of service to a nation and the love for country. They were the vanguards of peace, the guardians of our freedom, and the sentinels of our security. Their selflessness and unwavering dedication to duty will forever be etched in the hearts and our memories. To the beloved families who have lost their loved ones, we extend our deepest condolences. We're in this together. We cannot begin to fathom the pain and sorrow that you are experiencing. Please know that you are not alone in our grief, as the entire nation, as exemplified by the President and Commander-in-Chief and the Armed Forces, mourn you with and stand ready to support you in every way possible. We recognize that no words can ease your pain, but we hope that you find solace in the knowledge that your loved ones made an indelible mark on our nation's history. To our fallen heroes, we say thank you. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to duty, your sacrifices, and your love for our nation. You served bravely, and your courage will never be forgotten. We will honor your memory by continuing the fight against those who seek to undermine our peace and security. We will remain steadfast in our resolve to build a nation worthy of your sacrifice. This sacrifice will not go in vain.
That those who committed this heinous crime will not go unpunished. We will find them, and our departed heroes will get justice. The elders and chiefs of Okwama also have a duty to help the military in fishing out the gunmen who committed the barbaric crime against our men. I wish also to commend our armed forces for their restraint in choosing not to carry out a reprisal attack in Okwama or its neighboring communities. We must all ensure that the innocent people of the communities are not made to bear the punishment of the guilt and wicked among them. To the entire armed forces, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I have this message for you. Do not let the death of your compatriots discourage you.
A notorious bandit leader in the northwest region of the country, Dogo Gide, has been killed. According to sources, the bandit leader died from gunshot wound sustained during a confrontation with Operation Hadar Indaji troops of the Nigerian army. On October 30 last year, Gide escaped death and capture following a fierce battle with the Nigerian troops when they stormed the stronghold in Zamfara in a surprise operation. Nadogo had a tailoring factory for sewing various military and other security agencies' uniforms, improvised explosive devices, IEDs, a mini pharmacy suspected to be used for the treatment of wounded terrorists, and 5 operational motorcycles and sewing machines, among others. A bandit have once again attacked Zamfara state, killing Sheikh Ahmed Rufai, the chief imam of the central mosque in Keita village, Safi local government area of the state. The attack occurred shortly after Muslims observed the Isha night congregational prayer. The tragic incident comes just 3 weeks after the murder of Imam Abubakar Hassan Mada, the chief imam of the central mosque in Mada, Gozo local government area. According to a resident of Keita village, Ibrahim Musa Keita, the bandits were initially spotted along the Kwarin-Gano Keita road. Despite residents being alerted of their presence, the bandits proceeded to invade the village. After failing to abduct road users, they attacked Keita village, killing the chief imam and abducting scores of people, including women. Now, the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, has uncovered 27 cells belonging to the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB in 22 countries across the globe, including the United States of America, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and Northern Ireland. In a document on counter-terrorism financing newsletter dated 26 February, the NFIU said the US and the UK house the largest numbers of these IPOB cells per country, with 7 and 6 operating IPOB cells, respectively, in both countries. Now, the federal government had in 2017 prescribed IPOB and designated the Self-Determination Group a terrorist organization. Its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is currently being tried on terrorism charges by the government. The NFIU linked the running of the IPOB to 54 individuals across the globe, accounts and financial transfers to charities linked to terrorism. The Nigerian Air Force says the air component of Operation Delta Safe has destroyed several illegal oil refining sites and barges laden with stolen crude oil product across rivers. A statement by the Director of Public Relations and Information, NAF, AVM Edward Gapquet, said the site and barges destroyed were discovered between Monday and Tuesday at Bile, Dariama, Elim, Bekinkiri, Temakari, Obomakiri, and Degema, all in Rivers State. Now, the NAF and other security agencies will continue to intensify efforts at discovering and disrupting the activities of the oil thieves operating in the region and beyond. Now, the Nigerian Navy Forward Operating Base Ibaka, Akwa Ibom State, has arrested a suspected oil thief en route to Cameroon with 15,500 liters of suspected premium motor spirit PMS. The commanding officer, Captain Uche Aneke, disclosed this at Ibaka while handing over the suspect and the seized products to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSC-DC. Aneke said the suspect was arrested with the exhibit at about 2 a.m. on Friday. He said the Navy received an intelligence report that the boat was conveying suspected smuggled product through the FOB Ibaka operational area and heading toward Cameroon. Receiving the exhibits, Mr. Etefia Kokoite, head of anti-vandal unit of the NSC, the Sea Command in Akwa Ibom, said that further investigation will be conducted on the matter. Now, the federal government has declared Friday, March 29 and Monday, April 1 as public holidays to mark the celebration of the 2024 Good Friday and Easter Monday, respectively. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjojo, urged Christians and all Nigerians in general to emulate the sacrifice and love displayed by Jesus Christ in dying for the redemption of man. The minister called on Christians to imbibe these virtues as they are capable of impacting positively on the socio-economic development in Nigeria. He further urged Nigerians to show acts of charity and generosity to help alleviate the material conditions of the less privileged amongst them. Julius Abure has been re-elected as the national chairman of the Labour Party for a second term by a unanimous affirmation of delegates. The chairman of the National Convention and deputy governor of Abia State, Ikechukwu Emetu, declared him the winner during the party's national convention that was held in Nnewi, Anambra State. Now, 17 out of 18 political parties who conducted primaries for the forthcoming Edo State governorship election have beaten the deadline for the nomination of their candidates on a special portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Now, the Commission's National Commissioner in charge of the Information and Voter Education Committee, Sam Olumekun, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. According to him, the personal particulars of the governorship candidate and their running mate will be published on Saturday, a week from the last date for the submission of nominations as provided in Section 23, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act of 2022. You're watching the news update on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick commercial break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
Welcome back to the news update in Plus TV Africa. To entertainment news now. Nollywood actress Beverly Naya recently opened up about a scathing blog post that almost derailed her career. In the interview, Naya revealed that the post titled "Nollywood, Can We Please Stop Making Beverly Naya Happen?" significantly impacted her confidence and led her to consider quitting acting. The scathing criticism within the post deeply affected her self-esteem. She admitted feeling discouraged and questioning her abilities. The negativity even pushed her to contemplate leaving the industry altogether. Despite the initial discouragement, Naya persevered through self-doubt. Her determination paid off, and she has since gone to win an international award. This achievement highlights her resilient and unwavering passion for acting. And that's the news update. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
My name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Adeneye Oluwakemi Odunaye, is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Oluwakemi Odunaye and Jimmy Kudaisi, parties for others.
Thank you, Aki. Please tell him to put down his bag.
Just put down your bag.
Adeneye, Oluwakemi Odunaye. So you brought Bemini to court. Can you tell me why you are here?
Since we got married, the mother is the issue. He cannot do anything without his mother. From the beginning, I'm trying to control myself. I keep reporting to my family, but my family will tell me, since I come from plenty family, I should manage what I'm seeing there. I gave birth. Jimmy cannot send the children to school. I will be the one to pay delivery money.
When did you get married?
2009.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 kids.
What's the age of the children?
I have 15, I have 11, and I have 8.
Are you living together right now?
Me and him. No, we are separate since 7 years.
7 years now?
Yes.
So your complaint is over the past 7 years?
Yes.
That's what you are referring to?
Yeah.
That he has not been doing what?
He has not been doing anything since I left home.
Over the children?
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
Why?
I'm not done that bullshit.
I can't hear you.
I'm not done that bullshit.
You're not the one that pursued her?
Yeah.
Okay. Then the children, you don't ask after the children at all?
After them.
You ask after them?
Yes, I used to go there once in a while. When
you have to speak out.
I used to go there once in a while.
Once in a while?
Now, I just operate to not go there again.
Okay, when she first moved out, you used to have access to them?
Access to them, yeah.
So when did that stop?
Let's say 4 years ago.
4 years ago?
Yes.
Is that true?
It's a lie.
What happened?
When we are together, he has not been doing anything. house rent, if I did not pay part of the house rent, Jimmy will hang my neck on stabilizer and beat hell out of me. I am the one that pay NEPA bills. I pay vigilante money. I send my children to school.
And you had 3 children?
Yes.
You were going through all this?
Yes. He knows where the money is coming out from. That's why I refuse to do anything.
What do you have to say to this?
She's lying on me.
The court certificate is with the mother, not with him.
Court certificate is nothing. Okay. All you have to go to the court is apply for a certified true copy. It can be anywhere. You want a copy? Apply for certified true copy. It doesn't matter. So what are you asking for now?
Since that 7 years, he collected the boy. He left the girls with me.
Okay, so the boy is with you?
Yes.
And
I have the 2 girls with me.
Wait, are you now telling me that they've not seen themselves for the past 7 years?
At all.
Is that true?
I used to see them.
It's not responsible, I'm sorry to say. How can you separate children?
She's not a
Before I left home, Jimmy took my children away from home.
They don't have access to themselves for 7 years. You want to make them strangers to themselves?
No.
Before I left home, Jimmy took my children.
Are you both in Lagos?
Yes.
You are both in Lagos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have anything to show about payment of the school fees?
I have some, and I can call the school.
What do you do for a living?
Sorry, ma'am.
What do you do for a living? Which work are you into?
Engineering.
What kind of engineering?
AC college.
AC?
AC and fridge.
AC?
Yes, sir.
Your 3 children. What's the age of your children?
15, 11, and 8.
8, 11, 15.
Yes.
So the youngest was like 1+ when you separated?
Yes.
How old is the boy?
That's 15 years.
That's the first?
Yes.
And he doesn't ask after his siblings?
No.
You don't encourage him to ask after the sisters and look out for his sisters, his junior ones. And even you don't make any attempt to let the children meet with their elder brother.
They wish to go and see him. He collected the phone.
I'm not talking about all your concern is him. I'm talking about
I mean the Anthony himself. My kids wish to go and see their brother. But Anthony will tell us that if he gave us the address, his daddy will beat him.
And that's not true.
Even last year that I saw Anthony in the church, he was shouting with the boy. And now has the boy that Kilo Shele. He now said, my daddy don't want to bring me down here.
Wait, when was the last time you demanded for access to the children?
It has been long. If you block me on your phone, say,
you block each other?
No, she blocked me. I cannot get access to her.
And you have children. Some children, 2 are with her, 1 is with you, and you are blocking each other.
The other block me, I can't get access.
So, you have to allow the children to mingle.
Okay, ma'am.
You must give an avenue for them to be able to come together.
Okay.
Which area do you stay?
I'm staying at Badagry side. Badagry side.
Where do you stay?
I stay at Korodu.
Where?
Korodu.
Korodu.
Yeah.
That's one end of town to the other.
The plaintiff, Adeneye Oluwakemi Oduneye, claims her husband is a mommy's boy. He is not able to take any decision independent of his mother and has not been taking responsibility for his family. She decided to move out of the matrimonial home with her daughters 7 years ago while her husband took the custody of their son. The defendant, Beminiyi Jimmy Ikudaisi, claims that he has not been responsible for the upkeep because his wife separated from him out of her own free will. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Regarding the school fees, you have to pay the school fees of the children. I'm not saying change their school and put them in a very expensive school.
They are not going anywhere.
Let them just go wherever they are right now that you can afford, that they can afford. You pay directly to the school.
Okay.
Give him, I don't have it. These are things I would have made part of the judgment right away by citing the name of the school and everything. Go and look for the school.
Yes, ma'am.
Pay everything to the school. That's school fees, uniform, whatever. Then for the medical, when they have any medical issues, you pay directly to the hospital. Reasonable hospital. I know she's reasonable. She will give you direct on that. Then, what else? Monthly upkeep. But beyond holiday period, I want the two of you to work out how the children can be coming together. Even if it means taking them out, amusement park or something. Do you understand? Once a month.
I understand you.
Is this something you can do?
I can do it, ma'am.
And you will cooperate for him to take the children out?
Mommy, anything you are saying here, Jimmy will not do it. I know him very well. He will not do it. He will not do it.
Why do you say you not do that?
Let me just know that we are no longer in anything again. This is 7 years.
You cannot say you are no longer in anything and you have children between you.
That court, let us divorce it. And that's, we have rest of mind with that.
Where did you get married?
Ogun State.
Registry wedding?
Yes.
And you think by getting even if you obtain a divorce today, you think that will deny you the responsibility towards the children? Or making the pattern at which you are having the children not to see each other correct? Or you think any position will change beyond that? You want to file for divorce. That's a separate thing entirely. It's not among what you wrote here. You know what you wrote. So if you want that, if it's registry wedding, go to the traditional regular courts. That will be at the state high court, not NIC, not federal high court, not magistrate court, only at the state high courts.
Sorry, help me to ask him about the certificate that is with him.
For what? Do you know where you got married?
Yes.
Registry. Go there and tell them you want certified true copy.
Okay. Fine.
Just go there. CTC is as good as the original. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Beyond that, now, I know this is not why. Have you moved on?
No.
Have you moved on? 7 years. I'll refer the two of you to marriage counselor. You have to learn how to co-parent. If along the line, the counselor sees reason why they should counsel you towards coming back together, is between you. But for co-parenting, because the pattern you have on ground is totally appalling. 4 years, and you did not even, in this Lagos, you didn't give the children access to themselves. Do you understand?
I understand.
Whatever judgment I give today is subject to review anytime, because it has to do with the welfare of the children. So if either of you have any concern, you can always come back over it. You can always come back over that. Yeah. So now to the upkeep. How much are you proposing? I can grant, but I always love to walk around. So look for something that you know is reasonable, that you can afford for the two children without a monthly basis.
Every month?
Pardon? Every month?
30,000.
How much?
30,000.
30,000. That's not bad. Let's start with that for now. Start with 30, then go and sort out the school bill. Then, I think I learned the children are going on holiday from next week.
Yes.
Is it next week?
They are on holiday like this.
They're already on holiday?
Yeah.
So when are they resuming?
We've not collected the report card. It's after party that we will collect the report.
You collect the party. So Once you collect and you know, let him know so that you bring the boy over.
Okay.
You can drop off the boy with you.
No problem.
Then start with the upkeep. Let her have opportunity and fund on her to blend them together and over little things. Let them bond very well. So that by the time you come for them,
Yes.
for the second half of the holiday, the three of them, it's very easy for children to pick up, you know. They will. I hope that works.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
And if there's any other thing beyond this, you can always come back to make your complaint. That's my job.
Okay.
All rise.
Thank you.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Olubimpe Oke, is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for their children's school fees.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Olubimpe Oke and Ajayi Timothy. Defendant absent.
Thank you. Olubimpe, why are you here?
I'm here because of my kids. Because they've been with me ever since I got separated with my husband. So I've been the one taking care of my kids alone. On the 10th makes it 5 years now. I've been doing it because when we got separated, he went with the kids. So I had to go to OPD at Stadium to get the custody of my kids because he never allowed me to talk to the kids.
But right now you have the custody of the children.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. There must be a reason why you are in court today. Yes, ma'am. Because I know what your claim is here.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have his response to
Yes,
it, that, which I'm going to read out.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want you to state why you are in court today.
Okay,
so that I can give you his response.
All right, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. The reason why I'm here is I want him to start paying the kids' school fee because I allow him to see the kids, but he pays 13,000 every month. I paid their school fee. When my firstborn was about to write his junior WAEC, I called him. Even the kids called him.
What is the...
So I want him to...
The school fees?
Yes, ma'am.
You have evidence of what?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me first read his own response to you. Because what I have here is he's not taking care of his children. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what you have here is that he's not taking care of his children. Is that so?
Yes, ma'am. He only pays 10,000 every month.
Then his response is, I, Ajayi Oluyemi Timothy, living in Ikorodu, Lagos, came here to defend allegation against me, stating abandoned responsibility towards my children.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say this allegation is not true because I have filed complaint on this issue of not allowing me the access to my children, dated 25th February 2021. That's 2 years ago. At Head of Unit, Social Welfare Office, Kushofe, Local Government Area, Arena Office, Ogudu Road, Ojota,
Yes,
Lagos.
Yeah, we went there together, ma'am.
She was called upon the allegation in February and was later showed up in May 2021 after having discussion with the man in charge. We both agreed that I should know the school of the children. Does he know the school of the children now?
No. He only comes during maybe weekends. I never denied him.
Okay.
Yes,
And everything they may need. After taking me to the children's school and introducing me to the man in charge, I paid the school fees. And she told me that she was owing. I then told her that I know nothing about that, and told her I want to change the school because I don't like the environment, but she refused. But to my surprise, she took the children away from the school. And I was not aware until she called me and was demanding for 50,000 naira to complete the registration in a new school. Then I told her I don't have any money to give her because I told her I want to change their school, and she went behind my back to change their school to where I do not know. But her agreement, even with the children, when I sent 20,000 naira money to complete their school fees last term, was this new term I registered them in a new school, being the beginning of a new term. But early last month, their mother went to my brother to complain about me not paying school fees, and my brother told her to allow me take care of the children. But she told my brother that she can only release the boy, that she will take care of the girl. And I told my brother, I'm not sharing my children. Sama, to this very last month, I've been sending money for their feeding, taking care of everything they told me they need, and even their medical bill, HMO. Finally, I want to say I love my children, and I always do. I want to take care of my children by registering them in a better school, and I want to give them a fatherly training. That's his response.
Right.
So how often does he come around to say the
Anytime, because he has their number.
How often has he been coming around to say the
To see, like, at times, maybe 3 times, maybe once or twice a month.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I never denied him of seeing the kids.
So let me have
All right.
the school. When you were together,
Yes, ma'am.
Which school were the children attending?
They were in primary school then, at Irawo.
They are now in secondary school.
Yes, they were in primary 4 when we got separated. So my firstborn now is in SS2. My secondborn now is in GS3. She was in primary 2 then. So I've been paying school fee. I never bothered him for anything. But he took my case to the welfare that I denied him of seeing the kids, which he never made any attempt to. He knew where my parents stay. He never came there to ask of the kids. But I went to where he resides and asked of my children's whereabouts. He told me they are not with him, that they are with the other sister. I went there. There's an archive for that. Where is your own archive? You just went to the welfare and told them that I denied you of seeing it. Did you come to me? At least that thing should be stated that, okay, he came and I denied him of seeing the kids. But me, I came there. He never allowed me to see the kids. Okay. And he started seeing the kids. Because I told him he shouldn't come, because anytime he calls, I might be at work or somewhere else. So I said, let me give you your kid's number. I gave them I bought a new phone for the second one. So, okay, communicate with your dad. So he sent, I opened an account for Shei, my firstborn. So he gave me HMO. He said anytime they fall sick. And it was only Tioluwani, my second one, I took. She was having running stomach then. So I took her just once. That was last year. That was it. The HMO. That was the only time. So he was telling me, okay, the reason why I denied him of him not seeing the kids was, I think, June. I allowed you to see the kids.
June this year?
Yes, ma'am. I allowed you to see the kids. So there was a day, that very day, he saw the kids. So my daughter told me that, his daddy told him that, what's this on your hand? What's this on your hand? He said, Daddy, what are you talking about now? Because that girl told me maybe it was mosquito bite or she scratched her hand with, I don't know. So the dad was like, he was about to beat her. Confess. I said, why? Confess for her. I said, I put incision. I said, me. Okay, what happened to the girl? Incision. Ever since we were together, because we attend Mountain of Fire Miracle. So ever since I've been with you, did you see any incision on my body? So what happened to the girl? That girl, she's a covenant child. So what will now make me I now told him, I told the children, okay, it's because I'm allowing you to see him. It's because he's seeing you guys. So maybe one day now, you open your legs now and tell you that I brought a man to do something for you. And I said, you will not see him. Shebi is not even paying your school fee. So what's the need?
So between June and now, He has not had
Yeah,
access.
he stopped calling at a point. But okay, when I told him, oh yeah, tell your dad about the school fee. Tell your dad about the school fee. But I said, okay, let's see what he will even do this time. He said he doesn't have money. He doesn't money. Then your mommy took you away from which school? Which school is that? Your mommy took you away from, and the reason why I took those kids, because when we went to welfare at Ogudu, they told him, okay, he brought the complaint. He brought the complaint that I denied you of seeing the kids. I never allowed you pay monthly allowances and some other things. Okay, they said, okay, you want to pay school fee. That was 2021. He said, okay, you will be paying the school fee. A monthly allowance, how much do you want to be giving? He said 10,000. They told him that you can't pay 10,000 for 2 kids, and that was 2001. You can't be paying 10,000 naira. It's too small. He said, okay, as time goes on, it will increase. Till date.
How long ago was that?
That was 2 years when we took the case to welfare at Ogudu. The only thing he does out of the what he stated down is just the 10,000 naira. And the money he paid when she was about to graduate to SS1 last year, he paid 10,000 for the monthly allowance, then 10,000 for their
Let me
graduation.
see
That's all.
how much do you pay for the school fees?
School fee, I pay. Okay, sorry, ma. Let me include this, ma. I told Tioluwani to tell him that he should, because she pays 31,000, while Tioluwani pays 28. Okay, let's do it this way. Since you said you can, and am I a fool? I've been allowing you to see these kids, so your own is just to pay 10,000, just to hello, kids, this. And tell your daddy to pay school fee. I paid 31,000 for she. Tell him to pay your own 28,000. He said no. I said okay. I won't allow you guys to talk to him again. He will not see you. That was even when I came in that. You won't see these kids again. If you don't pay, am I a fool? I've been for good 5 years. Your own is just to just to play with the kids and pay 10,000 every month.
The plaintiff, Olubimpe Oke, claims she has been solely responsible for the children's school fees for the past 5 years and that she has been separated from her husband while her husband only pays 10,000 naira upkeep monthly. The defendant, Ajayi Oluyemi Timothy, is not present in court. However, he denies the allegation in his written defense to the court. After the break, Judge Fumi adjourns this matter.
I have a claim here, but you brought up, and he responded to that claim because he saw this and he responded. Yes, but you've brought up a lot of new issues that you will need to respond to before I can take a decision now.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, I could have taken a decision straight off on what is before me. So because of this, I'm going to adjourn.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we leave room for him to respond to to all what you have said that is not addressed yet. And then the matter will come up.
Yes,
by that time, we take a decision on it.
Right.
So that's my position on that. Matter hereby adjourned.
All right.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticecourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs, the average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the establishment of a $150 million lithium-ion battery, the chief component of EVs, manufacturing and processing factory already reportedly putting up its plant in Nasarawa State. The question is, why are the Nigerian car purchasing middle class not enthusiastically ramping up the purchase of EVs with all the enumerated techno-productivity, environmental, pricing, and local lithium battery conferring exchange generation advantages? Joining us virtually to probe into the question is the Director General of National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu Division of Lagos State, Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bola. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's never too late to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over. And globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain, and we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and for Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle will have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle has only auto traction that power the vehicle. Then with the battery. So the number of parts you have to change at interval regularly are very, very limited. So you can drive the maintenance cost by almost 70%, reduce it by 70%. So also the fueling part of it, the cost of fuel is going up. And with electric vehicle, when you compare the cost of charging, that is the cost of energy, and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS, you know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically, and that's enough advantage or enough benefits that will attract motorists to patronize or move to migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We're also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc,
yes.
You know, would you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. Just that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the DG and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, you know, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC. I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program, say in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC, intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major component in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is, if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the component, the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding result by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisan, the fresh graduate, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that will be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupational Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness, as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be You must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, it's probably less than 8 weeks. Well, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. I just happened to have an interest in entrepreneurship generally. So I came to Nigeria, met with the U.S. consulate, U.S. ambassadors, all those people. They taught us a lot about Nigeria. At that point, I started realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. I'm not, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. But when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there, corruption issue is there. But at the end of the day, look, I was educated here. And I tell people that at the end of the day, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000
from medical school.
From medical school, and my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. Again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You are going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing. And, all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part. And I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that. And then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the U.S. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this because you used to be one of the worst. So again,
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you because I really want to give this a human context and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
All those ifs and but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for that question, because it's something that we know we are addressing it, because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, we notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standards that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. That one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these, we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigeria. So we will start that in the next few weeks, and Nigerians will know more about what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are about to do again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being, and why Imota Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
So I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I don't want to forget to say this, without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. I think it's important to say that so that people can hear that without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here.
So
because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment.
Yes.
Conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They're the ones that are pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys,
you have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but you know, Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. And we don't know that they are ready for EV. It was at that point they literally called us up and said, look guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was $50 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of environmental, the cost of
smart technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, there's no charging. You know, Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you
what year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, it took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. I escaped it because somehow, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the car, and we were all excited to see to test drive this thing. But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta, because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time, the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV, but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you are a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because they want to expose them to global standards. So they are still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative. Journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes. So again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over, to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting here thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception or the reality of public power utility, most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
DG, okay.
That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said, when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the HOBs, and holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill. It consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans. All these people we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by first of all developing the curriculum, because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you outside the classroom, the same way we are trying to do, we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the four walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that develop the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together, and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example. And with diagnostic machine, I was in one stage recently, and when they were talking to us, one of them mentioned that we have been able to move them from analog to digital mechanics. So the same way we are going to do in EV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where you left it, you've moved past, the anxiety, the initial anxiety level. Now,
yes. So just picking up from where, so those anxieties that you had about charging, those are normal. It actually has a name. It's called range anxiety, because you are worried, where am I going to charge? I have 400 kilometers, but 400 kilometers is a lot. It's a lot. So
one way 400 kilometers will take you to as far as
actually, I'll throw out some data shortly to make people really understand this, what 400 kilometers is. But having said that, what has happened is every concern that I see people having, I've lived through this. I can relate to it, and I understand how these are very legitimate concerns. But the good thing is that people also need to take comfort in the fact that these are problems that other people have gone through, and people have actually walked their way through solving this. For example, charging. I have a charger at home. It costs, let me just throw out some numbers. If I were an Uber driver and I have our smallest product, for 4 hours you get 300 kilometers on that car. It costs 2,500 naira to charge that car. If you have the same vehicle in internal combustion car, 10 to 12,000 naira to fuel.
Per day?
Per day. Now, and you are not going to finish that, because when we've been here on the ground collecting data for going on 3.5 years now, Uber drivers don't even drive 200 kilometers. So you will not even finish that charge. Not only that, if you have a car that has a 300 kilometer range and you are in Lagos, you are not going to charge but more than once a week, guaranteed. I don't charge more than once a week if I'm within town. So it's remarkable. It really relieves.
You mean if you're doing inner city driving?
Yeah, because don't forget that everywhere we go to in Lagos is about 22 by 24 kilometers. It fits in a box of 22 by 24. We don't drive a lot. We're just spending all our time in hold up. In Abuja, they drive a little bit more, but it's not a whole lot. So, yeah, people need to, but again, these concerns are valid, and our job is to actually make people understand, yes, your concern is valid, but now look at it this way. We have to educate the public, which is why we need the media. We have to partner with the media very tightly to educate the public and make them understand, because the truth is that the gas station is at home mostly, not where it's just, you have to just look at it a little bit different.
You don't have to go and be queuing.
No, you don't have to. And again, people talk about cost. Let me throw out some numbers to you. This is not a commercial. We just want to talk about EVs. So, an electric charger comes with, if by the time the EV is anywhere upwards of $25,000-ish, it will come with its own charger 100%. Even if it were lower than that, and I'm just throwing out a number, a charger that you would put at home, you can easily get for $300-400. And
you charge your vehicle at home?
Yes, the charger itself. And we have trained technicians that will install it for you. So some of the lower vehicles, the more affordable vehicles, may not come with a charger, but you can easily have a charger by us installed for you at home. It's not expensive. Not only that, what we have done as a company is we have actually provided a charging platform. We have already signed contracts. This is not a commercial. People can find out there are malls already in Lagos where we have banks of chargers. So that if you are a rideshare driver and you don't have a home where you can install a charger, you don't have steady power at home, well, you can park your car, charge it for 4 hours, and you can park it at 8 p.m. at night. By 12 midnight, your car is charged, and you are ready for your next day's work. 2,500 naira versus 20. Because if you're using a mid-size, it will be 20,000 a day. So,
sport utility vehicle?
Yeah, yeah, much more. So our story is not just about an EV. Our story is very much about jobs. Because don't forget that a lot of the rideshare drivers quit because they can't afford to pay 10,000 naira a day. They quit driving because, how do I know that? Part of our testing, we started ordering rideshare rides by ourselves. We just wanted to know. Apart from paying rideshare drivers to get data, we were actually entering rideshare in Lagos before we even started using our own cars for the drivers.
Rideshare or ride-hailing?
Ride-hailing, the same thing. Rideshare, ride-hailing. There is the difference between American English and...
Okay, because rideshare, what we understand rideshare to be in this part of the world is that we live in the same neighborhood.
And then we share. Yes.
We go in the same direction.
Yes, but
we
to
don't
us,
really want to be wasting this thing.
To us, it's just the same thing. The same difference between boot and bonnet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
English.
But English is just English. Yes. But on a more serious note, we find out that these drivers benefit. It is about jobs. It is about making a living. It is about a guy who is spending so much on a vehicle that the vehicle itself, he cannot afford it. Now, by the time you give him a piece of equipment that the cost of maintenance is 50 to 60% less. And I tell people, look, I cannot compete with a Tokunbo car. But where I beat the Tokunbo car is this. Before your Tokunbo car reaches your hand from the port, you are spending money. Because that car has already spent 200,000 miles somewhere. You're already spending money on it.
To be honest with you, I was shocked about 2 weeks ago when I saw the advertisement gallery of one of the local EV assemblers. And I saw a sports utility vehicle, a typical sports utility vehicle that if you're looking at it, ostensibly, it speaks to the design, the look and feel of a Japanese or North American sports utility vehicle assembled in Lagos, and the cost is about half of an average Japanese sports utility vehicle that goes for, say, 50 million naira.
Yes.
And I was thinking, so can it cheap buy? You know, honestly, I was
well, you'll be surprised. So one of the things, actually, one of the hardest parts we had to figure out was how do we get these cars affordable to even come and do this in Nigeria. That was very difficult. We had to use my contacts, my partner's contacts, because he does manufacture cars in the United States, to find the right vehicle at the right price. And when we were coming, we had specific vehicles we wanted to compete against. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
But you know, given the paranoia that is now pervading Europe, because I was reading an article in the Economics magazine about 2-3 months ago, and Europe is alarmed now that EVs from a particular country are literally sweeping out, and they come with the best of smart technologies. You know, Internet of Things technologies, like you may even forget your smartphone at home, and the vehicle will serve as your smartphone, will make you run your office businesses, will make you run things at home. Maybe you forgot to put off the cooker. Let me go back to the DG for his epilogue. Mr. DG, we just have, as the person that personifies the standards for vehicular objects in Nigeria, the person that personifies the institution that also sets standard for how young Nigerians are trained to become specialists, auto maintenance technicians and engineers. How would you want to sign out from this show today? We know we're looking forward to many other opportunities for you when we have issues relating to automotive standards. But how would you want to sign out today, sir?
I want to sign out by assuring Nigeria that Rome was not built in a day. Just as Dr. Falaye mentioned, we have to start from somewhere. And with what we have on ground, we can really even scale faster than some of these developed worlds when it comes to EV adoption. First thing, we have to first of all disabuse people's minds, because by providing the right information to people, because there is this knowledge gap. A lot of Nigerians, just as you said in the beginning, did not know or still don't know that you can actually charge an EV car at home, because it depends on the size of the battery. Some of the car you can use AC or alternative currents to charge, just like the way you charge your phone. The same way you can charge your vehicle at home. And if you want to use fast charger, some of the assembler of EV, some of them have fast charging devices, which you can still use outside. I was at a place one day, and I was there with electric vehicle, with EV vehicle, and the top person that you would think to know about electric vehicle was Marvel. I was asking, am I sure this is real electric vehicle? And I said, yes. I have to take him and explain everything before he could believe that truly we could put electric vehicle on Nigerian road. So this is first thing we need to address. Bridge the knowledge gap. Let Nigeria know this is possible. Despite the fact that we have power challenges, but we know, despite the power challenge, we still charge our phone. We still use electricity at home. We still use electricity in our offices. The same can be done here. Again, on building the infrastructure, we know that some of the reason why the adoption is slow in Nigeria is the non-availability of infrastructure. And we know once someone has to start it, and that's why we are happy with SAGLEF for starting it, and many others that have done a lot in pushing for adoption of EV. Because some people will say, oh, if I bring in infrastructure, we don't have the vehicle. And the people that want to buy the vehicle will say, I want to buy the vehicle, but there's no infrastructure. That means we have to start either by providing the vehicle, then investor will come and invest in infrastructure. Or we first of all start with infrastructure. But what we are doing is that we are building gradually, and that is a very good thing. Again,
Thank you very much.
He has mentioned something about cost. We know, I'm assuring Nigerians, the cost of ownership, the cost of owning an electric vehicle is far, far cheaper compared to cost of owning an ICE. Because we are only looking at cost of acquisition. We are not talking about cost of maintenance. We are not talking about cost of powering it. But when you bring the three together, acquisition cost, cost of maintaining it, and cost of powering it daily, you will realize that electric vehicle is far, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Thank you so much. We look forward to engaging you some other times, especially when it comes to enlightening our motoring public. Thank you. Doc, I really want to use this opportunity, your signing off opportunity, to let you speak to the Nigerian diaspora. I've got friends who make sure, and as an ex-diasporian returnee like you, I've got friends who make sure that their parents sleep in, they make sure that their parents don't sleep in darkness every day. They make sure that they have a car for mommy and daddy that should take them around. Many of them actually have cars parked in Nigeria, and many of them are not even aware that they are returnees like you, assembling electric vehicles in Nigeria. Because I know if many of them were to be aware that the assembly vehicle there are EV assembly plants in Nigeria, you know what? I don't want mommy to go and be queuing when there is a fuel shortage, or daddy to go and be queuing when there. So what do you want to, looking at your camera?
So what I want to tell the diaspora is that Nigeria that you see today is a totally different country. Okay, when I left, there was virtually no middle class. There's actually a bigger middle class in Nigeria. Going back to mommy and daddy, believe me, you do not want mommy and daddy to drive a car that is going to give them problem, and the mechanic is going to, be their best friend. The solution is to give them actually an EV, because now you're solving that reliability problem, and you're also solving the power problem, and then you're also solving the sending driver to go and drive, to go and queue in the gas station. But more importantly, I want to put your mind, as Bola and I were saying before the program, there is an actual investment opportunity for diasporans, because we all have cousins who need help and they reach out to us. But there is now an opportunity to invest in the renewable industry, and specifically electric cars, because now somebody can actually make a living using an electric car in ride hailing, using an electric car in mobility, using an electric car in mass transport. There are employment opportunities, but it goes back to that old saying of teach people how to fish rather than not giving them fish.
For a meal.
Yes.
Teach a man how to fish,
Yes.
and you feed him for the rest
Yes,
of his
exactly.
life. Thank you very much, Doc. It's quite wonderful having you here. Maybe because I'm an automotive person with one eye. This is where we'll be wrapping it up for today. I am Bola Oba.
My name is Yemi Shodimu, the son of an Egba chief from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and a mother that hailed from Isalofi in Lagos Island. My early days were spent in the serene but beautiful city of Abeokuta. I experienced a community of people that cared for each other and elders that looked out for each other's children. You could not misbehave outside and believe that could be done with impunity. Someone was there to reprimand you, which of course was a better option. 2, you're being reported to your parents. Of course, you knew the consequences of that. This automatically kept us in check. I had the privilege of growing up in the palace in Ake with my late grandmother, Olori Adejoke Gbadebo, who was the wife of late Oba Adeshina Gbadebo, Alake of Egbaland. This exposed me to the way our people celebrated our culture and tradition, even while mingling with people from other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, without any acrimony or rancor. The dignity of labor was also inculcated in us quite early in life. Apart from the normal house chores which I mandatorily did, in spite of the presence of house helps, I hawked old newspapers after school so as to learn the importance of contributing something to the home economy. Abeokuta provided the right ambience for the arts to grow and prosper while creating the desired recreation for the people in a friendly environment. The cinema affair, that is free cinema screening of cowboy and Indian films, was a favorite pastime. There was also the ancient Centenary Hall that was home to most of the Nigeria's traveling theaters. My grandmother was a lover of live theater, so I had the privilege of seeing the Ogun Days, Ogunmola, Duro Ladipo, Baba Salah, Baba Miro, and a host of others live on stage. This later in life influenced my career path. The social celebrations, including family celebrations, could run late into the evening or night without any apprehension about safety. This also afforded me my early exposure to popular music. I haven't seen Ebenezer Obey, Yusuf Olatunji, Ayinla Omowura perform live. I got so sucked in. Much later in life, all I wanted to do after my national youth service was to become a backup singer in Ebenezer Obey's band. In all, life was good then. There was a quest to achieve things in life. Parents pushed us to work hard, but there was also contentment that discouraged greed and avarice. I believe we can get back on track if we collectively decide to bestow on the generations coming after us a sane, dignified, conducive society. Let us talk about a brighter future and not the good old days. I therefore join Shemori in this collective and bold attempt at changing the narrative and doing it right for a better future.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, it's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go, it's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste, it's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Hello and welcome to #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. My name is Uti Elu and I am joined in the studio today. I've been having a lot of firsts this week.
Right.
So Dami is in studio with me today and I'm excited. We just realized that this was the first time we've seen each other
this year. I don't think I've seen you this year actually, and it's so good to see.
3 months are nearly gone.
Right.
I don't understand how 2024 is running. It feels like it's on speed, it's on overdrive, it's on crack, basically.
I agree with you because we just said Happy New Year yesterday.
I know.
And now the first quarter of the year is gone. And it feels like, okay, so what have I even done? I am just checking like, wait. Everything is just moving so fast.
It is.
Crazy.
I literally realized that this weekend Q1 ends. So I woke up, I think it was somewhere in the middle of Sunday night. I won't even say Monday morning. And I thought to myself, the quarter is almost over. I started sending messages to people in my team. I need updates here. I need updates there. I'm sure they're probably thinking, what's wrong with this man? But you just sort of panic at how quickly the time goes. But I guess when you are older, also, it feels like it goes faster. I remember being a child and it felt like Christmas took 100 years to come.
Yeah, that's because when we were younger, there was not much things.
There were no cares in life. There were no worries.
We were really depending on our parents. There was nothing to do. Now there's like so much to do and so little time.
This is the conundrum of life. You don't know what you have till it's gone. And then you don't appreciate it.
We wanted to be adults so bad.
Oh,
now that we are adults.
Can I? Is there a refund policy?
I wish. I really wish.
I mean,
really wish.
It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. But I mean, that being said, I am happy for good health.
Yeah.
I am happy because a lot of people we're not lucky enough to make it to being alive today. So I think that no matter what we say, I'm always cautious to end it on a note of thanks because it could be very different and it could be worse.
True.
So
True.
I'll say thanks to that. So here's what we found as today's quote. He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. That's an old Arabian proverb. Health is wealth, health is joy, health is life, health is peace. I mean, I could go on and on.
For real. People that have great health don't know what God has done for them.
They don't know what God has done for them.
It can't even be... We can't speak about it too much. Good health is really, really underrated because you tend to appreciate good health when you are not feeling well.
Yep.
From just the slightest discomfort of a headache, or of a running nose, and it just feels like, oh my God, can this just end? But you don't appreciate it when you're breathing air freely, when you're just agile and running up and down. So, I mean, I'm really glad for good health, for real.
Absolutely. You don't realize until it's gone.
Yeah, I agree.
That you don't have it. And I think the perspective that we're taking to health in today's show is also a good one because we often think about health versus ill health. We never think about how our health changes as we get older. So I'm looking forward to the conversation that we are going to have today. So as the years pass, maintaining a healthy lifestyle becomes increasingly important for overall well-being and longevity. Healthy aging is just not about living longer. It's about living better. With vitality and purpose, today, Moji Dayo Dumoye is here to discuss the topic, healthy aging, fitness and wellness strategies. And when we open the phone lines, we'd love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break for what we found in the news. Please stay with us. The lights dim and the audience settles. As the curtain rises, months of preparation comes to fruition and a story comes to life. World Theatre Day celebrates the importance of theatre art as it continues to move, entertain, teach and change us. Theatre arts are enjoyed by millions worldwide. Productions take weeks, even months of preparation, and everyone must work together to create a finished product. Being a part of a theatre production is a thrilling and stressful endeavor, and when it's done well, the audience reaps the benefits of terrific storytelling full of humor and emotion. I think when we think about, I don't want to say theatre is almost a lost art in Nigeria now because movies have taken over, Nollywood has taken over, but I mean, I remember as a child going to watch, theatre productions and stage plays at National Theatre. But I think today in Lagos, with the exception of maybe Terra Culture, I'm not sure that there's another venue that is known for putting on theatre productions. So yeah, I think apart from Bolanle or St. Peter's, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head that is still championing the cause of theatre arts and stage plays, because it forms a foundation. If you I shouldn't even say if you go outside of Nigeria, even here in Nigeria, the foundational Nollywood stars all started their stories, their journeys from stage plays. So whether it's Olu Jacobs, whether it's Ajayi Lycett, Taiwo
Ajayi Lycett, yes.
They all started from stage plays. So we have a rich history of stage plays. I think that we've just not managed to keep that going in an evolutionary manner, in the sense of the volumes that we should be at, given where we started from. So I think technology has come in, movies, Nollywood.
Well, I think that there's still an audience for stage play in Nigeria. It just has to be done well, because you can't take away the emotions that come with stage play.
Yeah.
It's not like when you're watching a movie that you're probably taking like 3 takes. And I mean, to get a perfect shot. No, this is live. We're dealing with live emotions. It feels like we are following the actors as they move, where we are in it, we are carried along. It's not just like a film that we're watching. So I think that this, for me, for instance, if I hear of a stage play that's really good, I would like to attend one, honestly.
I think that's absolutely true. There's absolutely an audience for it, because I think that almost every show that is put on is always sold out.
Yeah.
I think it was, she had one, I think it was Saru, and I made a mental note when I heard about it. I said, I'm going to watch it. I think it was maybe 2 weeks later I remembered. It was already sold out. So there is definitely an audience for it, because she's, like you said, she's built a reputation for herself, that she puts on good productions. So it always sells out. I remember when they were also running Fela, and that also ran, it's rerun, so we have a rich culture, and I hope that, it does get a resurgence. So what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so what I found for us in the news, something around unemployment anyway. So former President Olusegun Obasanjo has linked the growing activity of bandits and kidnappers to the unemployment situation in the country. I mean, as much as that is true, I feel like it's a bit rich coming from Obasanjo, considering that in his own tenure as well, he didn't particularly do a great job at managing the unemployment situations. For instance, because ideally, the government is supposed to be the highest employer of labor, right? But we don't see that happening in Nigeria, because in his tenure, a lot of...
no, the government is still the highest employer of labor. The public service is our welfare system.
But then again, what's the minimum wage in Nigeria?
So that the minimum wage conversation is a different one, because, again, I would ask the question more, what is the employability of a lot of people that these people hire? Is it an optimized workforce? They're costing the country a lot of money. But I think that in the cadre of presidents that we've had, I think Obasanjo, if any of them are going to have this conversation, I think it would be Obasanjo, because, he led us in an era of boom. Things were going well, all prices were high, we were making a lot of money, we had people like Paris Club writing off our debt. Industries like telcos and all of that, sort of, people will argue that it didn't start with him, but they came to fruition in his time, and those were things that were...
But then industries telcos like, for instance, Nitel, where's Nitel today?
Well, when it comes to Nigerian-owned institutions, and I have a peculiar... I don't know that's a peculiar perspective, but I don't think that our government has any business running corporations, right? Even in other countries where they had, like British Telecom, private company. So some of these things need to be outsourced, right?
Yeah.
A government running a commercial business, I mean, look at electricity today.
Which is why they've even privatized them
exactly.
anyway.
So there is a lot to be said for that. But I think that this statement for me, when I saw this story, it resonated why for me? Because it is true.
Yeah, it is.
The level of unemployment, the state of the economy today, I woke up this morning to a panicked phone call from my friend, and she said to me, they were just robbed. And I didn't understand what happened. And she said, I thought she was joking, in fact, when she said it. And then I realized, hang on, no, she's being serious. And then we got off the phone, and she sent me a video. I can't remember the last time I heard a case of armed robbery in Lekki. And it was, they came, 4 men in a car, they were armed, they put the security guards on the floor, and they went into the compound. And guess what? They didn't go into the 24 apartments in that compound. They didn't go into any of the apartments. There are at least 20-something cars, 30 cars in that compound of all various degrees, from Corolla all the way to G-Wagon. You won't believe that they went into that compound and they targeted the 2 Lexus GX 460s.
Oh, wow.
They removed the brain box, they removed the mechanisms for the windows, they removed the side mirrors. They literally stripped the car. All that was left was the skeleton. That's what I would call it, because everything of value in the car, I mean, they couldn't lift the engine, right? But all the electrical bits that, you know, and they stripped the cars. And only those 2 cars. So they smashed one window to access the car, and they surgically stripped the car. And that's what she woke up to this morning. So it's scary, but it is valid. And it just means that from a security perspective, and I know we've talked about it several times on the show, but everybody has to have that sort of higher level of consciousness now and awareness to our surroundings, whether it's at your home, whether it's your office, in traffic, because people are hungry and people are angry. So it's to be expected. So it's a sad one.
Well, I just wish that the government can do better, in terms of employment, because the more unemployment that we have, the more crime rates we're going to keep having in the country.
And but I don't think that we would be looking to the government to influence unemployment directly. I think that empowering, the usual things that we hear, ease of doing business, empowering small businesses who hire a lot more people, ensuring that we don't lose a middle class who are hiring domestic workers, drivers, all of these things. I think that's the responsibility of the government. Security, so people can move around and do their business and, you know, move around and hustle, as they say. These are all the places where the government really needs to sink its teeth. Things that are foundation to this, education, health, those are the places that the government now really needs. And I think that once those foundational elements are fixed, all the other things, Nigerians, we are good at taking care of ourselves, right?
Yeah,
just give us a little, and we'll make a lot. So I hope that the situation truly improves. But right now, I think we're all just watching and seeing and experiencing it as it goes on. So my own story, well, of course, we're coming to the tail end of, or we have come to the tail end of the dry season. So we're now entering the dreaded rainy season, as I like to call it. We're talking about traffic now. Well, when the rains fall, it's a completely different thing. There's one of these food delivery apps that I have on my phone. Every other time it rains, I see a message pop up on my phone and say, oh, we're experiencing delays because of the
in delivery.
So it delays everything, it changes everything. But my headline says, Lagos State anticipates unprecedented rainfall in 2024. The government announced on Tuesday that they're expecting an unusually high rate of rainfall for the 2024 season across the state, with a total forecast of 1,936.2 millimeters. This came via the Commissioner of Environmental and Water Resources. And so this story stood out for me. Of course, like I said, rain transforms our lives and changes the course of your day. So it's important. I like this story, one, because there's a measure of proactiveness to it. So I like that they're creating awareness and sensitization now to the kind of levels of rainfall that we're expecting. You know, meteorology and the study of the weather, right, is not new. So, I mean, you turn on any foreign radio station or TV station, you're likely to get a detailed weather forecast. I mean, even if you go on Google now, you can get, you know, some weather forecast for Lagos, for your area.
Sure.
So I like the fact that they've been able to, they went as far in the story as predicting when the rains would start, which for some places is as early as Monday, the 1st of April. And the sad part of the news for me was that they were predicting that this rain was going to last all the way through to the first week of December.
No way.
My dear. So that was like, people, go and buy your rain boots, buy your raincoats, buy strong umbrella.
I'm just even concerned about people that have not so good accommodations.
I was coming to that.
Their living conditions are already bad when there's no rain, and now it's going to be worse.
I mean, there was rain that fell, so I think, was it not last week or the week before that they demolished the houses in Jakonde?
Yeah, that was
and
like
there were
2 weeks
people
ago.
that were literally sleeping. There was a heavy rain that fell one night, and these people were sleeping in the rain, women with, with newborn babies and things like that. But that being said, it just means that we don't have a lot of time. It's only like a few days, but the consciousness of it now and beginning to plan for the weather, so things like cleaning out your gutters, things like, removing refuse, all these things that need to be done to sort of try and help us cope with the rain, because everybody is affected. It doesn't matter where you are in Lagos, right? They go on exactly. They go on to talk about a few things that the government is doing to prevent potential disasters, monitoring of the Onyo dams, putting organizations in place to control the water discharges from the dams and reduce flood risks, talking about emergency, readying LASEMA to deal with emergencies. So the story for me just carried a measure of proactivity. Now, whether they say it and then do it are two different things. But I like the fact that they're even able to provide this information so that
everybody can be ready.
To the level of your capacity, at least you're not taken by surprise and you know that it's coming. So I think we can take a quick break now, and when we come back, we'll welcome our guest and jump into the show. Please stay with us.
I am God's beauty, Israel. I'm someone passionate about conversing, reading, and unwinding. Why? Because I have a deep knowledge on what starting your day is like. So yes, I'm inviting you to watch Race Breakfast in the mornings so that you'll not just be enlightened, but at the same time entertained. So tune in and start your day the right way on Race Breakfast.
Whether you're a Gen Z, you're a Gen X, you're a millennial, you're an alpha, you're still under the same law that applies to every generation. So that you are dressing to suit yourself. Do you actually put yourself in the shoe of the other party to say, imagine I were to be a male person. Imagine I were to be a guy who by nature and by default, right, I get to see a lady's body and I am attracted, right? My hormone starts to immediately starts to rise, starts to stand. I'm just so, oh my God, this girl is fine. And then you are now coming to dress that way, show me more of it. And then you think, when I look at you, the first thing I'm supposed to think of is, hey, what are you doing? What is your job? What do you do right now? Excuse you. The first thing I'm going to be thinking of, oh, how have we smashed this girl? How have we knocked this girl down?
A skirt is not skirting if it's not as short as a belt. Is it really skirting? Obviously, a female will dress how best, they want to feel. Okay. And if I'm putting on an outfit, obviously, I'm not thinking in my head, oh yeah, like I'm dressing for you to come and judge me. Like, no, I'm dressing for myself. I'm wearing what I know I'm going to feel good in, look good in, and act good in. It shouldn't be a case of, oh, because I'm dressing in some type of way that it gives you the audacity or the right to even approach me or have such thoughts in your head. I mean, do you even know me? Do you know anything about me, bro? Like you don't even know me. Like, why is that the first thing that comes up to your head? I get you have your thoughts, yeah, but keep that to yourself, quite frankly. Literally keep that to yourself.
Exactly. I feel like the problem comes like just right after you said, I like the way you're dressing, and like you don't need to put that and when you're talking to me. Like I know that I look good, but it's like you could stop like I like the way you're dressing, period. Why do you have to take it to now you feel like, hey, I can say this to you and you don't want me to feel offended? Like as you just said, everyone has a right to their opinion, great. I have an opinion to feel offended because why are you adding all that extra stuff to me? I don't know you from anywhere. Why are you telling me you want to knock me? Like it's just like weird. Like
I get it.
This is a stranger. It's one thing to admire, it's another step to walk up to someone, tell them they look good, and then now project what you feel like you want to do to them.
So when you admire, what thought comes into your head?
I'm just like, wow, this person looks good, and keep it pushing, because how many people do you see in a day that look good?
Hello, Nigeria. My name is Joy Matthew, and of course, you can call me MJ. I love to talk, and I talk for a living. If you leave me to talk, I will keep talking to the end of the earth. Join me on Raise Breakfast, where we give a voice to the youth to speak about topical and societal issues as it affects Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. Until I come to your screen. See you soon.
Thanks for staying with us. Aging is an inevitable part of life's journey, but it doesn't have to mean a decline in health and vitality. As a matter of fact, the right approach to aging can be fulfilling and an enriching experience. Healthy aging encompasses various aspects of well-being, including physical, mental, and emotional health. By adopting proactive strategies, individuals can enhance their quality of life as they age. So today we are asking, what are the fitness and wellness strategies to age healthily? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. So Dami, before we bring in our guests, I'll come to you. Do you have a strategy for your wellness and well-being? Or age is just on your side? Right now you're flexing.
No, because I just recently went back to the gym, for instance, and I've been, as much as I'm trying to like build my body and tone up my body, I'm also very conscious and very particular about my fitness, like even mentally, because that's what even drove me to the gym in the first place. I needed to be fit mentally. I felt like my brain was too idle. I mean, not like I don't do any other work. Of course I do, but then I just felt like my brain was too idle. There was nothing to like push and push and push. I needed that extra push from my brain to my body, right? And it has been really, really working. So I feel more alive now than I used to feel. Sometimes I just felt really heavy. I felt like, was I eating too much, or was I eating at night so late or something? But I feel a lot. The things I couldn't do before, I can do them now. I can climb like so many stairs and not be panting like something else, you know. I just feel really fit. I feel really good. I feel very good about my body and myself generally. So I think it's working.
Oh, well done. Thank you for that. What I would like to call the standard answer. So every time I ask people about wellness, the first thing they go to is fitness. They talk about their weight. They talk about maybe what they eat. They talk about what time they eat. But I often like to try to get people to expand the conversation. So there's a reason why it's wellness and not fitness. And I think that people don't embrace the entirety of wellness, right? So people will talk about going to the gym, but then you find them, they go to the gym, they don't understand how their body works, they don't understand how to work out their body correctly, they don't understand how to prevent injuries in the gym. They finish gymming, they do video to put on Instagram, then they don't stretch and they just bounce out. You know, so that's just one side of it. And I talk to people and I'm saying, do you have a healthy sleep practice? Do you sleep 4 hours a day? Do you sleep 8 hours a day? Do you even understand the quality of your sleep, right? That's one part. Everybody, you know, there's the catchphrase since COVID, mental health, There's an aspect of health to, you know, the mind. Are you settled? I mean, Nigeria is not really helping our mental health right now, but that's a different show. So the reality of it is you kind of have to think about the entirety. Now, last year I struggled a lot with what I like to call the aging part of the conversation. Nobody quite tells you when you are doing photo shoots and doing welcome to the 4th level and doing level up. Nobody quite tells you
what comes with
that your body is waiting for you in front. Like on the other side of that photo shoot, it gets real quick.
Oh, good.
I woke up one day and I was like, I had been trying to help my son over Christmas to build his Legos. And, you know, I kept saying to him, shine the light, Baba, shine the light. Then one morning, I don't know, I just woke up to go drink water. And I picked up my phone, and it was a weird angle. I think I was still lying down. And where I was trying to stand up, my hand went like this. And I just realized, the phone is sharper. By the time I got to the kitchen, I was crying. I was like, oh my God, I need glasses. I've not worn glasses since I was 9. Oh my God, what's going on? I got off the glasses train. Then blood pressure was waiting for me.
No way.
Like, my health last year. Wow. So, it took me down this journey of food as medicine. That's another part of wellness, right? So we're thinking about, fitness. When we talk about food, people stop in the one that will not make me fat. But we're not thinking about the ones that will not make me healthy. So you talk about things like, I'm going to reduce the food that I eat. But you are still eating meat. You are still eating fried something. You are still eating hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is the one we used to fry the stew that we like to eat, hot white rice. Our diet, as much as we have access to fresh, organic, healthy vegetables, if it's not slathered in palm oil as a foriro, it doesn't really work for us.
It doesn't make sense.
You know, then when Fit Farm came in, all of us started eating salad.
Right.
But we now eat the salad, we now pack mayo and load it. Then they'll say, I ate salad.
No, it defeats the entire purpose.
My dear.
It does.
So I'm so excited to hear from our guest today, because when I think about aging, I think about preventative medicine. And we talk about how our bodies change as we age, what happens to things like your blood vessels. I mean, when I was going through my blood pressure issues last year, I was shocked at the amount of people that were on blood pressure medication. When I say, my God, I was so sick, my blood
really
pressure.
Young people.
And it was like, you put it in your bag. I have one in my car. I have one in my office. The shock for me was at Christmas, and my cousin offered me chocolate, and I said, no, I can't eat it. He said, why? I said, on the left-hand side, blood pressure. On the right-hand side, cholesterol. Me in the middle, struggling. He said, are you not on medication? I said, what do you mean? He said, this is December. I've been on it for 2 years. My cousin is younger than me.
See?
So I kind of was like, so I'm not averse to medication. But people have normalized taking medication. And that's why I have a problem with it. Like, medication for the rest of my life. My doctor actually told me that the odds are against me. Plus family history, plus location, plus being a black woman. Just embrace the medicine. And I'm like, why? So I will wait until we bring in our guest. But even me, I've had to take some drastic steps this year. I mean, I'm healthier for it. I'm on a journey. But it's important that we educate people about preventative medicine, because healthcare in this country doesn't really rock. So
true.
Hold that thought. So our guest, Moji Dayo-Dumoye, is a thought leader in the wellness industry with over half a decade of experience. Her major interest is in helping individuals and organizations improve their health, productivity, and profitability through wellness. She's the founder of Juvenis Group, a wellness brand playing within the spa, nutrition, wellness, real estate, and green cosmetics ecosystems. Welcome to the show, Moji. Lovely to have you here.
Hi. Interesting conversation, ain't
so
it?
far, right? You're going to educate us today.
Yeah.
You're going to tell us why, is bleaching palm oil that people complain about. I'm like, the vegetable oil is to fry your stew. Perhaps you want to do a bit of research. But anyway, we'll come to that. I think we can kick off with understanding how the body evolves as we age. Your childhood, you have energy, you eat all the time. I have an 8-year-old son. When he's eating bread, I'm scared. And my friends that have teenagers tell me, he's not a teenager yet. Just you wait. More is coming. So, teenage years, 20s, 30s, every single stage changes. So talk us through that journey.
Okay, so it's just like, a child. When a child starts working, You literally can't stop the child from walking. From the first day the child starts, to move around. The child wants to just bounce all over the place and then is moving. And then for a child, that is normal, right? And then as you evolve into your teenage years as well, you still have a lot of energy and then you can jump around all over the places. And what that means is that whatever you're eating, your body is breaking it down very easy and then it's digesting as fast as it can be. But it's a problem when you have like a grown adult jumping up and down like a child. Everybody will be wondering, okay, what's going on? Is everything fine with this person, And that's what it is really. So which is where we have to, begin to look at the things that we consume, the things that we take in, so that we can, watch how it goes, because our body doesn't really break it down so much. And then also as we evolve, we begin to find out that some food doesn't sit well with us. There are people that are lactose intolerant, for example. There are people that can't handle gluten very well, for example, like me. And then you need to be aware of those, food. And then it then guards what you do. It also guards the activities that you do as well. Because sitting down too long also because you're an adult is also a problem. You don't move around as much as a child. Just flowing from that space. And that's really what it is, actually.
I like that you talked about gluten, and I won't call them, I would say intolerances more so than allergies. But, I mean, I've developed, like my mother, I developed lactose intolerance in my old age. I'm a coffee drinker. I'm trying to transition into green tea, but I'm a coffee drinker. And then I realized that I will have coffee with milk and then my tummy will be going one way. And I remember that when, you don't realize things when you're younger, but then I sort of remember that there was a time that my mom was a cereal eater, like Rice Krispies, every morning Rice Krispies for breakfast. And one day my mom just said she can't drink milk anymore. I was like, we can't drink milk, what do you mean? Guess what? It has caught up with me. But what do people... because when we're talking about aging, my own intolerance showed up later in life. How do people pay attention to these changes and notice them so that they can mitigate them?
I think it's from the place of awareness. It's from the place of intentionality. I think the thing actually, springs up a lot earlier. It's just that we're not paying attention to it. So for me, in my 20s, for example, I just found out that when I take pastries, breads, and stuff like that, I really get bloated. I couldn't put my finger to what the exact reason it was, but I knew that. Then I started observing what I was taking in. And then because I play in the wellness space, maybe I was a bit more aware. And I think it's to answer your question, it's from the place of being intentional. Life really is about being intentional about every aspect of life anyway. So I think the one major part that we neglect, that we don't pay attention to, is our health, and our body and what our body tells us. When your body is tired, it tells you. When you're having a headache, your body is saying, shut me down, I need to rest. When you eat and you are bloated, or when you're heavy, your body is telling you something. It's either that the thing you took in is not good for you. And you were talking about milk. There are milk options you can take, actually. It doesn't have to be cow milk, which is even cheaper. There's coconut milk, there's tiger nut milk, which are a lot cheaper, plant-based milks that you can take. People say the taste is not the same, but I think it's just what our tongues are used to. So
you have to re-educate your palate, but I've made the transition. So that's one of the changes that I made this year. I went whole food plant-based, and it's been amazing. So I can definitely attest to. I mean, I stopped drinking dairy milks last year. That was the first change actually that I made. So I've gotten used to plant-based milks, even though the two that you mentioned, I don't like either of them.
So I'd like to ask, I know how Nigeria struggles, especially in Lagos. It feels like everything moves really fast, so people don't even have time for themselves to even sleep well or to even eat well. Most people are just eating whatever they can grab off the shelf or something. So what ways do you think that the quality of sleep that people get can actually impact aging, right? And how exactly do you think they can balance the whole stress of life and the environment where they live in and, still stay well and even fit?
I'll come from the place of intentionality, which is the first thing that I mentioned earlier. And then, of course, being aware of our environment and the peculiarities of our environment. Sleep is a major part of wellness. And it's a major part. At least your body needs between about 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. And you need to be intentional about that. So I think it's coming from the decisions of where you work, for example. People will say, oh, but there are really no jobs, opportunities out there. It is what they find, and da-da-da-da-da. But I think the choice of job also is you being intentional, right? I'm being careful with my words, and I'm saying this because I know where people stand. And I think if you decide on where you want to work, you can actually get it. I think if you decide on the kind of career path you also want to plan, you can. So it is being deliberate about, you know what, if I work in VI, for example, I am not going to go and live in a very far place that I have to leave my house at 3 a.m., right? So maybe the luxury I wouldn't have is to have a big space or a big house. If it means staying in like a studio apartment just because I'm conscious of my health and I want to live well, because it doesn't make any sense to, you know, jump out of your house at 3 a.m., you're not back till 12 minutes, you're just going to work out. It's just a matter of time. Your body you just break down. So sleep is key. 7 to 9 hours of sleep is very important. Your body needs to rest so that your whole thing, you can experience rejuvenation, you can relax all the stress that has gone through the day. Your body can just shut down and, you know, refresh back for another day. Yes.
So to bring it down to practical terms, I hear you when you say if you work in VI, for instance, you probably have no business living on the mainland, you know, all that commuting and whatnot. But then again, we need to understand we need to understand that the capacity of different individuals varies when it comes to finances, right? So some people would definitely not like to live on the mainland and be working on the island, but then that's their reality. So what's an alternative, right, to 7 to 9 hours of sleep? Let's just pin it down to sleep, for instance. What's an alternative? Because not everybody can get 7 to, even with that, live on the island and work on the island. I doubt that on most days we actually get up to 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Let's be truthful.
I can't confirm it.
Do you get so what's an alternative? What's an alternative way to deal with that and still remain well?
Right. Okay, so some of the things that we're doing with my brand, because my brand is really about bringing wellness closer to people and ensuring that at least people live well, with focus on preventive health, because I don't think people should go to the hospitals if they are well. It's when there are health issues that everybody start running all over the place. So what we are working with the corporates to do, where most people spend the quality of their time, is for corporate places where people work to create wellness, you know, spaces within the office, right? So for example, if I jumped out of my house at 3 a.m., right, and office doesn't really start, the reason why I jumped out was because so that I can beat the traffic. If there's a meditation room or a wellness space within my office, I should be able to go there, plug in, you know, and rest for some time, right? And then also while I'm working on my decks, if I just feel like I'm stressed, I need to distress a little bit, there should be a space that can answer that. And we are really working around that, you know, we corporate organizations, encouraging them to create wellness spaces because they benefit in the long run, right? They will spend less on health insurance schemes, they'll spend less, they will have less situations of absenteeism because no people would be, so it promotes the overall productivity of the organization, really. So that's what an angle where I will come from.
Yes, fantastic, thank you.
So, I mean, I love that we've sort of touched on sleep. Now, coming back to the things that we see, there's no arguing that the way we eat as Nigerians today has evolved. We eat a lot more processed foods. We eat a lot more, I don't want to say imported foods because it's not really about that, but we eat a lot more processed foods. If you sort of think about the things that we were having a conversation maybe a few weeks ago about how when we were kids, right, Coke and Fanta came in glass bottles. A guest comes to your house, you carry the empty bottle, you walk to the next street, you go and buy it, they drink it. Very few houses had a culture of fizzy drinks available on hand. Even the water that we drank, you know, it was largely either boiled water or some people had those old ceramic water filters, you know. But today, everybody defaults to bottled water. And all of these things, you know, we're not particularly taking care of. I mean, if I even just take water in plastics, you see dispenser bottles sitting in direct sunlight and people go and drink this water. So we've transitioned. We've picked up what I like to call a lot of bad habits and practices over time, right? Even the way we cook has changed. I don't have a problem with gadgets, but, you know, there are schools of thought that say these gadgets all have impacts. There's a school of thought that goes down we're now using non-stick pans and we've scraped it, we've scratched it. There are all these issues, right, that are affecting us today because we've evolved. How can we cope with that? How do we live in today's world and focus on our health and solve for some of these things?
The angle I will come from, it will be about you being aware, first of all, because information is key. And I like that you touched around non-stick pots. I like that you also talked around, the dispenser waters that we buy that has been in the sun for a very long time, yet we buy it and consume it. I also like that you talk about filtering system, which is a cheaper option, actually. I think it's convenience that is driving, the narrative, really. And but if I'm looking at convenience and convenience is going to harm my health, I think I better be, change whatever strategy that I'm working on. So I would say, for my grandma, for example, my grandma never used seasonings to cook, and her food was very nice, right? Yeah. She will come from all the place of natural. My grandma also had a lot of vegetables consumptions, and they had these herbs like powder from that they used to force us to take when we were growing up, and they were just to ensure that you take a lot of, vegetables in your system. So that's it really. And awareness, education, knowing what is good for you, being careful also about the things that you buy, knowing that the water that is staying in the sun in a plastic for a long time is not good. It's even more expensive, right? When you're buying your dispenser water, how is it stored? It's also an education for the people that, sell the waters. How are they storing it? They need to store it in like a place where there's sun away from it so that the reflection of the sun doesn't go into it, because the plastic and everything just melt together and then you're taking what is not good for you. For the pans that you're using to cook, non-stick pans are not good. And that's yes, they're not. They're not. Because the peel inside of it, once you cook with it over time, once it peels off, the peeling off that is going into the food that you're eating.
Isn't that when you use a metallic spoon?
It doesn't matter. Over time, non-stick pots would eventually lift. They would lift. The material that they use inside would eventually lift out, and then a lot of people don't throw it away anyway. You keep using it, and then a lot of people also don't use wooden spoons when they are touring their food. When we were growing up, they used to use wooden stick. And then there was the packer that they used to pack the food. It was wooden. All around. Being conscious about the earth, and then the water was stored in clays.
Exactly. So I think that's a very good note for us to take a quick break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. If you've just tuned in, we're discussing fitness and wellness strategies for aging healthily with Moji Dayo Dumoye. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp 20818-038-4663. Our phone lines are also now open, so you can call us on 0702 500-7749. Please remember to turn down the volume of your TV set so we can have a great conversation. So I'll come back to you, Moji. The last thing you said as we went before we went on the break was to store water in clay pots. Now, this was an awesome realization for me. And I totally agree with you when you say knowledge is power. And there's nothing cheaper today than the acquisition of knowledge. Data is cheap. Rather than use it to read Insta blog, use it to learn, right? But non-stick pots, why did I mention it? They're typically quite expensive. I don't believe we produce them here. And in the course of my journey, I mean, I'm serious. I started to do my research, and I found somebody, I think she's somewhere in Abuja. She sells clay pots.
Yes. Oh.
Big pot, 13,000 naira.
Really?
Big pot, made from clay. Small pot. In fact, it's because things are expensive now. The first time I found her, she had the kind of pot you used to boil rice.
Yeah.
Maybe for like 3-4 people. It was like 4-5.
Wow.
Clay. And I couldn't believe it. She had like water jars where you could store. And I just realized that, you know, when you hear things like alkaline, it sounds all fey and fancy. But these are the things, this is where we started. This is why I can comfortably say that our ancestors were healthier.
Yeah.
Because they walked. They did not enter car so much. You know, now, when they say we've removed Okada from the roads, everybody's complaining because you don't want to get down from the bus stop and walk. If you go to other countries, the bus stop is probably 10 minutes from your house. I remember, I mean, when I lived in the UK, I would check the time. Oh, bus is coming in 10 minutes. I knew that it took me 8 minutes to walk to the bus stop. You begin to match your pace and pace to the bus stop. Exactly, to get to the bus stop. But all of these things, like our guest rightly said, convenience has entered and spoiled the shop. So how do we, I think Dami raised a very germane point. All fingers are not equal. And things are really tough in Nigeria today. If I want to prioritize my well-being, where is the cheapest place to start?
The cheapest place to start would be from information, being aware. And I think technology is so advanced that one way or the other, we all kind of have mobile phones with us. And I know that a lot of people buy data, even if it's the cheapest of one, they buy data to go on Facebook, like you said, and all the social medias. But I would say they should start from educating their minds and educating themselves, because you would just be surprised, like the clay pot scenario you mentioned, of the things that are available for you. The cast iron pots that we use to make our patty jollof rice, they're a lot healthier to cook meals than the non-stick pots that we use. And they're available. There are people that have made it into smaller bits that are even pretty and more beautiful that you can have in your kitchen and use to cook. And then also, coming from wherever that you are, so for example, for my fruits and my vegetables, for example, I have a market supply that I go to that I get it from, because I'm also trying to manage my cost. If I need strawberries, for example, I don't buy strawberries that are foreign. Strawberry goes in Nigeria in just flows has and out of season, yes, and I buy a lot of it when it's going out of season on my store, you know, so that I can make my smoothies, right? And then we have plenty of fruits that go in and out. You don't have to buy the expensive ones. Work with the seasons, right? The ones that are going out of seasons, change to them and go with the ones that are available, you know, readily available. There are a lot of bananas around, there are a lot of oranges, there are a lot of pineapples, a lot of watermelons, and you know, there's a lot of beetroot. Beetroot is actually very good for your bowel movement, right? And then, you know, take all of those things. There's a lot of greens as well. We have spinach, readily available every time. You know, juice it. We have celeries, which other one? We have cucumbers, you know, we have ginger, almost available at every time. And those are the things. So my water, for example, if I have to take my water, I like to put a bit of lemon, ginger, cucumber, mint inside because I like it infused. And then as I'm taking it, I'm getting detoxed, you know, from whatever toxins that I've taken in. And, you know, it's just from the place. And you will find out that those things that I just mentioned, I wouldn't even spend 200 naira, you know, in buying it. So a lot of people will say, this is for rich people. It's not. It's actually from the place of, I want to take care of myself.
So we have our first call of the show. I understand we have Loman from Abia State. Good evening, Loman. Can you hear us? Welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening, my dear sisters in the house.
Good evening. Please go ahead.
See, as I'm watching on daily, what you people are showing us, healthy aging, I want to tell you, the present administration has made it impossible for we to buy these things. No money. Me, I eat agbo in the morning, agbo in the afternoon, agbo in the evening, because I cannot afford these things. You look at what you are showing us, and these things are what we're supposed to use to nourish our body in order for we to age well. So, if we are to go by what you're showing us, I'm telling you, at least I will reach up to 120 years. But because of the economic situation of things in this country, it is not possible for me to do it. So, I am using this opportunity to tell the present administration, please help us Let money be in our pot. Make things affordable. Let goods and services be affordable to us, so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to age well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Loman. Thank you for calling. And like I said, that's the real reality. People are hungry. But I think that one of the things that a lot of people, you do have to make changes, right? I don't know how much Akpu is. I mean, I haven't bought fufu, as we call it in this part of the country, in a while. But when I said I went Whole Foods plant-based,
is more expensive than cucumber.
I'm going to say that. Like, really? When I went Whole Foods plant-based, people almost beat me. You will not eat chicken. You will not, your money has come. And I said, I wanted to go vegan when I turned 40 a few years ago. Nice. And I told myself, it's expensive. I will be looking for, we bring me imported this, imported that. When the reality hit and I leveraged information, I found out that, hang on, tofu that I thought that we have to buy imported is here.
Yes.
I spent 2 to 3 hours on the internet. I found somebody making seitan locally, making tempeh locally. I found plenty of people selling tofu, awara. I found all sorts of vegetables. I was always a big vegetable eater. That was why really the transition to Whole Foods plant-based wasn't hard for me, because I love eating beans, lentils, all these things. I was never a big meat eater. So it was easy, but every single person that I encountered, the first response, your money has landed, you are rich, it's expensive. And I said, hang on, how much is the meat you are buying? How much is the chicken you are buying? The most expensive things that I buy now is lentils, because I eat beans, I eat lentils, mushrooms. I was surprised to find out how many locally based growers of mushrooms are here.
Absolutely.
I decided, I love that you also touched on seasoning cubes. We don't understand how our palates have changed to embrace salt, to embrace MSG, to embrace all these things. But when we were growing up, we used them, but it wasn't such a dependency.
No.
Again, information. When I did my search, I found people that do salt-free, MSG-free seasonings based on mushrooms, based on vegetables,
herbs.
Like, there was so much.
You have a very delicious,
very nice meal, actually.
So, I mean, it's taking some retraining of my palate, let me be honest. If you are used to the high saltiness of all these seasoning cubes and foods, I'm not going to lie and tell you it tastes exactly the same.
It doesn't.
But it's not that it tastes bad. You just have to retrain your palate because it's salty. So if we build on what Loma has said and understanding the preventative nature of food, and the thing I want to talk about, Loman is going to be like, it's as if this woman did not hear what I said. But there is a part of your business that I think that is important for us to talk about, because we've talked about sleep, but meditation, focus. Not everybody can afford spa. I've committed to spa no longer being a luxury, but being an expense, a necessity.
Yes.
But what is it that people go to spas to achieve, and is there an alternative?
Okay, so what people go to the spa to achieve really is to distress.
Yeah.
That's what it is, right? So I come, I'm overworked, I have tight muscles, I have pain everywhere, and I don't want to take paracetamol or Panadol or whatever. I decide to just use a natural means. So our work really is more on, promoting holistic preventive health, but naturally, right? And that's what really people come to do in the spa. So if you're in your house and you don't know how to, going back to information, if you go to your YouTube, right? If you have walked about the whole day and you have an achy feet, right? Just Google reflexology and you will be able to see reflexology points. Like, you might not be able to do it as creative or as professional as a therapist will, but you will be able to relieve yourself of whatever discomfort that you have. Another thing you can do, for example, you can soak your feet in hot water, right? You can soak it in Epsom salt. You will feel relieved, of all those achiness. You can even use salt that you normally readily use to cook in your house. It will relieve you of whatever pressure that you have. So I would touch a bit on Mr. Loma's information around the Nigerian situation and the fact that what he can afford is Akpu and all of that. So what I would say is, God forbid that Mr. Loma has to find himself in a situation where he has to eat right. And that's a lot of times what we wait for. And then you are now forced to be doing the right thing. And at that time, it's a bit too late. Because then you're not now doing it from preventive. You are doing it because you already have the situation. You're trying to manage it. But why not focus on preventing those things from happening? Eating right, sleeping right, exercising, resting, and all of that. And another thing people come to do in the spa is, being able to get focus right, being able to take off all those stress and relax. You can practice meditation in your room.
At home, yes.
Just relax, close your eyes, shut down any distracting thoughts that are coming to you, breathe deeply. Take a 1 to 10, number, breathing slowly. They say all of this is English and is foreign and is luxury. It's not. It is you taking care of you. It is you loving you. And then when you're done with those experiences, you will find out that all the stressors, all the things that you think is going to collapse or whatever problem that you think you're having is going to be there, but you'll be fine, really. And that's it.
I mean, time flies when we're having fun.
Fun, honestly.
Final thoughts from you, Dami, on your wellness as you get older.
Well, I think that, like Moji rightly said, we just need to be more intentional about our wellness. These things, as we say, they're not expensive. If we actually are very intentional about getting things right, I believe that we will get it, because good thing now, you don't even have to buy a whole watermelon, for instance. You can buy the sliced one. Orange is quite affordable. I feel like it's the most affordable fruit right now. It's quite affordable. You can buy, the mango is in season right now. You can buy mangoes. By the time you put all of this, if you can either eat it or blend them into smoothies or even juice them, either ways you want to eat it. It's just being intentional about eating right. And truly, please don't wait till you are forced to actually eat right. Eat right because you actually need to, so that you can have a good life for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
Actually.
So thank you so much, Moji. We know that we will come back and take another part, because we only touched one part of it today.
Yeah.
So we look forward to having you back on the show. But thank you for joining us today. Thank you,
Thank
Dami,
you
for
too. I
being
had a
on set
great
with
time.
me. It was lovely. So before we go, do ensure that you follow us on Instagram at Way Show Africa and Official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment. Remember to like, follow all our social media engagements, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. We look forward to bringing another great conversation to your screens at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
What's age got to do with it? What's age but a sweet old-fashioned notion?
Ifeoma has turned into a composer.
And so what we're talking about today on TW Conversations in the lounge is, what's age got to do with anything? Does it stop us from doing anything? Is it just a number? But that's a simplistic approach. What's the relationship between age and experience, between age and knowledge? Is there a relationship between age and money? And so I'd like to introduce all the ladies in the lounge today. This bevy of beauties, and I'll start with Adesua, who is a TV host and producer. And then Ebu Feludu, who is a serial entrepreneur and a media consultant. And Dion, who is a writer. And who age concerns, as she's with us today. She's a lawyer, a budding producer, and she started something called Young Moms Coach.
New Mom Coach.
New Mom Coach. I am Ifeoma Idigbe. I'm a finance and human resources analyst, but I have a bee in my bonnet about men at the moment. I have 2 sons. Maybe that's why I have that bee in my bonnet. But I think that there's a lot of emphasis on women and children and the underprivileged, and something needs to be done about the men. That's what we're going to be talking about. Age, generally.
Okay. I like the sound of that.
Okay. Are we obsessed with age in this country? I think we're a bit obsessed with age.
Hello.
Everything is about, I'm older than you, you're younger than me. What do you think?
Look, don't even go there. See this, my Indian.
It's someone that says, I'm older than you. It's my small sister.
But you know what? The truth is, I grew up around, I was always the youngest in class. So for me, age is such an issue. I didn't realize until recently, this guy brought it to my notice. I can't even talk around you because you treat me like a child. But I'm much older than you.
I'm older than you. You're always the youngest.
So for somebody to lord it over now.
No, wonderful. No, but the thing is, you see how I can reflect. I thought about it and say, you know, you're always the youngest. I had to behave
flex a little bit now.
Flex a little bit. So now that I'm old, come on, I claim that age.
now you're like, do you know my age? Show more age, me.
Show more age. So what has age got to do with it?
I don't know. Maybe the youngest person in the house should start by responding to that. I'm not sure.
Well, I wouldn't say...
Do we terrorize you here?
Sometimes. Yes. When you want to say something, you now say, what do you know? How many years are you married for? So, there's a lot of cultural expectations that comes with the whole age thing. People expect you to treat them a certain way, not because you know more, or not because you have more experience, but just because they're a certain age and you're... culture, we're Nigerians, we're Africans, we're very cultural about age. So are you saying we can't just be? We can't be respectful of each other and each other's opinions because if we're not the same age, if you're older than me, like as she's older than me, I can't be respectful of her and she can't be, vice versa. Are you saying that she can't because I'm younger? Not a lot of adults are very open to receiving from you when you're a certain age.
No, but I don't know. She means by adults, older people.
Because she's an adult.
She's an adult. But I mean,
I'm 21. Quite interestingly, this topic was brought up by Ifeoma. And I think what you're trying to say here is not a question of respect or no respect. Sometimes I'm wondering, isn't it a function of because I'm older? That's one of it. Because I'm old, I can't do certain things.
Well, the way I look at it actually is this. Age and the things we align with age are social constructs, by which I mean that we determined it. So when did it start? In the past, it would have been that if you are a good hunter, you go and hunt irrespective of your age, and nobody's saying, you're too young to be a hunter. What has that got to do with anything, you know? But I think the whole idea of wanting to be respected, wanting to be accorded a certain privilege, then you build something around it. It comes from insecurity to me. You want something that gives you a position that you think is slightly above somebody else's own. And it starts from secondary school. You can't call her name. Senior this.
Families. You
and
call
they say sister in some families.
I remember when I was younger, everybody ahead of me, we call brother, sister. So when it came to my turn, and I told my siblings who were younger to just call me Adeso, my father was scandalized. How can you say they should call you Adeso? I said, because I don't want to be Sister Adesowa.
Nudge, nudge. I tell to them all the time, don't call me, don't put something in front of my name. Miss Dion, Mrs. this. I can't. My name's Dion.
But the truth
Dion today, Dion forever.
I don't understand.
That is the name
that
that you're given, yes, by which you're recognized.
Yes.
But you see, when they add something, for example, when Ebun came yesterday and she said, Auntie Forma, I was just thinking, where's she getting Auntie Forma from? I'm just meeting her. You know what I mean? I'm just meeting Auntie Forma.
My children say to me, are you related?
You know?
No, but what if she doesn't call you Auntie and just says Ifoma?
I don't have a problem with it because I wasn't brought up... That's not the thing that makes me respect people. I will accord you respect in any event.
Yes.
In any event, you know? And if I have to respect you just because of your age and there's nothing else, it's very shallow. So I think that if you want to be accorded that respect because of age, something has to be attached to it. And that's what we talk about, this experience issue now. So I know more, I have more experience. You're younger than me, but you have more experience in this business. So because of my age, should I lord it over you? Or should I say, Adeso, I'm not going to do it, you're younger than me, so
no,
what
the
do you...
truth is, we're so quiet on this.
No, I was just about to say that in the context of the environment we live in, if I go to the US or go to any other part of the world, and I meet a Tim or a Tom, and they're 100 years old, I will call them Tim or Tom. But in this environment, 9.9 times out of 10, whoever is older than me by 5 or 10 years will be offended if I call them that. So my rule, or you know, whatever, you just kind of, my rule is I put a prefix before I call the person's name. I just won't do, because 9 times out of 10, the person is going to be offended. So, Auntie Ifoma, you're the exception to the rule. You're the exception to the rule.
Let me say something. Yes. Right? Isn't it true, though, that age does, in some circumstances, give you some experience that is more than the other? Isn't it possible? No, doesn't it happen?
In many circumstances, it does. Yes. Because, for example, if you've worked in a particular place for 20 years, presumably you're older than somebody who's just coming in at a low level, so you know more than they do. So in which case, your age and your experience match. Do you know more? Not necessarily, because you see, you may have stopped learning when you got to a certain position, and then you're relying on the juniors in the office to do the work. So your knowledge may not be as much as theirs, and the world is changing. How much IT do I know? You know, I know enough to do what I need to do. But all these things that they talk about, that my sons talk about, I'm not savvy in that sense. So in which case, my knowledge, even though I'm older, I don't know as much as they do. But again, there was something we were talking about before we started. That's the idea of marriage, marrying people who are younger.
Love, yes.
What is love and age? What's, you know?
No, that one, I put my hand up. I'm not a cougar. I would never, ever even date a man that's more than a year younger than I.
So why?
So that whole
I can't. It's just, I have a mental block to it. I just think you're a small boy. Please. I had this young chap talking with me.
Is it perception or reality?
No, I think I'm a little bit old in my head for myself. He was 15 years my junior, and he kept, you know, how can he say to me, you're so attractive, just look at you. I mean, talking to you is just, it's very stimulating. I'm thinking, shut your mouth. I said, how old is your mother? And he said, she's 59. I said, she's 12 years my senior. He said, but my last girlfriend was 44. I don't care. I'm 47. You don't get to speak to me like that. He needs to just, but he was nice looking. He's well advanced in his career and everything. But I had a mental block. I can't.
So that's the word, mental block. I find it interesting because
I am 3.5 years older.
You don't even know the number of years.
Yeah,
because
I actually never remember my husband's age. He's an old man. He's an old soul.
Okay,
and
so
he's you know, yeah. So it's not, it doesn't, so
it's 3 years older.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's not, I think it's in the person.
Yeah.
So if you are on a certain sort of intellectual level,
15 years.
Or maturity level, and the person is maybe not quite as mature as you are, then maybe you have issues.
Okay, you know people say this thing that women and men, so a 25-year-old man and a 25-year-old women are not the same mentally.
Because
that's the challenge. They say they mature. So that's the reason why.
Okay, when it comes to love, though, I think it's very clear. Look at Meghan Markle and the other one.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you see, when you are meeting a guy for the first time, definitely.
Prince Harry.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. Prince Harry. I mean, the truth is when I realized that she was 4 years older or something like that, she looks good. That's the whole point. But did you watch the wedding?
No.
Yeah. When she came in, yes,
she was a lot more controlled than he was.
Yes.
He was a lot more emotional.
Yes.
That may also be a function of his age and experience. He started to tear up.
Yes.
Yeah. And I found it really cute.
Oh, he would tear up anyway.
But it was fun. Did your husband cry when you were coming down the aisle?
She's an actor. Trust me, she was happy.
Okay, this is beyond. I mean, what I take away though is
Yeah.
the fact that to everybody you gather experience, but experience may not necessarily come with the number of years you have spent.
Yes.
Which brings me to the question. I want to take it a little bit to politics. In recent times, right, Nigeria signed a bill, not too young to run. Did we have to sign that bill to remind us that age is not an issue?
Adesua, you know, for me, the people who are doing this not too young to run, they were all in charge of this country in their 20s and 30s.
Yes, no.
Yes. So how are they giving us permission to do what they did at the beginning? This is what I find strange.
Oh, okay.
They were in their 20s and 30s. The people signing this, who are giving us permission, who are giving younger people permission, who gave them permission?
No, but people have been agitating for that. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, why the agitation? Why isn't it that if you're capable, you can
Instead
run?
of it being a matter of age. Yes.
Okay, why didn't they go and choose the old people in the country at that time to ask them to, you come and be the president, you come and be the governor? But they were young, in their 20s and 30s, and they were there. How old were they? They weren't, you know? So now they're thinking that a 50-something-year-old is a young man. It's amazing to me.
Okay, that's an interesting point.
I think it's different because I think in the time of independence, you know, there was a new, fresh. We were looking at the first, you know, the first group of university graduates and educated people and all of that, and there was a system, a British system, that needed to be passed on, and maybe the elders in the land just didn't have, you know, the skills and what they needed to run the country. So they were the pioneers, basically. So
I don't have a problem with that.
Yes.
Why can't they give up?
Give up?
So maybe it's not too old to run.
You know?
I mean, so age is really not an issue. Whether
It's
you're
not really about age. That whole bill is just about age.
Yes,
really.
but there's no
Oh wow!
To open up the space for younger people to inspire. But I didn't realize that you needed to have to do
That's
that.
my own, that
You have to
you
be a
need permission.
particular age. For example, you can't run for presidency if you're under 50, I think. Is it? No, before now. Okay. You have to be at least 50.
A certain age.
50. I think it's 50. Yeah, what's the age? You have to be 50 or something like that, you know. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but whatever the
it's
case.
different because I worked in civil service abroad, and you have to be in the system to actually run.
Yes.
So I met some people who had been in the civil service since they were 17.
Yeah. Yes.
I had a degree. All my bosses didn't have degrees.
Yes. There you go.
I had one that was about the same age as me who came in at the same time as me. So I was the only female on my team. I was in finance.
But they were older, they were younger.
One was the same age as me. The one that was younger had been working in the system since he was 17.
So she was the
He had
boss.
more experience. So I get there, the first meeting I had with them, I'd done all the figures, and I was thinking, I have a university degree, who are these people?
Yes.
And I was the only female, of course, so they deferred to me naturally. And I'd done all the figures and talked. They let me finish. When they finished, they took it, literally tore it to shreds and gave it back to me to fix.
Yes.
Because they had been in the system for long enough to know that this works on paper.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in reality.
Yeah.
So their experience made them older.
Yes.
I had to learn the ropes from
Absolutely.
them fresh.
Yes.
So it's age experience. Take, for example, Anne that is running new mom's coach. You've only been a mom for 3-4 years. 3 years, actually.
So the reason why I can do that now is because I also took courses for it, and then I had 2 different experiences. So when someone's talking about natural birth and C-section, I went through a lot of experiences. So it's easy for me to now, and I didn't know too much. I learned the hard way, and the only reason why I'm doing this is that you don't really have to learn the hard way. If you're savvy, maybe that helps you for something.
But I also think she's dealing with people like herself.
Yeah.
So they're her contemporaries.
Yes.
And so she either has equal experience with them or, you know, more in some cases.
Because she's gone through it. But you probably find a woman who's in her 40s having her first child.
Exactly.
We'll find
And
it
she may find it very
Yes.
embarrassing to speak to people like me. I'm like,
her. Yes, because she's younger. Well, I'm older, I should know certain things, but you don't.
But you don't.
You don't
had that
always.
experience.
you haven't
And I
had the
think that the
experience.
new generation is turning the whole idea of age on its head.
Absolutely.
I really do think so, because
Absolutely.
in many cases, the younger people are better than we are. They're more adaptable in many ways.
Doesn't it make them more cocky, though? And
No,
It
my
may
daughter-
not. It may not. And what is the word cocky used? Is it an age thing too? Is it that older people think, oh, if this young person
Knows a
is
bit more than
bold
me,
and,
they're
knows,
disrespectful.
and is confident, that they're
Yes.
cocky? Because it could also be the way where, look at this one, this
Their
small one, and see how he's
insecurity,
talking.
The Bible say,
You know,
When you're seniors, yeah?
exactly. You
My
know, so-
daughter's 22, and she has experiences that I'm jealous of. That I wish that I even could have now at
So she's your
47.
boss in certain
Yes, she's my
areas.
boss in
And
certain areas
exposure,
too,
and
yes.
exposure,
Yes.
because it's a
Very
different
different.
world.
So what are we saying now? We should stop I mean, we should have a disregard for age?
No, that respect cuts across age.
It's more than about numbers.
It's more than about numbers.
Well, I think I should take a break now and take a sip of something from there, But I just wonder, though, let's take a break. Let's take a break and drink something before we continue this conversation. We'll be back. But we're continuing the conversation in-house. And sorry, I'm sure I can't share this with anybody. And incidentally, one of us has gone to Google. Now, 35-year-olds can run for presidency. 25-year-olds can run for Senate, governorship and Senate. Yes. That's 25. Interesting. It means that Anne can only run for Senate or governorship. So age,
Yes, what that is relevant. And this one, I think, would be from the experience factor, because it's about managing people. And managing institution, governance, and that comes with age, which is the reason why it's always best for a young graduate to work in a structured environment before they set out on their own. Because even if they're really bright and they can run the business well, it's not, putting structures in place is not something you just wake up and you know how to do. What they can do, on the other hand, is to recruit people who will do it.
It's really sad. That's why most people prefer their kids to be out of the country, because they actually work while they go to school. A lot of their children there, they work, they start from ground up and everything, and then learn the ropes, have a work culture, which we don't create or make available to them here.
What I hear you guys saying is that age is actually not numbers.
Not just numbers.
Age is both numbers and experience.
Yes.
So shouldn't we respect it?
Applied age is experience.
Just applied it. Hey. She's a reader, always reading anything that's got to do with the mind.
No, seriously. Because if you can be here for 50 years, but if you don't apply it. But I do have a theory that if any one person stays in one place for a long period of time, they will have advantage over anyone who comes in. And I know that because I experienced that recently, sitting in our store for 4 weeks back to back, observing.
A store that does what? Your coconut store?
Yes, our coconut store. So I was there and I was observing. And honestly, like my dossier of notes from the 4 weeks, no salesperson could have given me all of that information.
It's a presumption of intelligence, huh? There's a presumption of intelligence.
Yes.
How do you mean?
Because somebody else can sit there and not get anything out of it.
You are right. Yes. You are right. The person can just be.
So your experience as well comes to play.
Yeah.
Because you're not in the same, sphere as that same person.
So intelligence and age don't necessarily go together. Is the point. That's a different angle. I mean, you can be however old you are.
I find that people that have to remind you, especially, we're already concerning it so much here in this kind of environment. We already have the gender thing. So you find somebody in the airport or something that's feels he's a man, and he's older. So you have to be able to, move.
Or give ground.
Yes. So if you have to tell me, do you know how old I am? I'm not blind, I can see gray hair. Yeah. I almost want to tell you that. But then I have to respect myself and respect you and go, yes, I do know, but everybody here on the line did come in here before you did.
Maybe I should
so it's disrespectful to them.
Take it to a little side sometimes. Sometimes I just want to play and hang out with younger kids. I mean, I want to dance.
It's a great thing.
Sometimes I want to wear, and they will say, Agbaya. You know what I mean? That Agbaya syndrome, that you're too old to do this.
Like that.
One of my aunties actually had this experience. She had cut her hair and dyed it. I think she was going through a phase, so she cut it and dyed it.
Can you imagine that? She's going through a phase.
My hair has been blue since I was 29.
You've always had a blue tint, it's true.
29, it's been blue.
You see?
But then that's
what age got to do with it?
Okay, say what you want to say.
She walked into a salon, and then the woman, an older woman there that was probably doing DD, now said, "You will not leave this fashion for the young people. You don't think you're getting..." And she really got very upset. What do you mean by that? And then, of course, the woman was like, there's some things that you just don't do at your age. Be mature, grow up.
No, but that takes us to culture that you were talking about. Our culture makes people old quick, especially women. No, I remember when my mother was 50, I felt she was 50. Honestly, no, because it was a whole different. And I remember one of my cousins saying of, an uncle's wife, she's in her 30s, she's still wearing jeans. And I'm looking at her and thinking, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? But this same cousin wears shorts in her 50s.
Today.
So
you see, that actually, it's a good point at which for us to actually tell what our final thoughts or where we actually stand. I remember being 17 and telling myself, when I am 40, these jeans, I will wear it. Because 40 was ancient. Yes. My mother was my age.
It's a new trend.
Yeah, my mother was my age when I got married. I thought she was old. So when my kids tell me things like, they say, you're old. And I'm like, I am not old. So it's in the mind, but still my mind stops me from doing certain things because I feel, well, even if not my mind, my knees stop me from doing certain things. Because of my age, you can't take that away. But I still think, I don't think if I want to go crazy, people should say I am Agbaya for that purpose. Sometimes I want to do it for my mind's eye. So going to Ifoma's point, what has age got to do with it? You can get experience with age if you are intelligent, and it can be the other side. And people respect your knowledge, regardless of your age, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know what you think.
Well, I defer to my elders.
Elders by age or elders by knowledge or elders by experience?
I'm a Yoruba girl.
Yes,
I'm an Ibadan girl. I defer. It's not a challenge. It's one of my, values. I defer to my elders. However, I think the fact that my father died when I was 8 years old, so I'm kind of in my brain sort of frozen in that age. When I think of myself, I think I'm 8.
8-year-old. Wow.
Honestly. Like,
why?
if you ask me my age,
invincible at that age.
I don't know. I don't know. I just always feel 8 years old.
There.
So I kind of, So when I see people who are my age, exactly. So that's why we're such close friends. So when I see people who are my age, I feel like that can't be, So age, I defer to my elders, and for me, I'm 8 years old in my mind, and that's how I act. And
everybody should be respected, irrespective of how old your number is. Mm-hmm. So experience may give you an edge over the next person. But I respect my 14-year-old the same way I respect my 22-year-old. The same way I respect someone who's 67 as a person first, with emotions, whatever. And then we can make the difference with the experience and whatever else it is that you come with. Yeah.
I think the culture where we live necessitates that you give some people respect. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. If it would make the person feel good, whatever reason, just do it for the person. However, I also believe that respect should be mutual. You should never ever think that exactly, it's not exclusive to you. Young people should be respected. Children should be respected by their parents as well. It should be mutual.
I think that age is an excuse we use for a lot of things. Yes, I think respect should cut across whatever the age. And I don't think age should stop you from starting something new. Sometimes people say they're too old to start new things. And I'm thinking, but no, I'm young in my mind. And I never remember my age until somebody is rude to me. So if a younger person, that's when I remember, you and I are not mates, so you can't be doing that. You know what I mean? But otherwise, I just think that using age as a restriction for your life is such a dangerous thing. You won't live fully. I think that if you want to start something now, start it. When you're 70, start it. And so we're going to have to round up now. But the conversation will continue online. And not just that, we want to look at respect. In connection with age. It's such a major thing because when we keep talking about the age, we keep talking about respect. So
we go back and come back next week.
Exactly.
Are we agreeable? Yes. Okay. So for now,
see you next time.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness, but like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
And plus to the news now tonight. President Tinubu awards slain military officers members of the Order of the Niger, approves scholarship for children and houses for families. The president has also established comprehensive economic coordination and planning system for Nigeria. Ireland to intervene in South Africa genocide case against Israel. Data recorder recovered from ship in Baltimore Key Bridge crash. 6 people presumed dead. Good evening to you. I am Justin Akadonye with the news now. The federal government has announced the provision of scholarships to children of soldiers killed during a peacekeeping mission in Delta on the 14th of March. The president announced this during the burial ceremony of the soldiers in Abuja. Now, President Tinubu also conferred national honors on the 17 Army officers.
On behalf of a grateful nation, we honor the sacrifice of Ali and the other gallant patriots who died that day. They will forever be remembered as heroes who answered the call of duty and paid the ultimate price. Each man now belongs to the hallowed list of servicemen and women who defended our country and protected their fellow Nigerians, not minding the risk to their own lives. They have all been awarded now a posthumous national honor. The 4 gallant officers have been accorded the award of members of the Order of Niger, MON. The 13 courageous soldiers who also lost their lives have been awarded the Officers of the Federal Republic Medal. I commiserate with the families of our fallen heroes and the entire armed forces. I share in their pain and grief, the grief you carry today. It is my prayer that God will comfort all who are bereaved as a result of this tragedy. I want to make it clear once more that those who committed this heinous crime will not go unpunished.
Meantime, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, has accused youth of the Okwama community in Delta State of removing vital body parts of the 17 slain soldiers. Lagbaja disclosed that the soldiers killed were part of the finest men of the Nigerian army. Now, the army chief said their body parts were dismembered and scattered all over Okwama community.
It's no longer news that 17 of the Nigerian Army's finest men, whom we have come to bury, were murdered in a reprehensible manner on the 14th of March this year in Okwama community in Delta State, while they went on a legitimate peacemaking mission. It grieves my heart that it took our search and recovery effort over 72 hours to recover some vital organs of the decapitated and disemboweled bodies of my men that were scattered all over the Okwama community by the community youths and their friends. I consider it the most barbaric act any citizen or community can commit against the authority of the state. And I must place on record that a lot of restraints have been exercised so far in our search and recovery efforts for missing arms, ammunition, other equipment, and body parts.
Meanwhile, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has vowed that those behind the deaths of the military personnel would be hunted down and brought to justice.
We are gathered here not only to mourn their loss, but also to celebrate their lives and extraordinary contribution to our beloved nation. We are gathered here today not only as grieving family members, friends, and colleagues, but also as a nation united in sorrow. These fallen heroes exemplify the very best of service to a nation and the love for country. They were the vanguards of peace, the guardians of our freedom, and the sentinels of our security. Their selflessness and unwavering dedication to duty will forever be etched in the hearts and our memories. To the beloved families who have lost their loved ones, we extend our deepest condolences. We are in this together. We cannot begin to fathom the pain and sorrow that you are experiencing. Please know that you are not alone in our grief, as the entire nation, as exemplified by the President and Commander-in-Chief, and the armed forces mourn you with and stand ready to support you in every way possible. We recognize that no words can ease your pain, but we hope that you find solace in the knowledge that your loved ones made an indelible mark on our nation's history.
We're staying with security matters. A notorious bandits leader in the northwest region, Dogo Gide, has been killed. According to sources, the bandits leader died from gunshot wounds sustained during a confrontation with Operation Hadar Daji troops of the Nigerian army. On October 30 last year, Gide escaped death and capture following a fierce battle with the Nigerian troops when they stormed his stronghold in Zamfara state in a surprise operation. Dogo had a tailoring factory for sewing various military and other security agencies' uniforms, improvised explosive devices, mini pharmacy suspected to be used for the treatment of wounded terrorists, and 5 operational motorcycles and sewing machines, among others. The bandits have once again attacked Zamfara state, killing Sheikh Ahmad Rufai, the chief imam of the central mosque in Keita village, Safi local government area of the state. The attack occurred shortly after Muslims observed the Isha congregational prayer. The tragic incident comes just 3 weeks after the murder of Imam Abubakar Hassan Mada, the chief imam of the central mosque in Gozo local government area. According to a resident of Keita village, Ibrahim Musa, the bandits were initially spotted along the Kwarin-Gano-Keita road. Now, despite residents being alerted of their presence, the bandits proceeded to invade the village. After failing to abduct road users, they attacked Keita village, killing the chief imam and abducting scores of people, including women. The Nigerian Air Force says the air component of the Operation Delta Safe has destroyed several illegal oil refining sites and barges laden with stolen crude oil products across Rivers State. A statement by the Director, Public Relations and Information, AVM, Edward Bakwet, said the sites and barges destroyed were discovered between Monday and Tuesday at Bila, Dariama, Benkikiri, Demakiri, Obumakiri, and Degema, all in Rivers State. Now, the NAF and other security agencies will continue to intensify efforts at discovering and disrupting the activities of the oil thieves operating in the region and beyond. The Nigerian Navy says efforts by the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, to rid the Nigerian territorial waters of illegalities have continued to work positively in line with his mandate. This was brought to bear as the Nigerian Navy ship Delta NNS, led by Commodore Abba Musin, handed over 15 suspects, including a Ghanaian citizen, and the shipping vessel to the Ministry of Agriculture. The suspects, who were paraded at the NNS Delta jetty in Warri alongside the shipping vessel christened Lily 4, was said to have been intercepted along the Forcados terminal in Burutu local government area of Delta State. The commander NNS Delta, Commander Abba Mohsin, represented by the executive officer, Navy Captain Solomon Poole, said the vessel and crew were fishing in the maritime exclusive zone, which is illegal.
We are sending a strong warning to all mariners who have the habit of violating maritime laws within Nigerian waters, that they will be sanctioned appropriately if caught. This is just one series of actions the Nigerian Navy is taking towards keeping the Nigerian waters safe, for safe navigation of ships and for commercial activities to thrive.
Now, receiving the documents containing the handover notes of the vessel and suspect, the Assistant Director, Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Agriculture, promised an onward prosecution as the Navy warned against illegalities in the maritime domain.
Receiving the vessel from the Navy. Navy, they have done their good job by arresting these legal perpetrators of in the sea. So the office will take further step after this. The vessel was intercepted around Forcados terminal on the grounds that the vessel was fishing within the maritime exclusive zone of the Forcados terminal. However, our investigations revealed that there were no clear evidence to state that the vessel was within that environment. However, during the investigation, it was discovered that out of the 15 crew on board, 14 Nigerians and 1 Ghanaian, 2 of the crew members were not captured in the manifest.
Now, the fewer than 48 members of different secret cult groups in the Shagamu area of Ogun State have renounced their membership. The repentant cultists have also submitted their firearms to the police for confiscation. Commissioner of Police in Ogun State, Abiodun Alamutu, who led other law enforcement agents to the palace of the Akarigbo of Remo land, where the program took place, said they are still working on profiling the cultists who just renounced their memberships.
As we speak, over 48 youths have renounced their membership, and those that have arms have volunteered, have surrendered.
Now, he urged those who are still in possession of illicit firearms to do the needful before it is too late, as they are now out for the mop-up exercise.
We are not going to be too rigid about it. What is important to us is that they understand, they appreciate why they need to turn a new leaf. And that is the basic reason why we are extending this olive branch.
Akarigbo and paramount ruler of Remo land, Oba Babatunde Ajayi, and other stakeholders in attendance commended the approach and appealed to the youths to do away with crime and criminalities.
Circumstance, this is the best sort we can do. To engage these folks, to talk to them, and also tell them that there is nothing in crime. Crime does not pay. And this era of cultism, the era of they have to do away with it.
This can be replicated. We can bring these boys to dialogue with us and for them to stop all these senseless killings. We know that development can only strive where there is an atmosphere of peace.
But the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit has uncovered 27 cells belonging to the indigenous people of Biafra in 22 countries across the globe, including the United States of America, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and Northern Ireland. In a document on counter-terrorism financing newsletter dated the 26th of February, the NFIU said the US and the UK house the largest numbers of these IPOB cells per country, with 7 and 6 operating IPOB cells, respectively, in both countries. Now, the federal government had in 2017 proscribed IPOB and designated the Self-Determination Group a terrorist organization. Its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is currently being tried on terrorism charges by the government. Now, the NFRU links the running of IPOB to 54 individuals across the globe. Now, President Bola Tinubu has officially constituted the Presidential Economic Coordination Council, the PECC, made up of Vice President Kashim Shettima, Aliko Dangote, Tonu Olumuelu, Doyin Salami, among others, in both public and private sectors. Now, the presidential spokesman, Ajorin Gilali, said the move is part of a strategy to bolster the nation's economic governance frameworks and ensure robust and coordinated economic planning and implementation. Now, the president approved the establishment of the Presidential Economic Coordination Council and the creation of the Economic Management Team Emergency Task Force, EET. Gilali said the PECC will also comprise key members of the organized private sector, with the following members joining for a period not exceeding 1 year, subject to the president's directive. Now, the Labour Party national chairman, Julius Abure, has been re-elected for another term in office. Abure, who has been at loggerheads with the Joe Ajero-led leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress, got the unanimous support of the party's delegate at the national convention held in Nnewi, Anambra State. The deputy governor of Abia State, Ikechukwu Emetu, announced the outcome of the exercise to the delight of the party's supporters at the event. Emetu is also the chairman of the LP National Convention Committee. Shortly after he emerged as the national chairman of the Labour Party for a second tenure, Julius Abure declared the positions of Deputy National Chairman of the party reserved for the Nigeria Labour Congress, that is the NLC, and Trade Union Congress, TUC, respectively, vacant. Now, the convention, however, empowered the National Working Committee, NWC, to fill the existing vacancies in the committee and the NEC. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, has sworn in a 6-man committee comprising 6 governors to coordinate the party's affairs in their various geopolitical zones. They are Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, Basi Otu, Cross River, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak from Kwara, Uba Sani of Kaduna, and Maimala Buni of Yobe State. After their oath-taking ceremony, the APC national chairman announced that the governors have the mandate to initiate periodic interfaces with other members of the Progressive Governors Forum within their zones and the leadership of the party. Now, according to the former Kano State Governor, Sanwo-Olu will coordinate the party's activities for the Southwest Zone, while Uzodinma takes charge of the Southeast. Otu will be in charge of South-South, while the trio of Abdul Razak, Sani, and Buni coordinates the affairs of the North Central, Northwest, and Northeast regions. Now, 17 out of 18 political parties who conducted primaries for the forthcoming Edo State governorship election have beaten the deadline for the nomination of their candidates on the special portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, INEC's National Commissioner in charge of Information and Voter Education Committee, Sam Olumekun, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. According to him, the personal particulars of the governorship candidates and their running mate will be published on Saturday, March 30, a week from the last date for the submission of nominations as provided in Section 29, Subsection 3 of the Electoral Act of 2022. Now, Taraba State Governor Agbo Kefers has remodeled, installed, and commissioned the rural electrification project in the Gembu headquarters of Sadauna local government area of the state, which has been neglected by previous administrations. Now, the rural electrification, which has been neglected for 20 years, has now been given a new breath by the administration. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundali's report is presented from our studios.
The remodeled and newly installed equipment by the campus administration will now bring a new lease of life to the residents who have been living in perpetual darkness for over 20 years. The governor said that it is in fulfillment of his campaign promises to the people of the area. He also expressed optimism that the project will open more doors for progress and development.
When I came in here, this request was made, and I felt that at this age we shouldn't be in darkness. With God's support, we're able to start the development of this place with light. Once you have light, you can do anything.
The governor spoke extensively on how his administration will harness the tourism potentials that abound in the area.
We are going to make sure that your stadium and other things that will bring people here will be rehabilitated or rebuilt. Let's think of how we'll move forward. And I believe that by the time we are united, we are living together in peace, sharing what we have been sharing, that God has brought us together. You see investors and people will start coming here.
Meanwhile, the State Commissioner for Energy and Economic Development, Engineer Naomi Agbo, said with the light up of Gembu, other economic opportunities will follow. She paid tributes to the governor for ensuring that the project saw the light of day.
I can clearly see that since I have been in Gembu, I can see the joy that have surrounded the community of Gembu, especially seeing the great tribe of what energy can do to a community. As we embark on this chapter, let us reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that we have sustainable growth, and we also pledge our support to the forever working governor that we have.
Also, Chairman of the Saudana local government area, Mohammed Omar, who lauded the governor for identifying with the area, called for the siting of more projects and higher institutions of learning on the Mambila Plateau as a way of harnessing the tourism potentials of the area. The chief of Mambila, His Royal Majesty Dr. Shehu Audu Baju, and a member representing Mbanga State Constituency, Honorable Abel Peter Dia, all expressed appreciation to the governor.
I respectfully request for the construction of internal routes and the establishment of higher institutions of learning, such as the Federal College of Education, Federal University of Agriculture, College of Legal Studies, and many more here on Mambila Plateau. This will further enhance educational opportunities and contribute to the overall development of our community and Taraba State at large.
Those of us in Gembu, we have known how much we spend on light, to get light. With this, we are overwhelmingly, and for the first time, I will tell you, Your Excellency, all our boreholes are now functional because the light is pumping water for us throughout the night.
We really want to appreciate Taraba State for giving his words. The last time this particular REB was functional, it was in, I think it's over 20 years it was functional. Today, our youth, particularly those who are into technology, electricians, welders, I mean, the cost of work has reduced. I think that he has empowered a lot of people through this particular project.
The occasion witnessed the commissioning of the rehabilitated Saudana local legislative chamber, while Mambila cultural performance added color to the ceremony.
Now, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has urged the private sector and well-meaning Nigerians to join hands with government to tackle the challenges of hunger through interventions. The governor made this call during the official flag-off of distribution of 80,000 bags of 10 kilograms of rice by the Aliko Dangote National Food Intervention Program to vulnerable citizens in Lagos. Plus, TV News correspondent Love Igugu Oyedokun covered the event and now reports.
It is the official flag-off of distribution of rice by the Aliko Dangote National Food Intervention Program, this time in Lagos State. The distribution, which will cost a total of 15 billion naira, started with Kano on Saturday. Aliko Dangote was present at the ceremony accompanied by Femi Otedola, Chairman, Geregu Power Station. Speaking at the ceremony, Chairman of Aliko Dangote Foundation, Aliko Dangote, who doubles as a group president of Dangote Industries Limited, said the gesture was necessitated by the prevailing high cost of food in the country.
Over the past 30 years, the Dangote Foundation has always strived to provide support and assistance during the holy month of Ramadan to those that need it the most. This, of course, is one of the tenets of our faith, which emphasizes charity and encourages responsibility for the community. And as you know, this is not only Ramadan, it also coincides with, Lent.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu thanked Dangote for his humanity to the plight of Lagosians in the face of current economic hardship. The governor called on private sectors to emulate Dangote in partnering with the government to alleviate hardship of the people.
The gesture through the donation of 80,000 bags of 10 kilograms rice, which is being flagged off today, it demonstrates what the foundation stands for and what the president of Aliko Dangote Foundation truly stands for, which is to show, that they have the human kindness, they have a sense of empathy, they show humanity in all its facets, and so it translates, to their direct interventions, and it goes beyond the legitimate pursuit of only profits or accumulation of wealth. Also, the message is being passed on this occasion is for others, of similar minds to rise up, to join, and to be able to stand counted.
Speaking with State House correspondents on the sideline of the event, the daughter of Aliko Dangote, Amina Dangote, disclosed that the intervention would be delivered to the 774 local government areas and LCDAs across the country.
We've been doing this for a while, just that we haven't been publicizing, because our chairman believes whatever he does is between him and God. It wasn't publicized. But this time around, we decided to publicize it so that we can also encourage and inspire others to be able to do what we're doing or even do more. Because it's not just a one-army thing. This is something that is required from everybody to put hands together to ease the condition that we all find ourselves in.
The reason why he made this big pledge is because he was moved to see the things that a foundation could do to change the lives of people. How do we educate more people? How do we train more people? How do we get more opportunities for more people? So this feeding is just one of the things that we do. It's just one piece of what we do.
Earlier in her welcome address, Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusoya, thanked Aliko Dangote for the gesture, noting that the donation couldn't have come at a better time than now. Love Oyeduku, Plus TV News.
A public lecture in Asaba has advocated the address of internal challenges facing power supply, quality healthcare, effective transportation system, and other utilities that improve business competitiveness, as this is key to curbing the brain drain in the country. The annual lecture themed Flight of Talent, Navigating Nigeria's Brain Drain Predicament was held at the Unity Hall Government House, Asaba. Our correspondent Akpomajero Friday reports that the resource persons from different sectors of the economy said that one of the consequences of the brain drain in the country is the depletion of human capital, which is essential to the nation's development.
In summary, the consequence is that it's depleting the human manpower. So we need to really go through the roots of it and see what we can do to curb it. Really, a lot of our skilled manpower, they are really fleeing, and the rate at which they are moving to other countries is really alarming, and it's worrisome because it's affecting our own economy. So we need to look at what can we do to ensure that even when they go out, they will come back and also contributing to the growth of the nation's development.
So it's about leadership
It's about leadership. We've had good leadership that meant well for us. The leadership will be struggling every day to ensure that our currency, our naira, remains valuable, remains in the committee of currencies.
Here to do it. Once there's power, you can see people do some minor industries can come up, people can earn livings from there, and then this issue of running away will reduce. It will reduce. And then if the environment is okay again, there's job, people will be working. Nobody wants to live abroad, I must tell you that. When we visit, you find it, you want to run back to your country.
Sign here is that our best brains are leaving the shores of the country, and it's affecting productivity. And if your house is comfortable for you, you don't readily go out and leave the house. You go and come back. So it is a situation where values are not appreciated, and you cannot cage a value. So people are going out to where the values can be appreciated. And all that. So the government, the people, especially the government, these are the people who have the opportunity, the privileges, the money, the resources to put this in place. So they should develop structures that can make people learn here in Nigeria, stay here in Nigeria, and their learning or their years in education or whatever talent they have is appreciated, and will grow our economy.
The federal government has declared Friday, March 29 and Monday, April 1 as public holidays to mark the celebrations of the 2024 Good Friday and Easter Monday, respectively. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, urged Christians and all Nigerians in general to emulate the sacrifice and love displayed by Jesus Christ in dying for the redemption of man. The minister called on Christians also to imbibe these virtues as they are capable of impacting positively on the socio-economic development in Nigeria. He further urged Nigerians to show acts of charity and generosity to help alleviate the material conditions of the less privileged amongst them. Now, in a bid to promote peaceful coexistence and religious tolerance among Muslims and Christian faithful across the country, the Muslim Peace Network, in collaboration with the Rotary Club Kaduna, has organized Iftar and Lent Peace Summit in the state. The executive director of the Muslim Peace Network, Imam Hussein Makonjola, said religious intolerance harms society, noting that religious leaders must up their game in preaching the right message to their followers.
This network is to work with religious leaders, to work with community leaders and stakeholders in Kaduna State in order to make sure that we live together in one. We want to go back to the olden day where Christians will follow the Muslim to the Eid al-Kabir to celebrate the Salah together. We want to go back to the olden day where Muslim will go to Muslim Christian home to celebrate the Easter, to celebrate the Christmas together. That is what we are trying to do in every year like this, because we know that Kaduna Muslim in one part, Christian in one part. We want to bring everybody together. We want to let them know that we are one. Where are we separated ourselves? So we want to bring them together to show them that this is what our Quran is saying, this is what our Bible is saying. Some religious leaders believe that they are above the law, which is not proper. Whatever you say in the TV, whatever you say in the public, you must be very, very careful and you must be fear God. So what you are saying today, you are passing a message to your follower. You must know what you are saying.
The Christian and Muslim clerics say both religions must embrace love and promote peace with one another. They urge that humanity comes first before religion.
Peace is very essential and important. We need to understand each other, and we need to know that we all come from one and the same God. So if we consider that we have one Father, then we should be able to relate with each other and treat one another as brothers and sisters. And that will go a long way in helping us establish and foster unity and peace in the society. Let us not just preach, but let us embrace it and practice it. Just as, this event is organized this season of Ramadan, the holy month of Ramadan, and also the season of Lent for we Christians, we are not just to abstain or fast from meals pleasures or drinks, but also we are to abstain from whatever, constitute obstacle to establishing peace and unity and harmony in the society. So above all, the message of peace should be embraced by all.
So it is high time we call ourselves together. Let us unite. Let us know what joins us together, because what bounds us together is more important and more than what separated us. So we should always remember that we are all human before we could become a Christian. We are all human before we become a Muslim. I'm advising and admonishing the politicians to desist from this. What will be, will be. If you lie to people, you get to where Allah says you get to. And if you don't lie to people, you still get there. So let us be truthful. Don't let us take advantage of people because of their faith.
Now, some of the participants expressed delight, saying it is timely for Christians and Muslims to come together to eat together, urging that the gesture must be sustained in promoting peace in the state.
For us breaking fasting as 1 year, it shows that we are still serving one God. I'm surprised, but it was beautiful. Trust me, it was really beautiful. Like, I could see the genuine love, you understand, and the sincerity with everybody. And I saw the beauty, sitting down, we could all dine together and share food together. It's lovely. Not like Christian cook food for us, you cannot eat. Nah. So this is really lovely, this is beautiful. I just feel those people that say those are not actually educated, you understand? We don't have to feel the way they say. So this is really lovely, I swear. This is beautiful, and I really, really appreciate it.
The Federal Ministry of Health has vowed to reduce malaria prevalence in the country through collaborative efforts with the media. This came to bear in Abuja at the media sensitization program organized for practitioners. Plus TV's correspondent Emmanuel Ehigene's report is presented from our studios.
Malaria is a public issue that affects every Nigerian. This statement is supported by a 2022 report which suggests Nigeria has the highest prevalence of malaria in the world. The report also stated that children under the age of 5 years, including pregnant women, are more susceptible, which suggests that emphasis should be placed on how to prevent its prevalence in the country.
2015 it was 27%, 2021 it was 22%, and I can assure you that if we done it in 2024 it will be less. We have deployed new strategies. First, we provide anti-malaria medicines. We also distribute nets, and most recently we have started seasonal malaria chemopreventive treatment, especially in the northern part of the country where malaria is very prevalent.
Raphael Onyilo, who is the head of the branch for the program, also affirmed why the media must continue to engage the ministry on ways to create awareness and ways to tackle malaria attacks.
This also increase our knowledge so that we give the right information to our public. We are relying on you because for information it is needed that people must play a vital role.
In their goodwill messages, stakeholders called on the media to go steps further to report and investigate the lifestyle of people and also sensitize Nigerians on how to deal with malaria in various localities.
People tend to want to read the second one more than the first one. The one that is just fact, and they're like, but the ones that capture malaria and how it's making a negative or a positive impact in the lives of people in the community, that is what I want to push you to also do. Go to the communities, find out. Today we're focusing on care seeking. Do people really go to the facilities? Where do they go? Why do they go there? What can we do? The factors that are underpinning the seeking of care by people in the communities. How do we make a difference as media personnel?
There's no doubt about the fact that our people must know how to fight malaria. And there's so many other organizations that I can look at other than the but very close to the people. They are looking towards us for information, and they want to get the valid and reliable information from them. And that is why it is key for NMEP to network and synchronize our activity with the media organization, so that then we hear the real information, then we act on the information. If malaria is going to be eliminated, it's going to come from them.
A presentation on improving care-seeking behavior for Nigeria Control, and the answer is that prompt treatment of malaria is the only way to treat malaria attacks.
Still ahead on the news now. 4 sentenced to death in Tunisia for a 2013 assassination of politician. Details when we return. To join us again.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
To other parts of the continent now. 2 nighttime drone strikes by the Malian army have killed at least 13 civilians, including 7 children aged between 2 and 17 in Amaskaraat, Gao region. Eyewitness accounts gathered by Amnesty International said it also left more than a dozen people injured. A communique issued by the Malian army described the strikes as having contributed to neutralizing many terrorists and some of their vehicles. But this claim is refuted by the 7 survivors and witnesses Amnesty International spoke to. Now, Ireland says it will intervene in South Africa's genocide case against Israel in the strongest signal to date of Dublin's concern about Israeli operations in Gaza since the 7th of October. Announcing the move, Foreign Minister Michael Martin said that while it was for the World Court to decide whether genocide is being committed, he wanted to be clear that Hamas's October 7 attack and what is happening in Gaza now represents the blatant violation of international humanitarian law on a mass scale. In January, the International Court of Justice, also known as the World Court, ordered Israel to refrain from any act that could fall under the Genocide Convention and to ensure its troops commit no genocidal against Palestinians after South Africa accused Israel of state-led genocide in Gaza. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has discussed security and economic cooperation with Mali's junta leader Assimi Goïta by phone. This is coming a day after Putin held a similar call with the junta leader in neighboring Niger. In recent years, Mali has become one of Russia's closest African allies, with the Wagner Group mercenary force deploying there to fight jihadist insurgency rebels in the Sahel region. Russia is seeking to strengthen relations with African countries, pitching Moscow as a friendly country without a colonial background in Africa. The call appeared to be part of a round of diplomatic exchanges Putin has made with West and Central African leaders since his re-election earlier this month. Now, a Tunisian court has sentenced 4 people to death and 2 to life in prison on charges stemming from the murder of a left-wing politician. Chokri Belit, the 48-year-old leader of the Popular Front coalition, was shot in his car outside his home in Tunis in February 2013. His assassination, the country's first in decades, prompted mass protest and helped lead to the resignation of the then prime minister. The case was reopened last month after a former investigating judge was arrested on suspicion of concealing certain files. Moving outside Africa now, U.S. federal safety investigators have recovered the black box from the freight ship that crashed into a Baltimore bridge as rescuers search for the remains of 6 construction workers lost in the bridge collapse. A highway team also will be looking at the twisted remains of the Francis Court Key Bridge as they try to determine how and why a container ship smashed into a pillar of the 2.6-kilometer span in early morning darkness on Tuesday. Now, the NTSB chair, Jennifer Holmandy, said investigators from the United States National Transportation Safety Board recovered the data recorder after boarding the ship late on Tuesday. Relatives of an Israeli held captive in Gaza are reportedly among those arrested by police at a protest in Tel Aviv after the latest talks on the truce and the release of hostages broke down. Now, some family members and activists used cages to block a main road on Tuesday night as they demanded more to be done to free those still being held by Hamas. The calls have become more desperate since negotiators returned from Qatar. Now, one Israeli official said that indirect talks had reached a dead end. Up next, the news now. Public debt stock rises to 97.34 trillion naira in the fourth quarter of 2023. And that's in business news. After the short break, stay with us.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome to Business News. The Central Bank of Nigeria says security agencies, including the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, are investigating questionable foreign exchange allocations and forward contracts previously estimated at $2.4 billion made by certain firms. Recently, the Apex Bank engaged a global firm, Deloitte, to carry out an audit of the $7 billion debt, revealing that about $2.4 billion FX allocations from the $7 billion backlogs were invalid. Briefing journalists in Abuja after the 294th meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee, the CBN Governor, Olayemi Kadoso, said security agencies were investigating the FX transactions that had been declared invalid by the audit report. Kadoso said law enforcement authorities would unravel issues around foreign exchange transactions that did not meet the standards of the regulatory agency, saying some reports of Deloitte consultants revealed that majority of the transactions did not meet the criteria for payment. The National Bureau of Statistics says Nigeria's public debt stock increased to 97.34 trillion naira in its Nigerian domestic and foreign debt report for Q4 2023. The report said Nigeria's public debt stock, which included external and domestic debt, grew by 10.73% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. It said that external debt stood at 38.22 trillion naira in Q4 2023, while domestic debt was 59.12 trillion naira. However, the share of external debt to total public debt stood at 39.26% in Q4 2023, while domestic debt was recorded at 60.74%. Tax payments from foreign companies in Nigeria dropped by 45.3% within 3 months, according to the latest company income tax report by the National Bureau of Statistics. The report showed that the tax revenue to the federal government declined to 596.1 billion naira in the fourth quarter of last year from 1.09 trillion naira in the previous quarter, while for the full year it surged by 108% to 2.39 trillion naira. The NBS report also revealed that the tax revenue from both local and foreign firms in Africa's biggest economy grew by 72.8% to 4.89 trillion naira last year from 2.83 trillion naira in 2022. In terms of contribution, manufacturing activities contributed the most tax revenue to the government with 626.4 billion naira, followed by information and communications, 466.6 billion naira, and financial and insurance activities at 428.8 billion naira. Data consumption reached 721,000 terabytes, the highest monthly consumption ever recorded, according to the Nigerian Communications Commission. Data obtained from the regulator's website show that this record surpassed December 2023, which stood at 713,000 terabytes. According to the NCC, January 2024 witnessed a decline of 1.9 million internet users compared to December 2023, dropping from 163.8 million to 161.9 million. Active internet subscription totaled 161 million, reflecting a substantial increase from the 156 million subscriptions recorded in January of the preceding year. The African Development Bank Group has approved a $50 million loan for the Yobe State Environmental and Climate Change Action Project towards bolstering resilience against climate change and improving food security in northeast Nigeria. According to a statement from the bank, this funding initiative aims to enhance the lives of over 3.5 million people in the region by addressing climate vulnerabilities, promoting food security, and improving livelihoods. The ECCAP's project funding totals an estimated $101 million. AFDP's contribution of $50 million is complemented by a $30 million co-financing from the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. And that's it on the business segment. The news continues. I am Shadi Uwe.
Our entertainment news desk for more stories.
Nollywood actress Dayo Amusa is embroiled in an online feud with actor Femi Adebayo and his wife Aladuke.
The drama began after Amusa criticized Adebayo for announcing Bobrisky as the best-dressed female at an event. The situation escalated when Aladuke took to social media to defend her husband, calling Amusa a hypocrite, end quote. Amusa responded, maintaining her stance and revealing Femi had contacted her about the controversy. In a new video, Amusa claims Femi requested she record a damage control video due to pressure from the Muslim community and police regarding his support for LGBTQ. Amusa says she's waiting for the event organizer's response on the video request before proceeding. Moving on, actor Zachary Tribe Bryan, known for his role on Home Improvement, faces felony charges stemming from a February DUI arrest. According to legal documents, Bryan refused a sobriety test and had a blood alcohol level nearly double the legal limit. He's also accused of causing property damage in a hit-and-run accident that night. This isn't Bryan's first brush with the law. He's faced domestic violence charges in both 2020 and 2023. If convicted of the felony DUI, he could face up to 3 years in prison. And finally, Sean Diddy Combs is in the news again as he faces serious accusations after federal agents raided his homes in LA and Miami as part of a sex trafficking investigation. A neighbor, Ryan Mendelsohn, reported seeing young women and suspicious activity around Diddy's LA residence. Another alleged neighbor made even more alarming claims in a viral video, suggesting Diddy transported minors by bus to his home late at night. Capitalizing on the controversy, Diddy's long-term rival 50 Cent shared the video online with a sarcastic comment. Diddy has vehemently denied all allegations. The investigation remains ongoing, and these are currently unverified claims from neighbors.
And entertainment news wraps it for us on the News Now. Just before we go, the main news again. We told you that President Tinubu has awarded slain military officers with MON and approved scholarships for their children and houses for families. The President has also established comprehensive economic coordination and planning system for the country. Ireland is to intervene in South Africa's genocide case against Israel. And data recorder has been recovered from ship in Baltimore Key Bridge crash. 6 people are presumed dead. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from LimeX on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani.
We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Mercy. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Mercy. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have 2 call-ins from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running. Like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, you know, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
Yeah.
do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, you know, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, you know, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping the, what's it called? How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in
politics.
at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, you know, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you will talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax, I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors, civil society is accountable to government, civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to sort. Maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anini?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. And that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes, just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they're adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you are not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, we had rightly pointed out, do you think the points made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission, so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability. Because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable, and I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious, and topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to, and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process the process. This conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, you know, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, you know, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Indeed, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here. I will be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, you know, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's declare. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, you know, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you are allowing, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetrate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where, you know, one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
There's a lot of contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, arguing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches gets this scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew and has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think of any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much indeed. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests, Ose Anene, Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
It's a long story, man, because after I left church, because I love music so much, like I've loved music right since when I was 9, from my primary school days, I love music. So I started working in a pure water company, where I was paid 15,000 naira in a month. I was earning very low salary then, but I had no choice. I had to do it because I had to pay for studio session, go to shows before you buy one or two, bus score for you to wear when you don't finish, I went through so many challenges, man. After, I started working at Loot again, Loot, Lagos State,
Like what? In what capacity?
Yeah, health attendant, yeah. Okay. I worked for 8 years.
Wow.
Where I gathered all my salary just to make sure, everything went well for me. But thank God, after the OSU, so many dirty jobs that I did then, but thank God today I'm here, Even
while I was YJ, I was squatting with a friend. I couldn't afford a house. I couldn't afford an apartment of my own in my early years as a musician, and You know, sometimes at some point it was from one friend's house to the other, because you also have to be sensitive to some people. You get the way they go take change and for you, you said go find how you go, you understand? And even at that point, for every money that I made, I knew that my daughter was living with my mom. And I knew that it was my responsibility to cater for my daughter. So that I was squatting was no reason why I shouldn't be able to, you know, work and give my daughter something, you know, for her fees, my mom. So even the schools then, they used to spread the fees for me. Sometimes I'll pay up to 5 times. My first salary was 1,000 naira.
Wow.
And then I was in the university. I had not even entered the university, but I was a church secretary. But that 1,000 naira was enough for me to buy baby milk at the time, because I needed to do what needed to be done.
Without being too specific, it's just when I was making the transition from working from my grandfather's house to my own space, I went from having a lot to not having so much. So I thought I needed to quit, but it was just even actual reasons for me to keep going. So I don't need people to just, if they forget anything, they should just understand that if they need to keep watering, they need to keep ensuring the soil is good, and it's seasonal, but they are made of the stuff that roses will grow from, so they'll be fine.
Being an entrepreneur in Nigeria has been very difficult. For me, I started my business over 10 years ago, so we're looking at about 12 years now. The challenges along the way have been, have been many, to say the least. But I think one thing that has gotten me through is support. So whenever you're trying to get through a challenging time, look for people around you who can support you. I have a very supportive husband and family. My parents have also been very supportive. It was tough in the early days, but I think also having a business mind. So it's one thing to have passion, which is great, but you have to support it with a business mind. Absolutely, if you want to succeed and if you really want to scale in your business.
Good morning. You're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rume Paulson. It's Wednesday, the 27th of March 2024, and it's a beautiful and wonderful day. Well, today we're going to be taking some hot topics as well as stories making headlines in our national dailies. We'll also be looking at some top trending stories, but first, let's take our quote of the day. It is health that is real wealth and not pieces of silver or gold rather and silver. It is health that is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver, and that is by Mahatma Gandhi. He was a very well-renowned Indian lawyer, although he was assassinated. But yes, this morning is telling us that it is health that is the real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver. And that is just to tell you, you need to take your health journey seriously. Most times we love money, we love things, we love the gold, the silver, the things that we can acquire. We want the houses, the cars, the luxury lifestyle. But guess what? If you do not have good health, you cannot enjoy all of those things, because if you're in the sick bed, I'm not sure you'll be thinking of the houses and the cars and the luxury lifestyle. So this morning, and this is just to tell you, take your health seriously. Today is Wednesday, so it's Wellness Wednesday, and we're trying to tell you your health journey. When was the last time you went to the hospital? When did you have that full body check? Sometimes when things are wrong with us, we just try to prescribe medication, so self-prescription, but you should always go to the hospital. Check yourself from time to time. Make sure that you're eating right. Are you drinking lots of water? Are you sleeping well? Well, they tell you that you need to have about 7 to 8 hours of sleep on a regular day for you to be productive. So all of these things that would help your health journey, what are you doing for that? Do not be fixated on having to make money. I know, for instance, we're here in Lagos. Lagos can be stressful. A lot of times you're on the road before you get home, and then you just look for like a quick snack, and you sleep for a few hours, and you're back again. It's like a cycle. Play and repeat. But you need to start to take your health seriously. Know that you need to sleep for a good number of hours. Know that you need to eat right. Know that you need to drink lots of water. Know that you need to go to the hospital and get yourself checked all the time. Do you need supplements? Anything that can make your body better, you should be doing that right now. So it is health that is the real wealth, not the pieces of gold and silver. And that is by Mahatma Gandhi. That is our quote for today. But anyways, we'll move over to our top trending stories this morning. This first one says CBN raises interest rate to 24.75%. The Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has hiked the benchmark interest rate by 200 basis points to 24.75%. This is according to a Tuesday communique by the CBN Governor Yemi Kadoso after the second MPC meeting of his tenure in Abuja. The new interest rate is a jump from the 22.75% announced by the MPC a month ago and the second rate hike by the current committee. Kadoso announced the retention of the cash reserve ratio CRR of deposit money banks at 45%. However, the MPC adjusted the CRR of merchant banks from 10% to 14%. The committee also retained the liquidity ratio at 30%. The CBN chief The moves are part of efforts to combat the country's rising inflationary rate, which was pegged at 31.70% in February. Kadoso noted that the MPC members have believed that the headline inflation in the country is triggered mostly by a hike in the cost of food. Tuesday's MPC decision came amid the Nigerian authorities' clampdown on cryptocurrency platform Binance. Some Binance executives were detained in the country, but one of them recently escaped from custody. The report says, however, providing an update about Nigeria's clampdown on the crypto platform, he said the CBN's collaboration with other government agencies is yielding results. The next MPC meeting will be held between the 20th and 21st of May 2024. Now, we're seeing the interest rate, moving about 200 basis points. But what does that even, do for our economy? I would really, really love to know that. For businesses who probably need to get loans, does this affect them? There are a lot of questions. I mean, I love the fact that, they have these meetings, they look at, what the inflation is, they look at what the economy looks like and trying to put things in place. But I think we need something that is more substantial. We need something that is more sustainable at the end of the day. So we'll just see what happens. Anyways, we'll move over to another one. This says Nigerian Army released 200 detainees cleared of ties to Boko Haram. Yes, so reports reaching us says the Nigerian Army is set to release more than 200 suspects who have been detained over Boko Haram terrorist activities. The military said the suspects have been cleared of links to the Boko Haram sect. The detainees will be handed over to the Borno state government for rehabilitation and reintegration into the society on Tuesday morning at Giwa Barracks in Maiduguri, the state capital. The detainees were arrested by the military in the heat of insurgency. The handing over ceremony was set for Tuesday, 27 May at 10 a.m. at Giwa Barracks. The Women Affairs Zuruwa Gambo and her Information and Internal Security counterpart, that's the Commissioner of Women Affairs, Professor Tar Umar, received the cleared detainees on behalf of the state government. Okay, so I have mixed feelings about this because on one hand, there were suspects of the Boko Haram sect. But my question is, has there been, further investigation being done to ensure that they don't have ties with Boko Haram, because we've seen cases whereby people have ties with Boko Haram and then they're being released, they're being reintegrated into the society. So I don't want a situation whereby we're just reintegrating criminals into the society. I'm not saying they are, but was there enough information to be sure that they are cleared? And for the ones who are innocent, it's amazing, it's fantastic, because there's nothing like being free, right? And you don't want a situation whereby you did not do something wrong, but then you're being accused of doing something wrong. But my question is there enough investigation in this? Have we checked all of the, turned all the stones to ensure that we're not just having criminals, putting them back into the society where they start to commit more crime? So that's just it for me. I just have mixed feelings about this. I want to be sure that these people really do not have ties with Boko Haram. If they do, we don't want someone to just come back. If they do, they should be able to face the wrath of the law. But if they're, as innocent as can be, why not? It would be nice to be with their families again and all of that. But yes, so that's it for that one. And we'll move over to the final top trending stories. This one says, Ondo APC mourns passing of governorship aspirant Akintelure. I beg your pardon. The All Progressive Congress APC in Ondo State has expressed sadness over the death of one of its governorship aspirants, Dr. Paul Akintelure. A statement by the spokesperson of the party in the state, Alex Kalejaye, said that the late Akintelure was getting ready to participate in the party's primary scheduled for next month. The party's state chairman, engineer Ade Adetimehin, described the deceased as a friend and with whom he had a good relationship with over the years. Adetimehin, who said the news was shocking, and noted that Akintelure was a highly refined and consistent political figure whose position was the essence of being in politics, that is, to build the people and the land. While the cause of his death is still unknown, Akintelure's demise came days after the medical doctor turned politician raised an alarm about threats to his life. Akintelure had in 2012 ran as a deputy governorship candidate of the Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, with Oluwarotimi Akeredolu. Before then, he contested for the Ondo South senatorial election, also under the ACN. He was a Lagos-based private medical practitioner who hailed from Igbotako in Okitipupa local government area of Ondo State. Our sympathies goes to the families. It's not a nice feeling having to lose a loved one. We just hope that he rests in peace, and we pray that God just gives the family the strength to bear this loss at this time. For all of the people who have had experiences with him and loved him, it can be a very difficult time, and we just pray, they just have that form of succor at the moment. So we pray for him, we pray for his family, and may he rest in peace. All right, we'll go on a short break. We look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. And joining me to review the papers is Tunde Kolawole. He's a legal practitioner. He's joining us from Lagos State. He's on the phone. Good morning, Mr. Tunde. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, my brother. My sister.
Good morning. Lovely to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Okay, so we're going to be starting with the Business NG today, and the Business NG leads with Kogi, Imo, Edo State, and 7 others borrows from CBN to pay salaries. Now, we've seen this happen where states go to the CBN and they borrow money, but then you expect that each state should be able to float itself. If you need to pay salaries, each state should be able to generate revenue. I mean, Lagos State is doing that. Lagos State generates revenue. So why do 7 or 10 states in this case, Kogi, Imo, Edo State, and 7 others, have to go to the CBN to borrow salaries? Is that right? Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Especially if we are saying we want a progressive economy.
Well, there is no doubt about it that all the states in the country have enormous potential to be able to sustain themselves. There is no doubt about it. We're blessed with very rich agricultural land, enormous human resources and talents, very good weather and water bill. But the question would be, have all those states laid a basic foundation for economic sustainability? The answer is no. Decades upon decades of dependency on oil and going to Abuja to receive handouts every month have made all the states to become very indolent, lazy. They have never developed their potentials for economic sustainability. That must be the reason why you find that when wages are increased, so many of those states are unable to really pay whatever staffers they have, either at the local government level or at the state level. It's born out of the refusal or lethargy to really develop their potentials and whatever. But we must be very careful. Too many times we want to compare Lagos State with some of these other states in the country. And that might be like comparing apple with oranges and oranges with apple. Why do I say this? Lagos State is the home of banking in this country. Lagos State is also the seat of industry. You must also not forget, and Lagos State now has about 3 seaports where income could be generated. And of course, almost all the federal institutions are not, and even some of those things have the liaison offices in here, where personnel income tax would be deducted and then sent to Lagos State and all that. But that notwithstanding, I still believe that if the respective states that appear not to be self-sustaining today put on their thinking cap and begin to explore, exploit, and expand the enormous economic sustainability that they are sitting on without realizing it. A state can depend solely on agriculture. Look at Ukraine as a country, for example. The mainstay of Ukraine is agriculture. And of course, they have very good schools in there that people go to from all over the world, which attract some income to the country. So this is my take. We must challenge those states that are complaining about increases in wages and their inability not to pay. So please, for God's sake, begin to explore and exploit and expand the economic sustainability agenda. You cannot be talking about true federalism like you have said.
Yeah.
And without taking some of these things into cognizance. They must go pari passu. True federalism is not just on the level of politics, it you also cut across all the different phases of our life so that all the respective states begin to realize the enormous potential. And they indeed do have enormous potential.
Yeah. I agree with you because, I mean, I want to think of Nigeria as a business, and you expect that if a business has, different subsidiaries, each subsidiary should be able to just float itself, and then the whole business is progressing economically. So if we're still going to be waiting for handouts, like you said, going to Abuja every month looking for handouts, then we're not growing. And you just need to look for what you can do where you are. So if your state is good in agriculture, you should explore that. If your state has good tourism, you should explore that, even though I know that insecurity can pose as a challenge. But we need to start to look for how to generate more revenue instead of waiting for the federal government every single time.
Exactly.
Yes. So
let me give you one example.
Okay.
Do you know a state like Ekiti State? And then Ekiti State, for example, let's use this as a kind of a case study, can just decide to concentrate on having very good schools in those places. Like you have Afebavalola, you could also have some primary, secondary schools that are very, very good world standards. That people will begin from all over the country and from different parts of the world wanting to go to some of those schools and then to be able to. And when you have schools that are attracting people from all over the country, from all over the world and whatever, that is tourism. Which attracts a lot of income. Houses will sell, those who make bread will sell, those who bottle water will sell, and then those who produce educational materials will sell. So you can have that kind of unique way of sustaining the different states. Just like you have pointed out, agriculture is also a very good one.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, because I mean, if you look at the UK, we mirror the United Kingdom, and what is their main source of revenue is education. So what are we doing? And I know that, you know, in the past, University of Ibadan was one of the best schools, and people from different African countries will come here to study. It's something that we can start to look, because a lot of times we're fixated on crude and saying we need crude oil, and that's the way we make our money. But look at this, you can't depend on one source.
Exactly. Look at a country like Saudi Arabia that produces more crude, that earn more money from crude oil. Look at what they're doing. They also earn a lot of money from Hajj, people going to Mecca, and Umrah on a yearly basis, which in a way could be described as tourism. Look at what they are now doing now. They are developing their football. They are developing their sports. They are also into fashion now, because they have seen that sooner than later, this money from crude oil will dry out, and if they have not diversified the economy, they will be in trouble. I also look at Dubai, UAE, and some of those Arab countries. Basically, they're sustaining themselves now on tourism and sport, entertainment generally.
All right, let's move over to another headline. It says, stamp duty, how court bars CBN from disbursing trillions collected by DMBs. That's the debt management. But there's a small headline at the bottom that says, Nigeria's debt rises by 9.43 trillion naira in 3 months to 9.73 trillion naira. 97.34 trillion naira. What do you have to say about this? Our debt profile keeps rising every other day or every other month. When President Tinubu assumed office, he said, you know, no more borrowing, and we're going to try to generate revenue for the country. But you're seeing that our debt profile keeps rising every single time, and we're seeing this from 9.43 trillion naira in 3 months to 97 rather 0.34 trillion. What do you think about this? That's a lot. That's a huge margin.
That's money coming from stamp duty, you said?
No, that's Nigeria's debt profile. But then for the stamp duty, the court has barred the CBN.
Well, it's a very, very complicated issue and very, very sad. Why do I say that? Despite all the efforts that we are making, we still have an enormous or a very, very huge debt, both internally to local contractors, artisans, and suppliers, and also, of course, to international creditors. Recollect that when Obasanjo was in there, he went out in India and brought in Kojo Iweala, Soludo, and a few of them. And then they sat down and worked a strategy whereby they will approach all the creditors and all that. They got a debt relief from some, and then they were able to pay some. And then they put us on a clean slate. All the debts were wiped out, and then the country now began to move forward. But suddenly after the man left, the president who came in after him didn't sustain that didn't sustain that debt-free portfolio for the country, and then they began to acquire more debt all over the world. For me, it's physical indiscipline is responsible for all of these things, because like I always say, when you look at on an annual basis, only about 30% of what we budget for actually go into financing what those various sums of money are budgeted for. The remaining one either go into wastages, they either go into paying allowance and emoluments to politicians, or they go into contract inflation, or they go into all these jumbo of billions of naira contracts that we award on a daily basis. Nigeria is about the only country in the world today that contracts are no more denominated or awarded in millions or even in thousands. They now award those contracts in billions of naira. Whereas the basic input for executing some of those contracts, especially road construction, most of the basic materials for road construction, about 85% of it coming from Nigeria here, sand, cement, and water, and clay, and all that. So you will not expect that the cost of a contract, especially road contract in Nigeria, should be that high. So this is where the money is going, and this is where we are attracting all this unnecessary debt to ourselves, which ordinarily should not be. So if you are going to be free from debt and then begin to move forward from all that, we must, or this government must embrace what I would call or describe as physical discipline. Physical discipline. We must ensure that we maintain a lot of discipline in that area. And how do we do that? Cut down the cost of governance, cut down the cost of contract, and then begin to use only those things that we produce in here. It is only those things that we cannot produce, and that's going to have a multiplier effect in growing the economy, that we should begin to import from abroad. We still import a lot of detergent, a lot of bleaching cream. We import a lot of wristwatches. We import a lot of jackets and whatever. Some of those things like jackets and shirts and all that. These are things that can be made in Aba, but we travel as far back, talking out to go and start bringing in those things in the country. So we just must, if you are going to be growing the economy and going to be free of debt and all that, you must begin to grow the economy and be self-reliant. Use only those things that are produced in the country, especially if you are in public office, if you are a civil servant. For me, it is an anathema for such person to be proud or to be using things that are not produced in the country. It is doable. Nigeria's debt can be repaid within 1 year and all that, if only we are ready to maintain a physical discipline. Look at the vehicles that the legislators imported from abroad and all that. If they had approached somebody like Innocent Motor and some of the vehicle manufacturing plants, Pojo in Kaduna, or the ones in Lagos to produce those vehicles for them and all that, they would have put food on our table. The hard currency that was used to import those vehicles wouldn't have flown out of the country. And of course, too, you are growing the economy and also expanding, increasing, and equipping those same motors. And some of these other motor vehicle plants in the country, you are equipping them with technicality, you are equipping them with skills, you are also helping them to expand their different markets all over Nigeria. And by the time you begin to use those vehicles and all that, a lot of improvement on a daily basis will begin to accrue to those vehicles and all that. But you see, we don't do that. And that's why we continue to incur this debt that we have. Of course, don't forget too, medical tourism is there. Of course, a lot of our children now travel abroad for their education. And those things don't come cheap. They all depend on foreign exchange, hard-earned currencies to be able to get to those places. Look at the human air, the natural air that you most ladies are now very familiar with. If you go to the CPNU and make inquiry as regards the huge amount of hard currency that is now used to import human air, and then the bleaching creams and all that, you'll be shocked. So this is, for me, it's indiscipline to be spending hard currency on such frivolous things.
Yeah. I think we just really need to look inwards, look at what we have and try to buy Naija to grow the Naira. I think it was being said at some point, yes. Buy Naija to grow the Naira. Anyways, let's move over to another one. This says CBN raises benchmark NPR by 200 basis points to 24.75%. So this used to be about 22.75%, but it has been increased to 24. And this is like the second in just over a month. This is the second hike in over a month. What do you think about this one?
Well, I think it's a monetary policy, a way to really cut down or tail inflation that we have all over the country, with those increases and all that, the liquidity in the banking sector and some of these other places is going to be reduced. And when it is reduced and all that, as not much more means, the money in circulation will consequentially also reduce and what happens. That will have a multiplier effect on bringing down inflation all over the country. So we should not discourage the CBN from doing whatever is necessary to tame inflation and reduce the galloping inflation prices of goods and services that is presently going on in the country. But again, the CBN also has to be careful. I think about last week, it was reported in some of the media that most of our banks are going to the CBN to borrow money in order to be able to meet their liquidity needs and all that. And that the sums of money, the bigger sums of money that those commercial banks are borrowing from the CBN are now running to trillions of naira. So when you increase the MSP or whatever they call it and all that, and then the banks are squeezed, are further squeezed and all that, the consequences could be that they might not be able to meet their obligations to their respective customers and what happens. And when they are unable to do that, the people will panic. They will think that the banks are no longer liquid, and then they may begin to rush those banks to take out their money. And when they take out their money and what happens, it could lead to the collapse of those banks. And when the banks collapse, again, whatever monetary policies you have been thinking with and all that, will also equally be jeopardized. So the CBN is working a very, very tight rope and all that. We just hope and pray that a lot of wisdom, a lot of diligence, a lot of carefulness will go into some of this financial engineering that the CBN has been doing since Cardoso assumed the office.
Well, I mean, economics is it can be very dicey, and I just hope that the CBN is doing everything they can to ensure that they curb inflation. Because if you even move over to the Punch, there's a small headline that says 24.75 interest rate. OPS, which is the organized private sector, fears higher inflation, massive job cuts. So we just hope that, this doesn't just move over to even higher inflation. Whatever they can do to just ensure that we're good economically, that would be great. Anyways, I want to stay on the Punch now. So the major headline on this one says CBN EFCC probe banks, firms over alleged Forex racketeering. The writers here says CBN implements Deloitte FX audit report. EFCC may summon CEOs over $2.4 billion invalid requests. Another one says several FX requests fraudulent, made with invalid illegal documents. Cardoso insists. What do you think about all of this Forex racketeering? I'm sure that also have an effect in our economy, and especially for the fact that we need Forex for almost everything that we do, because like you rightly said earlier, we import a lot of things. So we're now seeing about $2.4 billion invalid requests. That's a huge number. How did they even pass through? How were they able to get all of this? I have so many questions. But then, what do you think about this story?
We are very unique people on earth. We are about the only people in the world that cut their own losses in order to spike themselves. Of course, when you do the kind of racketeering that we see with regard to foreign exchange, you don't need to be a business, you don't need to be an economist or a banker to know that it's going to have very spiral and consequential effects on the economy as a whole. So, and a decent person, a decent ally will not embark on that kind of road to destroying his own nation or our own nation or a country's economy, the way we are seeing being done here. Tragically, too, we even allow people to come from abroad now to start manipulating our foreign exchange market. What happened? An example is the Bias man, which we were told has been arrested, and that he was put under house arrest, and allegedly he was tinkering with Nigeria's foreign exchange market. He is said to have disappeared into Kenya. Well, we trust the security people that wherever he may be, they will bring him back into the country. But the truth of the matter is that, and which we must be honest to ourselves, some of these things that we see happening in those areas and all that are created by the Nigerian airlines. It is not you and I that create those problems and all that. It is the people in the banking sector, it's the people in the CPN, it is the people in government who are responsible for some of these things. President Tinubu will have to step on a lot of toes, or some huge toes, to be able to really get hold of that sector of the economy and ensure that things are properly straightened out and done in that area. For the EFCC chairman, honestly, I don't envy him. These are very, very difficult times. Also, the CBN governor. When you look at the debate in the social media, on radio, on television, and the newspapers and all that, the debate is focused basically on the CBN governor and also the EFCC chairman, and of course, too, Mr. President, as regards the way forward with this economy. Whereas even at our own level as an individual and whatever, there are a lot that we could do to really be able to get this economy to become a performing economy, to become a manufacturing economy and whatever. So I also hope that this heavy burden that we are piling on the EFCC, that we will not break the EFCC's neck, or that the EFCC itself will not collapse over the huge burden that we are placing on it as an institution. We expect the EFCC to police about 200 million people, police the banking sector, police the manufacturing sector, police the civil servants and whatever. I agree there is a special fraud unit in the Nigerian police. I agree that the ICPC and all that. But you not believe it that given the size of the country and the huge economy that we have in our hands and all that, those three agencies might not even be enough to cover, to deal with some of the issues that we are raising. That's when we must be thinking again of putting technology into display. Look at the single treasury policy that Jonathan came up with. That has helped a lot. And then look at the program that the Minister of Internal Affairs has come up with, in which you can now apply for passport online, pay through some bank without any interaction with any custom official, with any immigration and all that. Some of those things, if we are able to multiply them, if we are able to do it in some of these areas of the economy and all that, thank God, the chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission has also come out with a program and saying that application to be employed with the civil service is not going to be done online. Nobody is going to be submitting physical papers to apply or be interacting with any government officials and all that. So those things are really going to help the country. Just like it has helped JAM, cutting-edge technology has helped JAM to reshape things in that area. And also the narrative of exam malpractice, especially when people want to enter university and drastically reduce. These are some of the things that I think we could do as a nation and an institution, not relying just on the EFCC alone, the special fraud unit, the ICPC, or even the central bank governor. Those ones are already carrying enormous burden on their head. And so we should not contribute more in such a manner that we break their spinal cords.
Yes, they break their spinal cord. Okay, so staying on the punch, I want to let's move over to some security matters. And this one says, unemployment responsible for rising banditry, kidnapping. And that was by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Now, he was at a conference and he was talking about unemployment. In fact, he was even talking about food security and how we waste, I think, 40% of our food. There was a lot that he said in that conference. But one thing that was highlighted was the fact that he said unemployment is responsible for rising banditry and kidnapping. Now, I think it would take a blind man to say maybe not, but I want to get your take on this one. What are your thoughts? Do you think he's right with this statement? He's spot on pretty much.
President Obasanjo is a man full of wisdom. He has also been there 3 times, military head of state, and then president elected 2 times as president, 8 years in there and all that. So when the man comes out to speak, giving his experience, giving his age and whatever, giving his exposure, we should not discountenance whatever he says and all that. And in addition to that, we want to add that just like you yourself have rightly said, you don't need a soothsayer to be able to say that, look, unemployment in this country is contributing to both rural and urban banditry that we have in our hands and all that. And why do we say this? You read both the Bible and the Quran, and then you see in there where it is said that the devil will always find job for a idle one. When children who are well educated, when children who are exposed in terms of technology, cutting out technology, When children who think, whose parents are not getting their salaries as at when due and all that, are left to their own devices, are left at home and all that, chances are that they will take to criminality and what have you. And look at the northern part of the country too. Lack of education is also part of it. In those days when you go to school, you will learn some arts, you will learn some trade to be able to sustain yourself and what have you. But all those trades and all that too are no longer available simply because the population is swelling on a daily basis, and then the opportunity to be able to learn and then deploy your skill to trade are also shrinking on a daily basis. So it's a cocktail of program that we must put in place for us to be able to give our children jobs so that they will not begin to engage in criminality such as we have seen. Look at the hypothesis. I think it was, I've forgotten the economist who once said that, look, there should be no problem, there is no country how to be faced with the challenges of unemployment. That sometimes you may even employ people, you may even employ people to be digging holes and then refilling it back. And on a monthly basis, you will pay them salary for doing that kind of very routine, if not a job that doesn't have much value to society, just to keep people busy. I think that is the direction we should go. Of course, there has to be moral suasion too, because it's difficult. For example, you can't go to court and say, look, I went out there to steal because I was hungry. The court will frown at such a thing. It's not a good alibi, it's not a good defense in the eyes of the court. And to that extent, we must educate the people, moral suasion to our children, and look, taking to banditry, taking to armed robbery, taking to stealing is not a solution, it's not an alternative to people being unemployed. Because you see, finally, in spite of the hard, lack of space in the blue collar sector of the economy for employment, there are still a lot of things that people can. I am aware that a lot of families want, have opportunity for people to be able to do their laundry. A lot of people want somebody or somewhere to come in early in the morning, clean their homes and all that, and then at the end of the day, they get paid for it. A lot of people, when they park their car in the parking lot and all that, if you stay around those places and you help them clean up their car before they come back, by the time they come back, they will tip you or give you some stipend for the jobs you have done, which in law, we call it a quantus merit or whatever. And all that. So, both as individuals and then the level of government, we must find creative way of usefully engaging our children so that they don't take to banditry, whether in the rural area or in the urban centers that we have all over the country. It is getting out of hand. Every day, people have been kidnapped. Over 200 and something school children recently and other. Very, very basic and very, very audacious criminality are going all over the country. And these people are no longer having respect for the law enforcement agencies and what happened. Killing of soldiers in the Delta State, mainly a killing of soldiers in River State, in Kaduna, in Abuja, killing of policemen and other. These are very, very serious or heinous crimes that ordinarily shootings have taken place if the children are not being wrongly educated. And of course, too, there's a pervasive influence of drug addiction all over the country today. All manners of drugs are coming into the country, and our children are just lapping up all these things. Because when you find out, when you interact with criminals and all that, you find out that before they begin to go into the field or to apply their trade, they will first lay themselves in the cocktail of a drug that stupefies them and then make them insular to their environment. They no longer know what they are doing. So we must also cut the drug supply chains that we have all over the country. If we're able to look at these different, or put in place all these different perspectives of solving unemployment problem in the country, we might be seeing the way out of the dark tunnel.
I love what you've said and all of the measures that you've asked to be put in place. And honestly, I think there should be some form of advocacy, especially with the drug issue, because a lot of young people, in fact, people in universities, there's drug abuse in Nigeria, and people are not really talking about that. And so employment, we need to engage, all of these youths, because an idle man is a devil's workshop. So if we engage them better, if they have things that they're doing, then they would not look into stuff like kidnapping, banditry, and what have you. Anyway, so let's still stay on this whole kidnapping issue. If we move over to the Daily Trust, well, the leading headline here says 60 hours after Kuriga students yet to reunite with families. But the headline I really want to take is the one at the top, and it says we must treat kidnappers as terrorists. And that is being said by President Tinubu. At this point, we've had cases where, they say some people are funding this whole kidnapping business. And we've not seen cases, we've heard those cases, but we've not seen any case where they are being prosecuted. Now, if the president is saying we must treat kidnappers as terrorists, why are we not seeing people facing the wrath of the law? So who are these kidnappers? Why are we not tracking them down? Why are we not, trying to make sure that the lives and properties of Nigerians are being secured? So what are we doing to just even curtail or curb insurgency, kidnapping, banditry, and making sure that we have a better country for everyone in Nigeria?
That's a very good question. And no doubt, but what I would say, just like Abela said, we must never forget that Nigeria is a very, very rich country with very, very expansive landmass. We are also said to be about 200 million people and whatever. If you have to police 200 million people and you want to curb banditry, kidnapping, and all manners of criminality that are going on in the country and all that, you probably want to employ more security people, the police, the army, the soldiers, and whatever. We also probably would have to create a different type of structures to be able to police the country, such as having local government police, such as having state police, and then retaining the federal police. And of course, the present government is moving in the right direction. They say they now want to create marine police. They also want to create a forest guard who will police the different forests that we have all over the country. Some of these things would help to alleviate or reduce the instances of criminality, banditry, and kidnapping that we have all over the country and whatever. But then, I would still want to suggest that education, just like Ibrahim Awolowo said, when we send our own children abroad to have the best of education in Harvard, Cambridge, and whatever, and we refuse to educate the children of the ordinary man, the children of the poor people, the children in the rural areas and all that, those children in the rural area will not allow our own children who have come back from Harvard, who have come back from Cambridge, who have come back from Massachusetts and all that, to be able to live a comfortable life, to be able to sleep with both eyes or with their two eyes closed. That is what we are seeing in the country today. The Fulani boy who is a Riani cattle or driving his cattle from Sokoto to Port Harcourt on foot and all that. When you are going your Pajero Jeep, when you are going in your bulletproof Mercedes-Benz, and he sees you, he sees it, and all that, and he will be wondering, why can't he also be committing around in that kind of luxurious vehicles and what have you? He can't do that simply because we haven't given the right education for be able to do all of that. So the challenges will come in. The children that we are refused to educate are now the ones that we are giving us problems and all that. And sometimes when we educate them, we didn't give them the correct moral situation to be able to live a decent life and then a decent living and what have you. And of course, too, I would want to advise that all over the country, we need to make education free to certain levels. Maybe from primary school up to secondary school level. University for me is not compulsory. And where it is compulsory, you can decide to do it anytime you feel like doing it. You can also do it while working. So if we are able to make secondary, primary school free up to that level, only the tertiary institutions are places that people would have to pay, that will also solve a lot of the problems. And of course, too, regular payment of salary. How much is this salary that we're looking at? How much is it that we pay all these federal workers, all these state workers, and all these local government workers? That we again will not be paying them those salaries at our when due. And we always forget that when you don't pay people salary and their pensions are when due, they have dependents at home. They have children, they have wives, they have relations and all that they are taking care of and all that. For God's sake, It's, in my humble opinion, it's a sin against God and a sin against man. When you don't pay people their salary as I went due, as at the time they should be paid and all that. And you are inviting criminality, you are inviting them to engage in criminal behaviors and what. A civil servant, for example, who is not being paid his salary for 2-3 months and all that, will not hesitate to start extorting money from people he has to render services to as a civil servant in respective office or in respective places that he might be working. So all these things would have to go together. You cannot fight corruption by just merely arresting people and taking them to court and trying them and putting them in prisons and whatever, or even sometimes actually kill them. A cocktail of programs will have to be put in place to be able to arrest corruption, rein in unemployment, curb inflation and what have you. And if the leadership at both the local government level, at both the state level and both the federal level and all that, will start with themselves, starting their own best, and also show good examples and all that. Nigerians are not difficult people. They're not mad people. They are not people who don't have sense and all that. If they see that very good vibes, very good examples, and very good precedent that has been laid right at the very top and what have you, I am sure they will follow suit. And let me point this out without being too patronizing. I have noticed these days that when the president is going outside the country, he wears those simple things that are made in Nigeria and what have you. If all the other ministers, if all the other governors, if other commissioners and what have you, if all the other top civil servants, we begin to emulate those examples from Mr. President and all that, then they will be stimulating the economy. Production in the area of clothing, in the area of shoes, in the area of cars and whatever. Then we begin to expand. This is not, you don't need a magic wand to be able to do some of these things. Very, very simple things that will have multiplying effect on the buoyant economy or to make the Nigerian economy buoyant once again.
Before we wrap it up, this is the last one, and there's a small headline that says Nigeria receives 15 billion yen agricultural support from Japan. What do you think about this story before we wrap it up?
Please repeat that again, just quickly.
Nigeria receives 15 billion yen agricultural support from Japan.
Yes.
What impact is this going to have in our agricultural sector? And for some reason, it makes me feel like we're just getting handouts.
Today is Kumato is dead. Okay. Usually it is in the rural areas that people farm. And if you also look, if you have been living in Lagos for the past 30 years or thereabout, you take places like Osoki and some of these marshy areas in Amokoko, in Badia and all that, you will see different people by those swampy areas, planting tomatoes, planting onions, planting some other things and all that. I no longer see much of that too. Then you also go to the rural area, it is the farm, I mean, it is the people in their 70s and 80s that now go to do farming and whatever. The young people think farming is no longer cheeky, it's no longer, it's dirty. It's not something they want to do. So as soon as they leave school, they migrate to the urban area. So you must find a way to really attract people back to to farm in both the city centers and also in the rural areas. And one of the ways by doing this to really go back to the local government, equip the local government with farming machinery that the people in the local government areas can go and borrow or pay a little stipend to be able to use. You must resuscitate all the agricultural institutes once again and then the essential programs. Thank God not too long ago too, I read in the papers that Mr. President is saying that they might be buying tractors and distributing to the respective local government in the country and what have you. And of course, agricultural research institutes, most of them are dead. When you go in there now, they are a shadow of themselves. We must bring back alive again. We must stimulate life into those agricultural research institutes once again, because they provide improved seedling, new farming methods and what have you. Outreach program for the farmers in the different places in the local government level and all that. If we are able to do some of these things and able to cut down the insecurity in the rural areas, because no matter how beautiful programs or master plan we have for agriculture, and people can still not access their land, they cannot access the farms and what happens. Those programs will come to naught. So, pari passu, while we are taming insecurity in the rural areas, we must also begin to attack very able into the agricultural sector.
All right, thank you so much. It's amazing having a conversation with you. Thank you for reviewing the papers with me, Mr. Tunde. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Do have a lovely day. It's been a pleasure sharing this platform with you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're speaking with Tunde Kolawole. He's a legal practitioner who was joining us on the phone here in Lagos State. And we're just reviewing the papers, talking about economic security and all of the stories making headlines in our national dailies. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Please stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for a hot topic, and this one says, expedite action on recapitalization, CBN tells banks. Now, joining me to have a conversation is Bola Olujede. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Nice to be on the program.
Lovely. Okay, so the CBN governor, Kadoso, had come out to talk about recapitalization on banks. Now, if we look at history, the last time we had this recapitalization was in 2005 when Charles Soludo was still the governor of CBN at the time, and it moved from 2 billion to 25 billion. So that's just for some precedents. But now we're seeing the current governor of the CBN talking about this and saying we need to expedite action on recapitalization. What do you think about this, and what do you think the impact on banks will be if this goes on?
Okay, I like the information, the background information you provided.
Yeah.
So we moved from 2 billion to 25 billion as the minimum capital for a national license. As at the time when we moved to 25 billion, that 25 billion was about $200 million. Today, that same 25 billion is probably about $50 billion. So it has gone from that 200 million that it was to about $50 million. So something has happened to what used to be what were considered as an adequate capital for a national license. That value has eroded over the years by virtue of the depreciation of the naira.
Yeah.
So if we want the banking as a system, the banking system, to be able to deliver on we want to be a 1 trillion economy by this year and all those kind of stuff, it is right about time we consider recapitalization, especially with some of the banks that we currently have.
Okay, so what's the best way? Because I know that inflation has taken a toll on the economy, and just like you've rightly said, the value of that 25 billion is not the same as it was in dollars as of today. So what are the measures that could actually even help these banks for the recapitalization? Because I know it's not easy to go from 2 billion to 25 billion, and whatever the rate is going to be at the moment, we don't know what's going to be, but what are the measures or policies that would actually even help these banks?
Well, there could be what I would call, people think because of the economic circumstances, maybe the timing might not be right, but that is not true. There is so much money in this economy. If any of them should come to the market, they will get people who will put money on them. So they could actually approach the capital market to raise money, and they will get investors who will bring in money and buy the shares, and they can show up the capital of those banks. It's been a long time, and this will also help even the capital market. It will create a lot of buzz in the capital market. We will just be taken back to the years of Soludo when a lot of capitalization of this bank happened. When you create that, the NGX, the equity market generally, will receive a lot of activities, and it's good for the economy that should happen.
Yeah.
Now, there are also, among these banks, some of them already have very good reserves. They have, the shareholders fund is already very robust. All they will need to do is to restructure that shareholder area to meet whatever is the new threshold that they are desiring. So if you look at some shareholders fund of some of the banks, it's already, I know a bank that is about 1.5 trillion naira shareholders fund. So it's not talking, that kind of a bank is not talking about 25 billion or 50 billion or 200. It is already at 1.5 trillion in shareholders fund. So all it will require for that kind of a bank is to move things around and capitalize. Maybe you want to issue bonus shares from your reserves and all those kind of things. But it's doable, and it is in the interest of not just the banking system, but also the economy, to create activities around fundraising by banks in the capital market.
So, I mean, you've spoken about a bank that has, trillions, but I'm sure there are some that maybe they might not be able to meet that. And I remember during the time of Soludo, you saw a lot of mergers and acquisition happen. So is this something that might happen whereby it's going to be the top players that will be here, and then some others who cannot meet up will just have to leave?
Well, that's an extreme situation. What that Soludo event did was to create a healthier environment. So today we have healthier banks than what used to be. All this non-performing loan ratio is still reasonably low, and most of the banks are doing very well. That is the reality of what we have right now. However, in an extreme case in which there are banks who are unable to meet a new threshold, definitely the room for mergers and acquisition will always be there. But in my observation of the numbers of the banks today, most of them, if they come to the market, they will be able to raise funds and show up their capital. It is something that will be in the long interest of the bank. Like you rightly observed, those banks that are already big and have the shareholders fund might not panic. But there are smaller ones who would definitely need to raise those capital. Can those capital be raised under the prevailing conditions? My answer will be yes, because while there might be inequality and economic hardship generally, there is still a lot of money in the economy. And when the investment opportunities come, they will move to those investments.
So since we're talking about raising capital, what are some strategies that these banks can just employ to ensure that they meet the target, whatever that target is going to be?
I think the banks need to start looking at their own books before those thresholds are set.
Yes.
And begin to reassess and take steps that will position them to be able to approach the market for fundraising. They also do not have to necessarily, they could do private placements, you could do, what is important is that they have to start considering what options are available for them to show up their capital and begin to prepare their institution towards approaching those options that will work, that they believe will work for them. Of course, the capital market is always there. You want to come to it, you can come to capital market. If you don't want to do that, you want to do something in the private placement space, you can also do that. What is important is to be able to raise the capital. So I expect that most of them are already looking at what they are going to do, because it appears Mr. Cardoso is very serious about recapitalization of banks.
So I'd like to know what can pose as a challenge, for this, especially when a threshold is being set. What can pose as a challenge for these banks, and how would it even affect, the banks with their customers as well? Because I mean, if this happened, for instance, during the time of Soludo, you were hearing people saying some banks folded up and their monies were stuck. So how would this even affect the customers in this case?
They will not, it's not something that will have any negative effect on the customers, as it were. It's a different story when banks liquidate from when banks merge. Most of what we had during the Soludo exercise were mergers and acquisitions. Some bigger banks swallowed up the smaller ones to become, to meet the threshold that was set. In the course of that, depositors' monies were safe. In this particular instance, too, there are no threats to depositors. Rather, what we will have will be banks that have more capital to deploy, banks with better capacity to fund the expectation of this economy as according to the trajectory that the government is looking at, and what the private sector is also looking at. We must be able to fund the economy. And, looking outside there, waiting on international banks to come and do this and do that for us, it's not a sustainable approach to funding an economy, because they will choose and pick what they want to fund. But where we have our own banks with internal capacity to provide those funding, then we will be the one choosing and picking what we want to do. For example, you might have a lot of international banks who are saying, I don't want to do oil and gas because I think fossil fuel are going out of vogue. But if our own banks internally have the capacity, then they probably will fund those projects. And we won't have to be waiting on international people because we do not have the capacity. So it's a capacity enhancing thing. It is positive and it is doable.
Okay, so how do you foresee the competitive landscape, within the banking sector, especially when this whole recapitalization mandate is, being given? What's going to be the competitive landscape for all of the banks?
Well, even as we have the banks that you call the tier 1 banks. Everything is, you know where you belong. Tier 1, tier 2, there's even tier 3. There are also some banks that are living on the fringes. I deliberately will not mention them. Maybe it's an opportunity for those banks to recapitalize or get absorbed into the bigger one. And size or scale is always an advantage, and the big banks will throw their weight around when it comes to capacity. But you will also, within that same industry, have smaller banks who are more nimble. They don't have the huge capacity of those large banks, but they have chosen certain niche markets, and they are nimble. Their approval process is easier. Their processes are simpler, and they are able to do things faster than some of the behemoths. So people will pick and choose their niche based on your competence and your capacity and deploy. So the competitive landscape, of course, will change because you have the domineering big tier 1 banks who are always there, but then there will always be room for the mid-tier and then the smaller players to do what they know how to do. You can choose the market where you focus and be able to make money as a bank.
Okay, so in choosing those markets, knowing wherever you are, whether you're in the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, for the implementation, the successful implementation of this, especially when the threshold is set, what role does regulatory bodies have to play in this to ensure that everything is by the books and how it's supposed to be?
Well, we've been here before. There is institutional memory of how we have done it in the past. So the regulators, of course, typically might start with moral suasion, in which they're not even setting targets. They're not saying this is the minimum this, and this is the target date when this must happen. So they're just saying, look, you guys need to do this, and they expect that the institutions within the system will begin to move along the line of this moral suasion. The next step, of course, is to say, okay, we're not getting enough traction from just encouraging you to do this recapitalization. Therefore, we are setting thresholds and we are setting target dates within which this must happen. So once that is rolled out, then activity gets in top gear. Nobody want to be found on the other side of the regulator. And that is when we will begin to see banks move actively. We'll begin to see some of them come into the capital market. But while we're still at that position where these targets and dates and thresholds have not been set, it is the right time for the banks to start their own internal preparation. Look at your books, look at your balance sheet, decide where you think you want to go, what kind of fund you want to raise. Of course, most of them will be equity or tier one capital, and then decide how exactly you want to raise this fund. You have some major guys you want to call in to just bring some money on a private placement basis. Are you approaching the market for fund? Are you coming to the capital market? So those are the kind of things that will start to happen to prepare the ground, while the moral suasion still reigns supreme. But over time, it will move beyond moral suasion. There will be regulatory prescription, exact regulatory prescription as to date, as to minimum capital, and all those things. And that will be when we'll begin to see the real activities.
All right. So the CBN Governor Yemi Kadoso, spoke about servicing the 1 trillion, economy, and I'm sure that's the reason why he has spoken about expediting, expediting action on the recapitalization. But in your opinion, what long-term benefits, like potential long-term benefits, do you think this would have, especially with our economy?
Infrastructure is one. The financial system must be able to finance our own infrastructure, at least be a significant contributor to the financing of our infrastructure. So you look at what we have done in the past, using other people's funds, World Bank, IFC, China, Exim, all those foreign funds. They're saying, look, yes, foreign fund is good. They could be much cheaper than what we have in-house. But that we also need our domestic banks to develop that capacity to contribute a lot more to infrastructure, financing infrastructural development in this economy. That is one area where we will benefit tremendously. Then when you talk of industrialization, mega industries require a lot of money. And anywhere you look at those kind of financing, you might pick, say, a Dangote refinery. That is a huge, huge project. Now, the capacity to finance more of such projects, if there are to be projects of the quantum of Dangote refinery, if 10 of them were to come on board today, are we going to be able to put together the funding? Those are the kind of questions that we must be asking, and those are the kind of answers that the enhanced capacity of the banking system will be able to provide answers to.
All right. So I guess in your own opinion, this is a good idea. The banks need to start to look into their books and, just get ready for the recapitalization. Right.
I think it's a fantastic idea. Let's start preparing. The market is waiting. When you want to raise funds, come to the capital market, generate buzz on the capital market. It is also very good for the economy. Nigerians to bring money to the capital market. There's a lot of activities going on there, and then there is a trickle-down effect of those activities on the economy. In fact, it will even be of interest to foreign investors, portfolio investors who will bring money because of that buzz that is being created in the capital market.
Exactly what I wanted to ask, because my question next was going to be, would foreign investors be able to come into our country? I know the president has been moving around looking for foreign investors to come into Nigeria, but would this actually pose as a good opportunity for them to come in? And then also for the common man, we know if inflation is at all-time high, does this also affect that? Would that, help the economy, whereby inflation is going to be reduced?
Okay, it's a bit complex, but then what we have seen, for example, with the prevailing monetary policies is how it has affected the dollar. Someone was offering dollar to me yesterday at 1,380. I was told that it's traded below that in some of the markets yesterday in Nigeria. When I think about the fact that that same dollar was 1,900 at some point a few weeks ago, it shows we are moving, we are taking certain right steps in the right direction. Now, the lagging effect of those actions will start to come in over the next few months. You see, when the manufacturers, for example, or even importers, are making new orders, they're going to now be making it under a much reduced FX exchange rate. And that will dovetail into reduced prices and reduced inflation. What I, however, do not want us to lose sight of is that the problem is not just about monetary policy. We would like to see this being complemented on the fiscal side of things if we're going to deal sustainably with the issue of inflation in this country. The monetary policy will do its part, but it has to be complemented by actions, interventions from the fiscal side of things. Hopefully, these two sides of things will work together and we can begin to feel the impact on by the common man on the
Well, that's the prayer. We hope that the common man can also benefit from this. I mean, if it's a good idea, or if it's such a fantastic idea, like you've said, then hopefully it trickles down and everybody is happy at the end of the day. We want to say thank you for coming. It was lovely having a conversation with you and, just sharing your valuable contributions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Right, we've been speaking with Bola Olojede. He's a public affairs analyst, and we've been talking on the topic where the CBN has told banks that they need to expedite action on recapitalization. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our next hot topic. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for our next hot topic, and this one says Nigeria needs $35 billion yearly for infrastructure expenditure, and that is being said by the federal government. Our guest today is Segun Shokpiton. He's the chairman, Accountability, Candor and Transparency Network. Good morning, Mr. Segun. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure having you. So the presidency on Tuesday had, come out to talk about needing $35 billion annually for the next 16 years, that's from now till 2040, for the next 16 years to be able to just cater for our infrastructure expenditure. Now, my question is, isn't that a lot of money, or is that such a small amount, especially for the fact that we need a lot of infrastructure in Nigeria? Now, when we talk about infrastructure, we talk about roads, we talk about hospitals, we talk about so many things that needs to be done. What do you think about this figure? And this is according to the Renewed Hope agenda. So what do you think about this statement from the president?
Well, if you take the data that is available out there, as a reference point, and depending on whose data you're looking at, you get different opinions. You find that the plan from the president is a good plan. I think we should start from there. The plan is a good plan. It's important to have a plan. It's important to have a long-term plan, and this is a long-term plan. This is a plan that will outlive his administration.
Yes.
Even if he does 8 years in office, the plan will still be running. And I think first I must applaud that. I think that that's one of the things that has been missing, in the way we have gone about the governance question in Nigeria over the years. People tend to look at things from how it will affect them. As politicians, they pursue projects that they can take credit for. Usually, especially around elections. So I think this is a departure from that. If you ask me, I think it's probably the first time that I'm seeing something as deliberate as this, as clearly articulated as this from any president that we've had. Under President Buhari, we had a situation where he continued the infrastructure projects of his predecessors, and we applauded that. At that time, that was unprecedented. It was the first time also that we're seeing a situation where a president will come on board and say, I will not execute any new projects. I just want to finish the projects that are already on ground. That was a good one. And we can see the benefits of that now. People are enjoying the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. It's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful addition to our infrastructure stock as a country. People are enjoying the Lagos-Ibadan rail project, again, has made a huge difference in the lives of people in that sector in that area of the country. And there are a number of other projects like that, the second Niger Bridge, and all of that. He didn't start this project. He continued, he met them on ground and continued them. So credit to Buhari on that. And now credit to President Tinubu for laying down a plan that will outlive him. Having said that, I think it's also important to note that perhaps the president needs to be more ambitious. So according to data out there, that's where I started from initially before I decided to just backtrack and just give the credit where it's due first. According to data, our infrastructure deficit as a country ranges, depending on who you are listening to, ranges from between $3 trillion to $3.3 trillion. In other words, in order for us to catch up and fix the infrastructure deficit that we have, we need to spend $3 trillion. Now, a 35 billion per year plan would amount to 350 billion in 10 years, 700 billion in 20 years, 1.4 trillion in 40 years, and 3.8 trillion in 80 years. So putting it in context, you see that this is a very good plan. You've got to start from somewhere, but it needs to be said that it's not enough. And we can. So in order to meet that infrastructure deficit that we're talking about within a reasonably short time frame, let's say 20 years, for example, say, in 20 years, we want to close the infrastructure gap in this country. You need to raise $3 trillion divided by 20. So you're talking of about $150 billion per year. So the 35 billion naira per year begins to look really small, when you look at it against that. However, we again or balance, if you flip the coin, and people who would applaud this would say, what are you talking about? The entire budget of the country is about $30 billion, roughly, depending on the exchange rate at the time that you're looking at it. So the 28 trillion budget that we have this year, for example, is if you use, let me just do the calculation quickly. I mean, if you use an exchange rate, the official exchange rate as at today or in the budget, I think the budget was still referencing 700 naira to the dollar. So even if I use 700 naira to the dollar and you say 28 trillion, you know, that gives you $40 billion. You know, and I'm being very generous. If you decide to use, you know, the prevailing exchange rates, that cuts down to half. You're talking of $20 billion as our budget. So this is saying that the budget, the national budget aside, notwithstanding, we will spend $35 billion every year outside of what we're budgeting to spend, you know, in the country as a whole. So this is a good thing coming from that perspective, especially when you realize that the funding plan, the plan for funding this would revolve around a mixed basket of funding sources, government revenues, private sector investments, private sector loans, developmental loans, funds from the various markets, funds from insurance companies, pension fund organizations. You know, I like that. I like the fact that it's looking at a wide variety of funding sources, which means that we're not just looking at government revenue, which is exactly what we've been saying, you know, all this while. So I think it's a plan that needs to be applauded, but we need to do more. It's important for us to understand that the deficit we're talking about is heavy. So we need to be more ambitious. I would love for the president, you know, he has always prided himself for being somebody who is audacious, who is bold. You know, the way he very imperiously said subsidy was gone. He needs to apply that type of bravado to these types of projects. This is where that type of courage is needed, actually. You know, he needs to be bold, he needs to be brave, he needs to be audacious, and actually go for the numbers that will make a fundamental difference. Now, again, let's put a bit of context into this for those that may not understand. What do we mean by an infrastructure, the infrastructure expenditure, the infrastructure deficit? What infrastructure are we talking about? Mainly, we'll be talking about roads, we'll be talking about rail, we'll be talking about aviation, you know, the airports, infrastructure, and we'll be talking about power. In my opinion, if you fix the power problem and you fix the rail problem, you will place Nigeria on a pedestal to achieve exponential growth within a very short period of time. So if we apply these funds, for example, to fixing the power problem over a 4-year period, and you know, the power problem can be solved in a 4-year period. Please, it's important for us to note this. Even if you want to lay a completely fresh transmission infrastructure, you don't need 30 years to do this. Maybe you talk about 10 years, like let's junk the existing national grid and just build a new grid. You don't need 20 years, you don't need 10 years. You know, with the adequate funding, you can build a new grid if you want to, but of course you don't need to build a new grid. Technology has gotten to a point where you can do mini grids, for example. So you can have regional grids. You can have off-grid solutions. You know, you can have captive off-grid solutions that are integrated into one network, if you like. There are so many potential solutions to the power problem. So we can fix the power problem, you know, to a reasonable degree in 4 years. We can actually achieve 10, maybe even 20,000 megawatts before the end of this first 4 years of this administration. We can do it. 20,000 megawatts. It's possible, you know, but we need the will, we need focus, we need to be very deliberate. We need planning, you know, and all of that to achieve this. So I think that's the general framework to look at this news item from. It's a good plan, but there's a need to do far more to achieve the infrastructure stock we need to unlock the potential of Nigeria, to take Nigeria from this perennial giant that has perennial potential that is perennially unfulfilled. We need to get to the point where the potential of Nigeria is unlocked and fulfilled. We can do it in 4 years. And I dare say, regardless of the way, the manner of the emergence of this president, regardless of the opposition that he currently still has, regardless of the large chunk of Nigerians that are still unhappy that he is president, if he does this and he succeeds at it in 4 years, I can guarantee you, even his most virulent opposers will vote for him for a second term. And this is the point that politicians must get to understand, that, look, if you do good for a majority of the people, you do good for yourself. You lay down your legacy. Whether you want to talk about pecuniary, mundane benefits that you gain in office, or you want to talk about legacy and issues that matter, through time, you do good for yourself. So it's a very good plan. I wish they would be more ambitious with it, but it's a good start, and it should be commended.
Yeah. All right. So when you were speaking, I was just listening to you, and you touched on power. Now, we still do not have 24 hours power in Nigeria, and it reminds me of the fact that Nigeria isn't a spring chicken. Nigeria is about 64 years on October 1st. So what have been the main challenges for our infrastructure development in Nigeria? Because you would not expect a country that is already 64 to still be struggling with infrastructure year in, year out. And then you see all of these presidents come in with their administration, and it seems as though continuity is a challenge. Now, I know that President Muhammadu Buhari had come in, yes, and he started the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund. Now, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he's continuing it, but has changed the name to Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund. So we're seeing some form of continuity. But what have been the main challenges over the years that is just now we're realizing that we need to start to look at this and start to develop our infrastructure in Nigeria?
It's a deep question, if you ask me, because we're basically going to try to tackle the entire what is wrong with Nigeria question, actually. So I think the first thing is to understand, to cut ourselves some slack as a country and understand that we are the biggest black nation in the world. We have the largest population in Africa. I think the 6th largest in the world. By population, we're big. By landmass, we're big. I think we're the 4th largest or 5th largest country in Africa by landmass, with our 928,000 square kilometers of land. And on top of that, you've got the religious complexities, you've got the topographic complexities, you've got the ethnic complexities. Nigeria is a complex country. Nigeria is probably comparable only to the United States of America when you take all of these things, and try to compare like for like. There are a number of countries, maybe in Asia, that also have this similar potpourri of issues that Nigeria faces. So what this means is that in order for you to achieve inclusive, sustainable development over a long period of time, there has to be, it can't happen by accident. It's impossible for it to happen by accident. It's going to happen because somebody sat down and planned. You're going to have to sit down and have a national developmental plan that will be painstakingly executed across several administrations, because we have term limits. We're not running a dictatorship, we're not running a monarchy. So this has been the real bane of our development. The real reason that we have been unable to move forward as a country is that as a result of the complexities that is our reality, it's impossible for development to happen accidentally. It's impossible. So that lack of purpose, deliberate design in our approach to the governance question is the answer to the question you've asked. Is the reason we're where we are. So what you have is we've got. I've deliberately stayed away from the corruption issue. Of course, at the base of this, if you want to say why don't we then have that purposefulness in planning, you will come to the corruption question. But before we even talk about that, it's the fact that every administration that comes on board, just like I said earlier, every administration, with the exception of President Muhammad Buhari, credit to him. And that, I think, will be one of this. When his story is told, when the story of Nigeria is told on the long, 20, 40 years from today, one of the good things that will be said about him will be the fact that he continued the legacy of his predecessor. It's a very important issue. Every politician comes on board and undoes what his predecessor did. Everyone, with the exception of Buhari. And with that, you can never achieve development. I mean, just imagine that the United Arab Emirates and Dubai, with Dubai, in particular, has achieved the kind of development that they've achieved right in our lifetime. If you're a 40-year-old Nigerian, you were already born and Dubai was a desert. If you're 40 years old, and here we are today, everybody, not just Nigerians, everybody from all over the world troops to that country and to that city, to just gape and wonder, who and to say, wow, at the kind of wonders that they've achieved in that country. And we're not talking of just infrastructure and tourism, even in the quality of life of their citizens, So the reason they were able to do that was that there was a plan. And the plan was implemented to the letter over a 30-year period. Here we are today. So for Nigeria, we need to have a plan. We need to have a plan that is sustainable. We need to have a plan that will be implemented by successive governments regardless of political affiliation. Whether you're APC, PDP, Labour Party, SDP, NNPP, whatever party you come from, once you assume the office of president, once you assume the office of governor, once you assume local government chairmanship, there should be a template that you meet on ground, that you just pick up and continue from where your predecessor left off. Sure, you can have little modifications based on your own personal philosophy, based on your own temperament, based on your own human peculiarities. But there has to be a plan that we are implementing as a country, until we arrive at a point where we have a national development plan that is encoded in law that must be followed by successive administrations. We will not solve our power problem. We will not solve our education institution problems. We will not solve our healthcare institution problems. We will not solve our infrastructure, road infrastructure, transportation infrastructure problems. We will simply grasp in bits and pieces at these issues and solve them per time. So, for example.
Okay, so I just want to ask one last question because we need to go, right?
Okay.
I just want you to answer this in 1 minute. So now, I mean, this is great. We need $35 billion a year for the next 16 years. But how is this going to, drive the growth of our economy? So when it comes to employment opportunities, the value chain, the value of the Nigerian lives, pretty much, how is this going to impact us as Nigerians?
If the government spends $35 billion on infrastructure alone in 2025, I'm leaving out 2024 because I assume it will take, we're already in March.
Yes.
9 months left in 2024. So let's assume that the 9 months will be used to implement this and get it up and running. And it's now sitting and flowing fully by 2025. So Nigeria implements this plan for 2025 and we spend $35 billion in 2025 on infrastructure. Our economy will grow significantly. How will it impact it? Just the spend alone, just the fact that you're going to throw out about 30 trillion naira, in addition to your 20 trillion, 25 trillion, 30 trillion budget. So we're talking of a 60 trillion, potentially a 60 trillion budget for 2025. Obviously, Nigeria will grow. Employment will happen because it is people that are going to implement this infrastructure project, isn't it? And there will be the trickle-down effect of the monies. As the money is flowing through those projects, you have contractors that are, going to be engaged and all of that. So it will definitely impact employment. It will definitely impact the quality of life, because as those infrastructure projects then come on stream, then the quality of life of people would also begin to improve.
Well, hopefully that's what is going to be done, and we'll just look at how it happens, and hopefully corruption doesn't, rear its ugly head, and all Nigerians would just be happy saying we have a better economy and we have good
I'm sorry, it will, but let's hope we make the best of it.
Yes. All right, thank you so much. It's been amazing having a conversation with you. Thank you. Okay, we'll be speaking.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, we've been speaking with Segun Sokuton. He's the chairman, Accountability Calendar and Transparency Network, and we've just been talking about the fact that the federal government has said they need $35 billion yearly for infrastructure expenditure, and this is to happen from now till 2040, so we're looking at 16 years. Anyways, that's the size of the show. We have to wrap it up now. It's been amazing having a breakfast with you today. I'll see you again tomorrow. My name is Rebecca Olsen. Have an amazing day.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, I was going to earn like times 20, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now. Where's the venue? So I went to the venue. We ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to eat. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. but they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you, just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people, and that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, consume it, and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. Always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada. I just want to go to the US. I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world. So you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews. You submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. Give them, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving. So if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. Age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have an interesting event you would absolutely enjoy. Loving, disciplined, and generous were the words of family and friends to the late Morenike Bode Ogumba, Ni Ogumbawo, at her funeral service at the Redeemed Christian Church of God. the Fountain of Living Waters, Anthony Village, Lagos. The 2-day burial ceremony attracted dignitaries, well-wishers from far and wide who converge on Ikorodu for the final burial rites. Our correspondent Paul George was there and brought back the report.
Men and women, young and old at this congregation wore mournful looks. It was a moment of sadness and celebration of a life well lived by Mrs. Morenike Bode Ogumba. Tributes poured in one after the other from her friends and those who had some experiences with her when she was alive. The son, Aditapo Ogumba, and one of her daughters-in-law, Layo Shola Daniels, spoke about her good deeds, wishing her eternal rest.
My mom was a mother indeed. She practically gave her life for us. She was very tough. She was a disciplinarian, but after 50 years of life, we look back and we realize that that discipline was worth it. And we love her so much. She was so wonderful. And we will miss her, but we know she has gone to a better place to be with the Lord.
She was brutally honest. She knew what she wanted. And more often than not, we may not agree with her, but we always found out that whatever she said was actually the right thing to do. She had a way with people. She was a people lover. Even though she would say she has favorites, she would tell me that the other one is her favorite. Then she'll go to the other one and tell her that I'm her favorite. You can see the children. She raised 4 boys single-handedly, and all of them turned out well. I know that she's already with Jesus.
Her bosom friend and confidant, Adoni Kasim, shed tears as she recounted great memories of her.
I miss her so much.
Meanwhile, the senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Conrad Meime, gave exhortations from the book of James, chapter 4, verse 13 and 14.
She was a frank someone. She would tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whether you agree or you don't agree with her. In my marriage, she helped me. I'm going to Jerusalem. She was the one that facilitated my journey. She told me that when she comes back, she will make sure that that Lepo, did my own. I miss her. Ibi iwájú tó kọjú sí kò ní fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ o, kò ní jọ̀kùn, kò ní jẹ́ kò lóhun tó ń jẹ lọ́hùn ló máa bá wọn jẹ.
The scripture we just read in James chapter 4 says, "You who have made plans for tomorrow, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow?"
The next day, well-wishers converged on Ikorodu for the burial proper. The pallbearer, in celebration of the late Mommy Ogumba, as some called her, displayed their dancing steps, adding color to the ceremony. The senior pastor of the Fountain of Living Waters, Pastor Meime, prayed. Tears followed as her remains were finally committed to Mother Earth. The celebration of life continued with a reception after a short service held for the late MBO. The second son of the deceased, Adeyinka Shomotun, said if reincarnation was possible, he would want her mother back. Other members of the family, Victoria Omoboale Ogumbanwo and Owolabi Ogumbanwo, also paid tributes to their late sister.
Apart from our biological children, there are a lot of other people who call her mom that she, basically adopted and sowed into their lives and was a blessing to them. So I know that's a lot, but my mother was many things, and there are many things I will remember her for. If I could choose all over again, 100% I'll choose her to be my mom. We just want her to continue to rest in the bosom of our Lord and Savior.
She does not condone nonsense. If you say anything, she will scold you immediately. That is that. So she's a good woman, very good. Well, I wish her
When you look at her, you have seen our mother. There's no good thing to say about that than it is well with her. And even in her death, we will still continue to love her.
Morenike Bode Ogumba, Nee Ogumbanwo, was born on March 8, 1941 in Shagamu to Mr. Emmanuel Adebayo Ogumbanwo and Madam Ramotu Ogumbanwo. She died on December 26, 2003. Paul George, Plus TV News.
For your mercies never fail. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I can make, I will sing of the goodness of God.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of its founder, Chief James Aboderin. It's part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring, and mesmerizing with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People Eagle of O Street graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were a bit idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Olu decided to establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality's limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins. Intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger, and that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes, and
all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I'm a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept governments and every stakeholders in check. And to me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodeni.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes. And like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward, into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
And the way I feel now, cause some people keep doing it. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. It's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, that on my mind, you can wait around home and ride me. Guess I'm on my way. I can do just stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity bowl and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now, they have no skills, so the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eaten. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Baba me. Shebi na me they park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make you reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as he reverse back, now I tell him make he cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy. I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erewa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us on One-on-One today. Today, we'll be focusing on recruitment and human resources. And to discuss this in detail with me is our guest, Richard Eddy. He's an HR consultant, the CEO of Team Ace Limited, an HR recruitment and business process outsourcing firm. He's a business consultant with a focus on the development of sustainable businesses in Nigeria. His experience cuts across banking, taxation, and human resource, and having managed a tax management firm in the past. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me here in the studio. Okay. I am delighted to talk more about my passion.
Okay, oh great. So let's go straight to that. Let's talk about that. So how did you find that HR was your niche or your passion, and then business consulting was something that you wanted to do?
All right, so I started, this started some time ago when I was a copper, 11 years ago with one of my bosses, and I saw the passion in which he used. We're in the banking industry, and I saw how he put passion in what he was doing. And when we thought of walking around business owners who comes to the bank to receive facility, had gone through series of applications and series of businesses. So I saw a particular one and I got interested in it after reading their business plan and all of that. And I reached out to him and he said, okay, it's a gradual process. Give yourself a timeline and follow through. And after I left the banking, I went into an HR consulting firm. I don't want to mention their name, of course. So taking through the process as a business development person, I learned my rope and I saw that this could be better. And that gave me an inch to delve into my own practice.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So now let's talk about business.
Yes.
You know, Nigeria is an entrepreneurial country. Everybody wants to be their own boss and set up, their own business. But what is it that people should know? People that, they want to set up their own business, they want to start out. What are the key things that you need to know before they set out into those businesses? All
right, one, you need to understand your environment. And you must know that as a CEO, right, your core responsibility is to ensure that you bring in business. Now, setting up a business because you have the finance, you have the knowledge, is not sufficient. Now, how do you sustain this? You need to sustain this by ensuring that your business gets enough clients that can pay the bills. One, there are bills to be paid. There are rental bills, there are employee staff, there is government regulation bills that you need to pay. Now, how do I go about this? Is to ensure that in my first 6 months, right, I have all of this in place. Okay. So business owners, it's tough out there. Regulations are there. So you need to, first of all, 3 things I tell people. Understand that there are 3 key factors.
Okay.
The factors are 1, yourself, paying your bills. 2, your employees, can you pay their bills? 3, can you meet government regulations in terms of taxes? If these 3 things are defined, and you know that in the long time, you can meet these needs, then it's good for you to set up. And again, a lot of people have this motion that I want to be my own boss, let me leave. Some people do 9 to 5, earn more than us business owners, right? But the key is, even in the business where you work, there is what you call intrapreneurship, not intra. In the place where you work, right? How have you grown in terms of capacity to manage yourself and manage the business under your lock and key? If you think that you now have that intrapersonal skill, right, in you have been able to grow where you are and you feel you need to take the niche outside, fine, take it and go and set up your own business. But then again, are you able to meet these 3 three things. If yes for you and you have ticked all the dots, then it's fine. I had a session with somebody yesterday. On Saturday, he wants to leave banking where he's a DM to set up. And I said, oh, he has the finance. Do you have the capacity? He said he will build the capacity along the way. I said, no, capacity cuts across. Do you have the right employees? Do you have the right product for this? Have you done a market survey to know that people need this service? He said, no, people need agricultural businesses, everybody. And I said, yes, there's a need, but have you seen the costs of your supply? So that by the time you see the cost of your supply and you're able to push out, there's a margin for you that will take care of yourself, take care of your employees, and pay taxes. And after that, don't forget, as a DM, you're on 1.4. In your first 6 months, if you don't earn 1.4 M, can you sustain? You have 3 kids. Can you still pay their fees conveniently? Can they still take their normal meals, right? 1, 2, 3. 3 square meal. Can you still do summer? And he laughed and he said, I have a point. I said, no, that's why you are here. You are here for consultation. And let's tick the boxes. If all of this can be met within your first 1 year of delving out into a new business, fine, I can advise you to move on. But then, if you have not ticked these boxes, please do not go.
Okay, that's scary because people, I'm not a business owner, so I'm still a 9 to 5. But you know, we read all these stats of how many businesses don't even survive in the first 3 years or the first 5 years. So what's responsible for that? What happens? Because if you have counted the cost, you've done the business plan, I've done this consulting, and then you set out, what happens that you know, businesses, or from your experience, that businesses do not succeed up to some businesses do not succeed 3, 5 years. What
so there's statistics all over the world done by Harvard Business Review, and McKinsey did another one to say that 92% of businesses do not survive their first 5 years of operation.
92%
of business.
That's huge.
That's huge, right? Unfortunately for me, I manage some businesses and I received some emails. A company who is on their 3rd year, they said they want to close down.
What was their reason?
Their reason were they cannot meet up their obligations. They are owing employees, and the partners are struggling. You know, they've been using their personal funds to run the business. And I said the key thing in business setup is not you having money in your first 1 year of operation. Right? Yeah. I read a book by Dr. Ola, Fly Doctor, where she said that the key thing is never run out of cash for entrepreneur. Now, if you do not run out of cash, it means that there must be something sustaining that pipeline. Are you generating new businesses? Is your business bringing in funds? If the answer is no, then you will run out of cash because the source of your supply will get tired at a point in time. And over the last 2 years, they've been running the business with their funds. Now they have their first client in their 3rd year, and their first client and some other clients they have pulled out for technical issues. They couldn't sustain because the owners had felt that they have met their breakthrough. There was no need for them to be funding the business, and it became difficult for them. And their families became tired because there was no source of livelihood anymore.
So what should businesses do to ensure that they survive? Because 92% is huge.
Generate more business. Let your business bring in business for you. So if you have a business that is not bringing in that much business for you, it becomes a problem, right? Whatever you have set out to be, how is the cash flow process like? So there must be, the business must sustain, whereby it's bringing in new businesses.
Okay.
So CEO's first responsibility, like Dr. Ola has said, never run out of cash. Secondly, they must think strategy. Strategy in terms of generating new business, acquiring clients that will pay for their services. If clients do not pay for your services, you can't continue to use your money to fund your business.
Okay. All right. So on that note, we'll just take a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue this conversation.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thank you for staying with us on One on One. We're back with our guest, Mr. Richard, and we're talking about businesses and survival in Nigeria. So we're talking earlier on about how the scary statistics from Harvard Business Review. So what must entrepreneurs begin to do to ensure that their businesses don't die out by the second, third, or even the first year of business?
Yes. If you see that review, you would also understand that what has happened to COVID. Okay. What COVID brought, a lot of businesses went down. It means that our business models must begin to be sustainable.
Okay.
That word sustainable comes in 3 legs, right? Companies must put policies in place.
All right.
Policies that must enhance the growth of the business. And secondly, how is their financial strength? Are they putting that into perspective? And finally, are there procedures in terms of expenditures, right? A lot of people over time feels that I am the entrepreneur, I am the CEO of my firm, right? And because I'm the CEO, I can spend the money the way I like. No, there are stakeholders in business. I tell people the lifestyle that you live as an entrepreneur or CEO tells down to the employees that work with you, right? There are stakeholders in business. Government is a stakeholder, your employees is a stakeholder, your directors are stakeholders. Okay. These things must be spelled out. And over time, CEOs, in your first 2 years of business, you must check the margin of your profits and let your salary or whatever wage you pay yourself be a margin of that. Basic thing that has killed businesses in Nigeria is mismanagement.
Mismanagement.
Right? And discipline. Entrepreneurs or CEOs who are not disciplined will find themselves into trouble. So first, be disciplined and pay fair wages. So that you don't have employees going and coming. That alone is a lot of work for people.
Sure.
So pay them right, pay them what your business can sustain, right? Let people see the vision you want to drive in. And again, you can't tell somebody that the business is growing, whereas you are living large,
and
right?
Not putting back into
the business, right?
Okay.
Can my salary sustain the business? That's the first question we should ask.
Okay, so let's talk about, you talked about staff turnover now, about staff.
Yeah.
So let's talk about staff.
Yes.
And you know that this Nigeria is an interesting country. Finding the right staff for any business is essential. But peculiar in Nigeria, how do you ensure that you find the right staff, the right fit for your business?
Yes, a lot of people have talked about character. A lot of people have thought hire for character. Don't hire for skill. Now, there are levels to where that work, right? If you are looking for an intern, if you are looking for NYSC graduate to work with you, right, what you should be looking at is character. Fine, because you need somebody with the right character to be in your team. But if you are looking for experience and you need skill, you need people who can do the job. And a lot of us, CEOs, like I was telling my team this morning, it's when we need a job to be done, we go to the internet and said, job description for finance manager, and we download it and send to the person, right? In actual sense, you need to know what you want this person to deliver. Expectations are high. A lot of CEOs employ and they want XYZ, but it's not communicated. Communication is key in hiring process, right? If you hire someone, let the person know the job description and not what you have downloaded from the internet. Spell it out how you want it. These are the things I want to do. And what are the metrics of measurement? I will measure you based on XYZ. Let it be clear. And the person who is assuming that office that is vacant is well cleared on what he or she is expected to do. So basically, the hiring process has always been faulty because the expectations and the deliverables are different. the employee is saying that these are my job descriptions. When you hired me, these were the things you said I should do. Now I have come into place. You are telling me I need to be dynamic. I need to do X, Y, Z. I need to be finance manager. I need to be HRO manager. I need to be admin. Right?
Okay.
Some persons cannot play all roles.
All roles, yeah, true.
So you must be specific. You want to be my accountant. These are the things I want you to do.
Okay. So let's talk about your business, for example.
Yes.
Because I always like to be, see how you lit up, because you're a recruitment agency.
Yes.
I always like us to be practical. So we're not just talking about people's heads.
Yeah.
Now, in your agency, which is a recruitment agency,
Yes.
how did you ensure that you got your staffing right? Is this the same thing that you did, tailoring each job description to each person? What did you do?
Yeah, exactly. So for me, when I started 2 years ago, I had worked somewhere, and I have seen some employees who have the gold mindsets, right?
Okay, so you went to poach them.
I went to poach, and when I needed an intern and a copper, I spelled out what I wanted. I said, these are the things you will do. I didn't just go look into the internet and said the role of a recruitment analyst. And I set the process for our recruitment process. This is how we should go about. And I understand there are people, the way they act, the way they do, right, entails that we understand each other. I know the way you act. I know the way you react to things. When job descriptions are spelled out, I use my mind. I tell you, we meet, we have a conversation. I tell you in details, these are the things that I expected of you, and these are the deliverables.
Okay.
It is well spelled out. So I took out time, get the people I needed, and as we progress in the business, I noticed that there needs to be a change, there needs to be an additional role, and I noticed that when there's an additional role, I tell my employees, you need to read this XYZ of books, so that this will help you as you move up to your next role.
Yes.
A lot of people feel, every time I have changed a job, right? I learned this from a friend called Jeffrey. Every time I am doing the same job title, sales manager, business development manager, right? I give myself a 1 month break, so that I would have read a couple of books that will help me about that role more, about my new job, so that as moving into that job, right, I'm able to meet my expectations. And when job descriptions are sent to me, I download them, I put them on Google. Google tell me, oh, this one is a downloaded copy from the internet, because you see duplicates. And I put a call through. What are the specifics?
Yeah.
What are the specifics? What is expected?
Fantastic.
So I need to know, so that when I go into the roles, I am not saying, sir, this was what you sent me. Right?
Okay, so this leads me to my next question about
Yes.
the fact that, many people say, so it's one thing to get the hiring process wrong in the beginning.
Yeah.
But now as a recruitment agency, many people say, oh, there are no jobs out there. There are not enough jobs. Tell us really what's the problem. Is it that there are jobs and they're not talents enough to match the jobs, or people are not skilled enough, or truly there's really no job out there?
Yeah. In VI alone, you have over 15 recruitment agencies. On the mainland, you have over 100 recruitment agencies. They are all in a business. It means that if they're in business, that means organizations are recruiting on a daily basis. There are startups coming up every day. So what is the problem? There are two things, right? I have told job seekers over time, your connections must be right, and you must be skilled in what you want, what you're applying for.
Okay.
Right? There are jobs, but employers are looking for the right set of candidates. So you must get two things right. Your character must be stable. Secondly, you must be skilled at what you do.
Your character must be stable.
Yeah.
That sounds like a very short thing, but also like very loaded. But I think we should take a quick break so we can just expound on that.
Exactly.
All right, so stay with us. We'll be talking more about your character must be stable right after this break.
What's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thank you for staying with us. My name is Fumi Nojife, and you're still watching One on One. We're talking about recruitment, human resource, and finding the right staff. So you were talking earlier on about your character must be stable.
Yes.
Character, integrity, it's something else. So what do you, first of all, let me ask you, what do you mean by that when you say your character must be stable?
All right, so this is what it is, right? For me, in my place of work, and a lot of candidates I have had to speak with in terms of the recruitment process, right? Now, the recruitment process is in two folds, right? The candidates apply for the job, the recruitment agency sends a template, fill this XYZ, right? And timelines are given.
Yes.
Right, so if I send somebody a questionnaire to quickly fill and I said, this is the time to fill it, right? You have till 22nd, which is the next day, to fill this. And then the candidate comes back and send an email, apologies, I couldn't do this, right? That one, for me, I know that time management is a problem for this person. Now, we are breaking down character, right? I know that time management is a problem for this person. If this person comes to the right, if the person resumes, right, I'll get to deal with these apologies, right? Now, I want to know, for me, doing this task, how many minutes or hours will it take me to do this, right? I know, and I give a space of an additional 2 hours. Is this person feeling it in the right process? Now, secondly, what is the presentation like, right? Somebody who is well composed will give us a well-documented document in response to what we have asked for. Somebody who is just saying, I have applied before, let me just apply. You'll see some candidates. You are sending them an email to say, email they have sent to like 15 people. They will just forward
it to you
without editing.
True.
That's a turn-off already for the, because you see a lot of emails. What you have done, you have exposed other recruitment companies, your cousins, your uncle, who you should have kept private in that email trail, right? And I looked at myself, if this person resumes with me, is this what this person is going to do?
Okay, well, let's now talk about character at the job, because we were speaking earlier on about, and then this popular saying, I think it's from Simon Sinek, who says that you hire for skill, you hire for character. So how character on the job, as a recruitment agency, you take someone, his CV is stellar, he has done everything, he has ticked the boxes. How do you know that this person's character might be a little shifty, on the job? Or what do employers need to do to say, okay, how do we now detect that, okay, this person, we can't hire him, he has a bad character? Or how do you
so as the person resumes on the job, right, on his job is good, right? There are two things in the job place. You are skilled and attitude, right?
Okay.
Right, because there are people in the workplace that needs to be that also look at you, and what forms your character may also impact on them. When people talk most times about culture in an organization, it's not a document spelled anywhere. It's the attitude of the employees that forms what we call culture in an organization. So, but how are we looking at this, right? There are rules. Let's resume 9 a.m. and it's agreed by everybody. This person resumes by 9:30, and it's an everyday thing. There's always an apology to give. There's always a reason, right? And when you give a task is assigned, and there is deadlines. Clients are waiting. What is the feedback? Right? This person takes number of times, right? And you see some people. Another thing again that we also need to look at. If you visit some offices and closing time is by 5 p.m., right? If you see someone who works on the island and stays as far as Ikorodu, if it is 5 p.m. closing time, if a visitor walks into that office 4:58, the receptionist is upset.
Because she wants to close.
Because she wants to close and go home. But don't forget that this person walking in is bringing in business for the business that will pay your salary. And because you want to go, you just tell him nobody's in the office.
Okay, let me just also interrupt you now because of time. So how do we train the people to ensure that they have this mindset? You were talking about books earlier. People should read books. Not everybody will read books.
Yeah.
Some might even just go read the summary and say, because I got Patrick, I said I should come and read the letter, come on. So get.
Yeah.
But how do we begin to train and teach and give people the right mindset to grow the business? Because people are the life of the business. How do you do that?
Yes, what we have in our system is we form a system in our organization where bi-weekly there's a training and everybody takes turn to train. We train ourselves. So today is your turn, you come up with a topic that is in line with our recruitment process. So everybody takes turn to train ourselves. It means that you need to do a lot of research, you need to do a lot of work before you come and do some presentation. And when you are done, there are questions to be asked. So you don't just go and download what you don't even understand yourselves. So that's our own form of learning among ourselves. And tasks are always given to people to say there are a number of books that would help you grow in your recruitment process, help you do your tasks, right? So we refer them to read. An organization should learn this. There should be a section where everybody comes together.
Okay.
And an in-house compulsory training. Employees should be told what to do, remind them of the job, of the culture of the organization. So it should be a continuous thing.
All right.
Continuous thing. That's what I propose.
Okay, so because we're out of time, my final question to you is what should the government do to enable businesses, especially post-COVID now? Post-COVID took a hit on almost every business in Nigeria. So what should the government do to enable businesses to grow?
Yes, it's a lot. It's a lot. The government needs to put infrastructures in place. Companies are complaining, but I must also give kudos to the government. Last year, the government came out with a policy for entrepreneurs like us, young entrepreneurs, where they give us loan. Right? Okay. Yes, and there was a post-COVID grant that was given. My organization also benefited from that, and at some point in time, employees too were giving payroll bonding. So that's one of the way government has helped us to cushion the effects of COVID in businesses. But going forward, a lot of us complain about taxes, but thank God, government has also said that for young businesses between 0 to 25 million of gross revenue or annual, you won't pay taxes. So on the part of taxes, they have reduced the burden, but yeah, we do not have infrastructures again. For me, for diesel cost is high. The exchange rate is also a problem to us because some of us have investors who we are sending back funds to, and it's meant to be in USD. And as we are doing this, it has crashed, compared from where you got the funds and all of that. So our economic policies needs to be right so that young entrepreneurs can get better of the system.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. It has been, we definitely have to have you back again.
Yes.
It seems like 30 minutes was too short to really, discuss in detail many of the issue, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having us. And we look forward anytime you invite us again to come and break this down.
Sure, definitely. Yeah. Thank you for staying with us on 101. I hope you learned a lesson or two today from the journey and from the stories shared. We look forward to having you again very soon. Have a good day. My name is Somunwa Jefe.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. I live a life of service. These were the words of Miss Dominga Omolara Tanimowo Odebumi as she turned 60. The Diamond Jubilee celebration brought together family and friends, including popular actress Joke Silva, to grace the occasion. Our correspondent Paul George was there and now reports.
Stretch your capacity to forgive. Stretch your capacity to give. And don't forget to always stretch your capacity to serve the Lord.
It was a colorful and beautiful scene at the Diamond Jubilee birthday ceremony of Mrs. Dominga Omolara Tanimowo Odebumi as she dedicated it to God Almighty. Well-wishers, family and friends were excited to join her in celebration as she sang and danced to the glory of God. The birthday celebrator, who looks 10 years younger, gave thanks to God for keeping her alive up until this period and using her to bless humanity. The husband, Tokumbo Odebumi, could not hide his joy, saying his wife is beautiful in and out.
God did things through me to people. I've served the nation, I've served in the government, as the first DG of Lagos State Safety Commission. God gave us a vision and we delivered, and I touched so many lives by making sure that at least people did not die needlessly. Glory of God. Anointing, hot anointing. That's just what it is. I'm really grateful. I'm grateful.
She's an embodiment of beauty. She's beautiful inside. She's lovely inside. She's gorgeous outside. She's beautiful outside. She's unmissable. She's just, she's probably, I would say, is the first most beautiful woman that is an all-rounder, which is, of intelligence, and I'm one person that I'm attracted. When you say someone is sapiosexual, I'm first attracted to intelligence.
Veteran actress Joke Silva, while praying for Odebumi, her sister, described her as someone supportive and nice to a fault.
She's the sister who will make sure that your business grows. She's the sister who will laugh with you in times, she's also the sister of fun. As she stretches, it is not the stretching of labor, but it is the stretching of favor. This is the season not to retire, but to refire.
The children, Rolake, Labi and Moruti Odebumi, were also now left out in the encomiums for their mom. While Rolake hopes she can match her mom's energy, Labi and Moruti say their mom has a good heart as she desires to see everyone grow.
I would describe my mom as my hero. She is a woman who is so inspirational. She is someone that I respect so much, and I hope I can be the kind of mom that she is, that she's been for me. I just pray that there will be many more years that I can give her drama for. I'm more of a daddy's girl, but as I've grown with age, I've started to understand and really appreciate that mom and daughter relationship more. So it's starting to lean a little bit. Dad, I'm sorry, but it's leaning a little bit.
She has tough love, but that's because it's her selflessness, because she wants to see everybody do well, and she doesn't accept the bare minimum from you. I had a lot of energy that needed to be channeled. I can cheekily say that energy came from her, so she knew what she was dealing with. I am wishing her long life, good health, and for her to actually enjoy life for herself now.
My mum is many different faces to many different people, but what she is to me is someone who wants to care for others, wants to put everyone else in front. That's me. The okra soup cooking that she cooks is amazing. So we are here to celebrate my mom. That's Dominga Omolara Adebomi. I know you're watching. So glory be to you. Blessings on the Most High. Love you, Mom.
The guests and everyone present to celebrate the day wished her many more years ahead in good health. Paul George, Plus TV News.
A total of 485 newly qualified associate chartered bankers and microfinance certified bankers have been formally admitted into the associateship and microfinance certified bankers categories of the Chartered Institute of Bankers. Delivering his keynote address, the Chief Executive Officer of Sterling Bank PLC, Abubakar Suleiman, charged the inductees to have clarity of purpose and to soar high in their banking careers. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and filed this report.
It is a 2024 Stream 1 Graduates Induction and Prize Awards Day of the Chartered Institute of Bankers. The ceremony saw 336 newly qualified chartered bankers and 149 microfinance certified bankers inducted, having successfully completed the CIBN's professional examinations in 2023.
Affirm before my family, friends and colleagues, I will adhere strictly to the code of conduct in the Nigerian banking industry.
In a lecture titled Ethics and Professionalism, a prerequisite for building sustainable careers and institutions, the keynote speaker, Abubakar Suleiman, harped on the need for the inductees to keep to the ethics of the profession and embrace integrity as their watchword.
The virtue of being a professional in an employee status, that is not a roadmap to billionaireship, unless you are a thief. And you're not, because you wouldn't bother becoming certified bankers, you wouldn't bother taking your professional status so seriously if all you are interested in is to make money. So I want to round up by saying to you, if you're looking for a purpose, banking will offer you a purpose.
In his remarks, Commissioner for Finance, Lagos State, Abayomi Oluyomi, commended the leadership and membership of the CIBN for upholding the legacy of the founding fathers of the institution.
Activities, policies, and initiatives of the Institute have contributed immensely to the furtherance of professionalism and promotion of ethical standards in the banking sector, as well as the financial and economic space in Nigeria. Your collective efforts to be Africa's foremost and the most influential professional body that is primarily focused on capacity building has continued to make significant impact, as can be seen in the high level that Nigerian banking and financial sector occupy in Africa.
Earlier in his welcome address, the President, Chairman of Council, CIBN, Ken Okpara, said the day marks a significant milestone in their journey of becoming professional bankers.
Short of saying that there's no shortcut to having to build a structure. Undoubtedly, ethics and professionalism stand as pillars within the financial services industry and the entire ecosystem, serving as the bedrock upon which trust, reliability, credibility.
Meanwhile, one of the newly inductees, Vincent Tochukwu, described the day as a dream come true.
One must have a purpose if you really want to achieve much in life, and the banking industry actually offers a purpose to anyone who desires it. So I think if I'm taking away anything, it is the fact that I need to find my purpose and stand with it with all sense of commitment, all sense of integrity, all sense of responsibility, and that is actually my driving force.
The CIBN president reminded the inductees that the institute prides itself as a conscience of the industry. As such, they must ensure that their actions and decisions are rooted in integrity. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Banking will move to education, which is the bedrock of any nation. Governor Abu Kefas says his administration will soon set a benchmark for teachers in primary and secondary schools in the state to raise Taraba State's education standard. He disclosed at the 6th and 7th combined convocation ceremony of the Federal University Wukari in Taraba State, where he insisted that his administration will implement minimum requirements for teaching in both primary and secondary schools to ensure that learners are guided by educators with solid academic qualifications. Correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale filed this report.
This is the 6th and 7th combined convocation ceremony of the Federal University Wukari. The convocation drew people from all walks of life to the ancient city, the spiritual headquarters of Kwararafa Kingdom. Speaking at the event, Governor Abu Kefas said he will implement minimum teaching requirements to raise the standard of education and ensure that learners are guided by educators with solid academic qualifications. He explained that primary school teachers would be required to have a minimum qualification of a degree, while secondary school teachers will have at least master's degree, among others.
As part of our commitment to raising educational standards, I am pleased to announce that in the near future, we will be implementing minimum requirements for teachers at various levels. For primary education, the minimum requirement for teachers will be a first degree, and ensuring that our youngest learners are guided by educators with a solid academic foundation. Similarly, for secondary educations, teachers will be required to have a minimum of a master's degree, ensuring that students receive instruction from highly qualified and knowledgeable mentors.
The governor said his administration will provide more training opportunities to ensure that teachers remain updated and build their capabilities in the discharge of their duties. He urged the graduates to consider the noble teaching profession and that their expertise can shape and add value to the education sector. Governor Kefas commended the Federal University Wukari for its dedication to knowledge delivery and the role it is playing in shaping the future of the young ones. He said as a government, effort will be made to follow up with the federal government to ensure that laws establishing the university are properly put in place.
As a state government, we will follow up with the federal government to ensure that the enabling law is established.
In his speech, the Vice-Chancellor, Federal University Wukari, Professor Jude Samani Wabo, commended the dedication and commitment of the staff of the institution in equipping the graduates and equally enjoined them to strive to become beacons of hope in their respective societies. The VC commended the support the institution received from the Taraba State government under the Governor Abu Kefas to include donation of a general hospital, which is now the university's teaching hospital, a donation of a piece of land and funding of the convocation ceremony, among others. On behalf of the honorary degree recipients, the former SGF, Boss Mustafa, thanked the management of the university for approving their awards and said the honor bestowed on them is an additional responsibility to grow and develop the university.
I'm glad to inform the VISO that now the prototype projects have been completed and were commissioned yesterday. Similarly, the perimeter fence has been completed and commissioned. Lastly, but more importantly, teaching hospital has now been established for Federal University Wukari.
I'm honestly excited that I'm being honored today along with two great Nigerians. That is His Majesty Manu Ishaku Ada, the Akuka, and Chairman of Taraba State Traditional Rulers Council, and Chief Obadiah Ando, former Minister of water resources in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are all conscious of the fact that this award bestows on us more responsibilities than privileges for the growth of the Federal University Wukari.
Those honored with honorary doctorate degrees, honorary causa includes the former Minister of Water Resources, Obadiah Ando, the Aku Uka His Royal Majesty Manu Ishaku Ada Ali, and the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. Highlights of the occasion included presentation of prizes and awards to some of the graduates who distinguished themselves in various fields.
We stay in Taraba in this next report. Governor Agbu Kefas has restated his administration's commitment to turn around the infrastructural deficits of the state. Speaking during an inspection tour with some of his commissioners to the site of some ongoing projects within Jalingo, the state capital, said that all hands are on deck to ensure transparency and accountability in delivering the project. Correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale filed this report.
Governor Agbu Kefas, his deputy, alongside other government officials, visits some ongoing project within Jalingo, the state capital. The Algon Property Presidential Lodge, the College of Nursing and Midwifery, the Kefas International Palliative Market, the Trailer Park and the Executive Lounge of the Dambaba Sonte Airport are part of the sites visited. The others are the ongoing construction of the College of Agriculture, Kefas ultra-modern abattoir, the State House of Assembly, and some ongoing project inside the government house. Speaking shortly after the inspection tour, the Deputy Governor, Aminu Al-Khali, and the Commissioner for Information and Reorientation, Barrister Zainab Osman Jalingo, briefed the press on their assessment.
That we want to see the level of the projects, make sure that they meet the targeted period or time we gave them to complete the works, because we want to commission some of the projects before or on our first year in office. So far so good, and the contractors have actually tried in meeting the deadline we have given them, doing the quality work we expected of them.
Today's exercise by His Excellency shows the proactiveness of His Excellency and this administration. We went round all together with all of you to see the work in progress so far. Any of the section or ministry that there is an ongoing project, we were there to supervise and see the extent of the work that is done. We started with the Algon House, where there are a lot of renovations and changes taking place there to turn it into a guest house and resting area for World Bank and other United Nations projects that are coming into Taraba State. So all in all I can say is you could see the proactiveness of His Excellency, and you could see the extent of works that are going on within the state. This will open the state when we have a functional airport and proper residential areas and guest houses for guests. Will open up the state for other commercial activities.
The Deputy Governor speaks on the commencement on the longer-awaited dualization and rehabilitation road project. He insists that government is out to revive the infrastructure of the state to ensure that the dividends of democracy are felt by all and sundry.
When the governor promised that, you expect that whenever his internal generated revenue and the subvention we will be getting from the federal government will take care of what you are thinking, what he said will be done. But if the money is not enough, we don't want any work that will be done haphazardly for us, because we want people to make sure that we are doing a quality job for them. That is why you have not seen the work started by now. But I'm sure in the next 1 or 2 months, you'll see the work start.
Residents are expected to give the needed support to the administration through peaceful coexistence for development to thrive. as the government is determined to ensure that all sectors of the state economy get a facelift.
Loving, disciplined, and generous were the words of family and friends of the late Morenike Bode Ogumba, ni Ogumbawo, at her funeral service at the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Anthony Village, Lagos. The two-day burial ceremony attracted dignitaries and well-wishers from far and wide who converged on Ikorodu for the final burial rites. Our correspondent Paul George was there and brought back this report.
Men and women, young and old at this congregation wore mournful looks. It was a moment of sadness and celebration of a life well lived by Mrs. Morenike Bode Ogumba. Tributes poured in one after the other from her friends and those who had some experiences with her when she was alive. The son, Aditapo Ogumba, and one of her daughters-in-law, Layo Shola Daniels, spoke about her good deeds, wishing her eternal rest.
My mom was a mother indeed. She practically gave her life for us. She was very tough. She was a disciplinarian, but after 50 years of life, we look back and realize that that discipline was worth it. And we love her so much. She was so wonderful. And we will miss her, but we know she has gone to a better place to be with the Lord.
She was brutally honest. She knew what she wanted. And more often than not, we may not agree with her, but we always found out that whatever she said was actually the right thing to do. She had a way with people. She was a people lover. Even though she would say she has favorites, she would tell me that the other one is her favorite. Then she'll go to the other one and tell her that I'm her favorite. You can see the children. She raised 4 boys single-handedly, and all of them turned out well. I know that she's already with Jesus.
Her bosom friend and confidant, Adoni Kasim, shed tears as she recounted great memories of her.
I miss her so much.
Meanwhile, the senior pastor of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, the Fountain of Living Waters, Conrad Meime, gave exhortations from the book of James, chapter 4, verse 13 and 14.
She was a frank someone. She would tell you the truth. It doesn't matter whether you agree or you don't agree with her. In my marriage, she helped me. I'm going to Jerusalem. She was the one that facilitated my journey. She told me that when she comes back, she will make sure that that Lapo, did my own. I miss her. Ibi wájú tó kọjú sí kò ní fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ o, kò ní jọ̀kùn, kò ní jẹ́ kò lóhun tó ń jẹ lọ́hùn ló máa bá wọn jẹ.
The scripture we just read in James chapter 4 says, "You who have made plans for tomorrow, how do you know what your life will be like tomorrow?"
The next day, well-wishers converged on Ikorodu for the burial proper. The pallbearer, in celebration of the late Mommy Ogumba, as some called her, displayed their dancing steps, adding color to the ceremony. The senior pastor of the Fountain of Living Waters, Pastor Meime, prayed. Tears followed as her remains were finally committed to Mother Earth. The celebration of life continued with a reception after a short service held for the late MBO. The second son of the deceased, Adeyinka Shomotun, said if reincarnation was possible, he would want her mother back. Other members of the family, Victoria Omoboale Ogumbanwo and Owolabi Ogumbanwo, also paid tributes to their late sister.
Apart from our biological children, there are a lot of other people who call her mom that she, basically adopted and sowed into their lives and was a blessing to them. So I know that's a lot, but my mother was many things, and there are many things I will remember her for. If I could choose all over again, 100% I'll choose her to be my mom. We just want her to continue to rest in the bosom of our Lord and Savior.
She does not condone nonsense. If you say anything, she will scold you immediately. That is that. So she's a good woman. Very good. Well, I wish her safe journey.
When you look at her, you have seen our mother. There's no good thing to say about that than it is well with her. And even in her death, we will still continue to love her.
Morenike Bode Ogumba, Nee Ogumbanwo, was born on March 8, 1941 in Shagamu to Mr. Emmanuel Adebayo Ogumbanwo and Madam Ramotu Ogumbanwo. She died on December 26, 2023. Paul George, Plus TV News.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. for me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello, and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Nwajaga Omero, and I'm joined by my amazing co-anchors, Mary and Shay.
Hi, NJ. Hi,
Hello, NJ. How are you?
How's it going, ladies?
Very well. Awesome.
Fine, good.
I feel great.
Had a good day?
My day was... had a lot of things happened today. I cannot even start from the beginning, but it was a busy day. But yeah, I'm here. How are you doing? How was your day?
Well, my day was full of meetings and what have you, but I was able to conquer a big, obstacle. Will I say that? A challenge. Let me not say obstacle. Let me say challenge. A big challenge. So we have a client who has been very, very challenging when it comes to negotiation and things like that. And they were trying to take a couple of our business engagements with them off the table.
Wow.
So somehow we were able to actually sit down. I insisted we sit down today. So, get into their office. They had a whole team coming from different units. It seemed like everyone had come with problems. And by the time we started the meeting, there was actually nothing that we couldn't resolve. Everything was like, within a few minutes, we're like, okay, we're done. And we're like, okay. It didn't go as badly as I thought.
That's a big win. Congratulations.
Yeah, I know, right? There are sometimes you get some challenges and you're like, and you don't want to do some things that would hamper your brand, So, so you try to
see what you did.
You try to stay, within the context of what you believe and your value system within your organization. Anyway, so here's what we found as today's quote. A brand is no longer what we tell the consumer. It is what the consumers tell each other it is. And this is a quote by Scott Cook. So, what do you guys think about this? You see what I did with the brand thing?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It clearly states there that a brand is no longer, we've gone past the time.
That.
We've gone way beyond there where we used to tell the brand, this is how you should identify yourself, this is who you should be, to now the consumers are, picking up and are the ones in the forefront of deciding exactly what the brands should mean or what it means to them. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Any additions?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I 100% agree with that. And I think now we have even the consumers being major influencers of the brand, so, and I don't think like the way influencers have, grown the whole branding thing now is beyond wild, because like there's social media, there's YouTube. I mean, I know a couple of YouTubers that I follow that if they just say, oh, this is a TV station to watch, I'm there, or this is a thing to buy, I literally trust them. Like, I have so much trust in the person that I would buy anything that he or she recommends. So, yeah, I mean, it's become a very powerful tool for every business now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Interestingly, it reminds me of this Maya Angelou's quote. Let me read it. It says, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel.
Yeah.
So it's how they feel,
Yeah.
you know, whether they are happy with your brand, that's what they're going to tell people. So, and right now, it is what another person says of your brand that would really, like, you know,
influence your brand,
exactly,
or how
so,
people feel towards your brand.
absolutely,
And that's the
absolutely.
reason why some people take it very seriously when it comes to how people see or visualize their brands.
True.
You know, after the emergence of the Erisco Food saga, it is important to bring to the knowledge of small and medium business owners and also prospective business owners the intricacies and power of branding to businesses. And today we are discussing the topic, the power of branding, building a strong and authentic brand identity. And when we open our phone lines, we would love to hear what you have to say. But first, we'll take a short break and see, when we come back, we'll see what we found in today's news. You're still watching Waves. Water Day is an annual event that looks at the global issues surrounding access to clean, safe drinking water and sanitation. This year's Water Day is focusing on the link between water and climate change and how the two are linked. The UN reported that adapting to the water effects of climate change will protect health and save lives. Water is such a precious commodity that many people take for granted, and World Water Day is a chance to think about those people and places where water needs are still paramount and seek to work together to find a solution. You know, today is World Water Day. Just coincidentally, yesterday, I was seated right there where you were sitting, Shane. And we were talking about, you know, the topic was if Nigeria or the Nigerian government loves its people. And the story was centered around the story about NEMA claiming that they had not enough water for the fire incident that happened, I think, in Idumota Market.
Okay.
Or around, somewhere in Lagos Island. And at the end of the day, that resulted in, I think, about 4 or 5 properties at a stretch burnt down, and I think one collapsed.
Oh, wow.
And we were just talking about, you know, how we need to improve on facilities in terms of agencies that are in charge of there are certain key agencies, you know, the security system, things like water system, fire system. How can you have a fire station that has no water? You know, these are things that are unheard of and things that we shouldn't be happening we're way past 21st century. We're in 2024.
Yeah.
So, you know, there should be amenities made available for things like this, and that's why today is World Water Day. We should have had glasses of water here, but
don't let us expose ourselves.
Drink. You know, all I would say is drink some water today and really feel good, because I think water is very good.
Very.
For me, I try to take about maybe about 4 or 5 bottles. I think we were talking about it the other day with Uti. Really? Uti takes about 5 liters of water.
Yeah, she mentioned it.
So maybe not 5 liters, but I try to take a lot of water during the day. I think I count it in terms of the size, the ever bottle, if that's what you want to use. So maybe about 4 of that, you know, at different intervals in the day. Yeah, so I think it's very good for digestion. It's very good for your system, your skin, and all
clear
that.
skin, most important.
I don't drink water. It's a very bad habit. Yeah,
Wow.
I could do 2 days sometimes.
Really?
No water?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
I really struggle with it. So I drink the most, or I try to get in the most when I go to the gym in the morning and I work out. So obviously, I mean, and that's not even pure water like these days, because I mix like maybe protein shake or something. But yeah, it's a very bad habit that I'm trying to work on, because I mean our body is made of 90% water, and I know the health benefits of water.
Yeah.
So I'm trying. I actually buy those. I now buy like the 30 cl bottles.
Yeah.
Just so that I can finish a bottle at least. You know, and even with that, it's still a struggle sometimes. But yeah, you know, it's World War.
Tell you what's your water intake?
Okay, so I was still discussing this with Uti. Like her, I don't like water, but I would drink water. It's not that bad. I cannot go days without drinking water. But recently, I made a conscious effort to always drink water when I wake up in the morning, because there are times when I just wake up and I'm drinking Coke. So I'm trying to imbibe that culture of always drinking water. So now I have a bottle beside my bed. So when I wake up, I just drink water. And yeah.
But it's not nice.
It's not nice. What's not nice?
I can't. I will eventually try, but I just.
Yeah. I think you should try it for maybe a week. You will see the difference. Because I usually break out a lot. I'm not saying my skin is fresh. I think your skin is more fresher than mine. But
So imagine if I now drank
you see it
water.
will be double.
So why not try it?
Exactly. Just
I've
try
been
it.
trying since. I'll do better, NG.
So yeah, water really helps. And when you see the benefits, it's encouraging to continue drinking more of it.
Okay. So, well, in today's competitive marketplace, the significance of branding cannot be overemphasized. A well-crafted brand identity not only distinguishes a business from its competitors, but also resonates with consumers on a deeper level, fostering loyalty and trust. Authenticity lies in the heart of successful branding. At its core, branding goes beyond logos and slogans. It encapsulates the essence of a company, its values, personality, and promise to the consumers. A strong brand identity conveys a clear message about what the business stands for, and what sets it apart from others in the industry. So today we are discussing the power of building a resilient brand identity. Please let's hear what you have to say, and remember to join the conversation and send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. I'm going to repeat that. You can send us a WhatsApp on 0818-038-4663. So, I think I'm going to go straight to what we found in the news. So, who's going to go first? We were having so much discussion.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
What I found in the news today, 3 kids aged 11, 12, and 16 were arrested by the FBI for allegedly robbing a Wells Fargo bank in Houston. It has been said that the age of the younger 2 is quite uncommon for bank robbery.
Wow.
And although surveillance photos were released by the FBI, it is important to know that the case is being investigated by the Harris County Sheriff's Office. It is said that the boys allegedly handed a note to the teller that contained threats, and it was believed that they were armed, although they didn't brandish a weapon and managed to escape with an undisclosed sum of money. Some of their names are being hidden because they're underage, and they need to do proper investigations to find out, if they were, what's the word, to do it under, no,
if they were under duress.
Yes, under duress by an adult who is of age to do it, because it's pretty much very uncommon to see, these young set of kids, just going into the bank and being able to threaten the teller, being armed and stuff like that. So investigations are ongoing, but it's just really sad.
That's sad thing.
Yeah, it's just at this
kids
age.
that young.
Yeah.
Very young, 11.
I think the youngest is 11.
Where they get the arms from, and the confidence.
How do they know what to do?
Yeah, what to do exactly.
All of those.
But I mean, there's the internet, I guess. So
that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. So mine is also a sad news. But yeah, let me just read it. Palliatives tragedy. 2 Nasarawa varsity students die in stampede. No fewer than 2 female students of Nasarawa State University, Kefi, have reportedly died following a stampede that occurred at the university's Convocation Square on Friday. The Convocation Square was the venue for the distribution of palliatives to the students by the Nasarawa state government. A source within the university told Punch Online that 2 female students have been confirmed dead as a result of the stampede, which left others with several degrees of injuries. This is really sad because, of course, due to the hardship in the economy, the government decided to, send in palliatives. And you know the way Nigerians are, law and order is, far away from us. And everybody, they moved past the security. Security couldn't even help them or stop them, rather. They couldn't control them, and they rushed to get the palliative.
Couldn't stop them.
That's what
I think I saw that video. They were,
Yeah.
I think they were trying to
Yes, there was a
barricade
video.
them with the gate, and then they pushed it down. And
First of all, my question is, why is there a stampede if there's actually enough to go around for
Exactly,
everybody?
they should have coordinated it well.
Yeah.
I mean, there are
Was
departments.
there
students-
I don't think there was enough to go
That's
around,
another-
and that's why
yeah.
people would be fighting to, get a share of the national cake.
And there are still so many other people injured. But I just really pray they are fine and everything gets better.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. Well, that's what happens when people are. That's the sign that people are really hungry.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, my news story is the police arrest 4 for faking their kidnap and demanding 5 million ransom. So detectives of the Lagos State Police Command have arrested Margaret Itodo, female, age 25, Agnes Oge, female, age 23, Esther Anyanwu, female, age 24, and Anthony Chinakwe, male, age 24, for faking the kidnap of Agnes Ogbe. A statement released by SP Benjamin Hudain, spokesman for the command, said on March 19th that Agnes Ogbe, resident in Akure, had traveled to Lagos and was reportedly kidnapped in Lagos. The family back in Akure received a video showing Agnes and one other tied, gagged, and groaning with blood droplets around them. The kidnappers demanded the sum of 5 million naira for the release of Agnes. Upon receipt of the complaint, the detectives of the command commenced a discreet and diligent investigation into the matter. The hideout was located where Agnes and the other lady in the video and the 2 others were found living freely together.
Wow.
Further investigations revealed that Margaret Itodo is a professional makeup artist who was hired to make the video look real. All 4 have made confession statements and are to be arraigned at the conclusion of the investigation. I'm just going to end there and just leave us to ponder that for a minute. So you see, this is the problem in my issue of the problem in Nigeria. So there are actual cases of kidnapping.
Yes.
And rather than resolve such cases, you can imagine the manpower that has been put into this, only to find out that some people were faking it just to get 5 million naira. You see, I know that, yes, we say that, the level of poverty has risen over the years and everything, but I still go back to the fact that it ends up at us as individuals.
It does.
If we can conceptualize things like this, it tells you where our state of mind is. It's like a free-for-all. Everyone goes, you don't, at the detriment of the next person. Nobody's thinking about the other person. So you put your parents through this traumatic experience, thinking that you had been kidnapped, and maybe they don't have it. Or even if you know that they have it, you put them, do you know how much they could have lost their lives in the process? They could have had, they could have had a number of health complications that could have resulted in the death of any member of the family due to the consequences of this action. And it's quite unfortunate that we have people who can think of this. I think we're watching too many movies.
Maybe we should. I don't even know what
I think
we
we're
should
watching,
do.
and we always take the wrongest of examples from the
Examples,
movies,
yeah.
and that's quite unfortunate. Because for you to want to kidnap or to pretend to, do
Be
you hate your
kidnapped.
parents that much that you want to give them, you want to kill them early? Because you know you can imagine the whole family and how they had to run around in order to raise the funds to get this, or what they had to, you know, let go of in
The
order to raise
sleepless
this.
nights, all of that.
It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate where we find ourselves.
I think the times are hard.
I know that
There's no
times are hard,
justification
but
for-
come on, it's
I'm
not
not saying there's a
justification
justification
Come
for
on.
it, but I mean,
The
I'm
consequences are
I'm
great.
just, I feel like they probably didn't think it through that much.
They didn't
It's
think
just
it through, but it was
yeah, it's just
badly
a very
executed.
spontaneous thing. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, let's try it and then and see how
And
it
you
goes,
just
sort
busted.
of thing. Yeah.
Anyway, well, that is it for the news. Well, let's take a short break and we'll be right back to continue our conversation on branding. Stay tuned.
Hello, Nigeria. My name is Joy Matthew, and of course, you can call me MJ. I love to talk, and I talk for a living. If you leave me to talk, I will keep talking to the end of the earth. Join me on Raise Breakfast, where we give a voice to the youth to speak about topical and societal issues as it affects Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. Until I come to your screen. See you soon.
The only thing that really we could do is try to show them with our actions, which I think we're already doing. Like there's youth rallies, there's things
that's
like
what
that.
I spoke about,
You know, I feel like we're already doing as much as we can. The people at the top need to care enough about nurturing the next generation to push them through into these positions for it to go anywhere. Taking care of the people who have no one to take care of them should be my number one responsibility. Making sure that they have access to food, water, school, good jobs, welfare, you know, whatever they need to build them up. Because by building them up, their next generation have a good, at least, foundation to start on. And that way, at least, the level of poverty in this country will reduce. As a government, even if things are getting expensive, we should still be able to take care of our people, the people who can't take care of themselves.
Thank you for staying with us, and you're welcome back, and you're still on your primetime station and episode of Ways. So we were going to jump right into our conversation, ladies. And I would start with asking, what is a brand? And what makes a brand work? What is
So
branding?
Basically, from my little research, the internet says branding is the process of creating a unique identity and image for a product, service, company, or individual in the minds of consumers. It involves defining the brand's values, personality, mission, and visual elements such as logo, colors, and typography. Effective branding aims to differentiate the different brand from competitors, create emotional connection with consumers, and build loyalty and trust over time. I think this pretty much, sums it all. It's such a huge topic, or it's such a huge word, because there are a lot of things that, go into the production of a brand. Even as an individual, you're a brand, and there's a lot, of training that goes into character formation, that goes into how you come out and appear on TV. Waze is a brand, and that was built by Evo Uwa. She had a vision, and she was able to translate the vision, from the colors to use. Is it appealing to the public? What's going to be different from, this show from the other show? What is going to make our viewers loyal to, you know, watch us every day at 8 p.m. You know, so these are all. Why are you guys laughing?
Yeah, we agree.
These are all characteristics that go into branding.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Shay, what do you think?
Okay, so I would like to think of a brand as the personality of a company. And when I say company, in this context, I mean it could be a product, service, it could be a person.
Yeah.
You know, it's basically how a company, a business, a person is perceived. So how do people see you? So what do you stand for, basically? That's how I see it. That's how I see it as.
Nice. Well, for me, I feel like when we talk about the power of branding, I feel like the power of branding lies in the ability for it to influence people, because I think that's the whole idea behind branding, is to influence people, and not just people, people's behavior towards the brand.
Yeah.
So people, you know, people change. Some people they do a lot of companies do a lot of rebranding. They change their logos, they change their identity. Maybe when their values change or has evolved over time, they've gotten bigger, they've done some expansion, both internally, and they see the need, okay, this logo no longer represents us as a company. We need something that shows who we are now, who we are at present, and how we feel about, you know, how we feel towards our customers. So at the end of the day, that is what they try to, you know, show as branding. Which comes to play in their marketing, in how they sell their products, or how they position themselves in terms of their websites and what have you, their social media platforms. You see a lot of people, they have different designs and the way that they position their brand. It goes all the way down to colors, fonts, trying to give you, this is who we are and this is how we want to be represented as a company.
Yeah.
So it's very, very important. I think another thing we need to look at is what makes, what makes branding work. There are a lot of, I feel like there are a lot of aspects of branding. So I don't know if you guys have a few. What are some of the aspects of branding what makes it work? What is involved in branding it that way?
For me, I would say the vision and the mission of either the person, the company, or the service, you know, is what drives what direction the branding is going to be. So that would determine what kind of colors are you going to use, you know, what sort of information are you trying to portray out to the public, you know, how, when you have a vision, if you're trying to, like, let's take a product, for instance, Apple, I guess the founder had a vision, you know, of how, let's even say how many people he wanted the product to reach, you know, so he's thinking, how in the best way can I make this appealing to, you know, this large amount of people? You know, are you going to be very big on quality, you know, or, you know, what is going to be your strategy? So I think very important first is the vision and the mission of, you know, whether an individual, or product, or service, or company. That's very important first, and that will guide the direction in which the branding will then begin to take shape or form.
Just to even add to that, you know, when you talk about branding, you know, a lot of companies are known by maybe their slogans, their taglines, you know, there are certain banks that are known for their slogans. The moment you say it, everybody knows what bank you're talking about, or what company you're talking about, maybe an oil and gas company or something. They're companies, so this is all part of what companies use to show that this is who we are, maybe either trying to bring to light what exactly they want to satisfy in terms of consumer needs. So they tagline it, you know, if it's customer service that they're looking at, they kind of tag it towards customer service, always, you know, always here for you to maybe to fulfill your needs or your desires or things like that. And it kind of resonates with a lot of people, and people just remember. So when they just see that tagline or that slogan, they almost know that this is this company.
Absolutely.
Shay?
Yeah, so I agree with you and Mary. Great points. I'd also like to look at it from another angle. So, you know, most times when we think of brand, we think about logos, slogans, like you mentioned. Well, I would also like to look at it from, you know, the perception that people have the values of the company? I know she mentioned vision, mission, and also, are they able to keep their promise to their customers? For instance, we say, oh, we are the, we are your one-stop shop for this. Are you fulfilling that promise? When you say, oh, we are going to profile you quality items, are you actually fulfilling it? That's a form of branding too, because people don't just want to hear, oh, we are the best quality, but is your output actually matching what you are saying? Is it matching your slogan? So all of this is, you can also talk about it. When you're talking about branding, you can also talk about all of this as well.
And I just remembered something when you mentioned that, which is something I find very conflicting for a lot of Nigerian fashion designers. Oftentimes we've had some big names. I'm not going to mention because some people have blocked me because I've called them out on social media for doing a job that I don't feel is living up to the brand. So you come in, you get into the market, and you're very much high priced or attractively priced, like we would say in luxury industry. And when I receive the item, a lot of them get the sizing wrong. There's no attention to detail in their packaging, and you're just wondering, so what exactly am I paying so much for? Whereas there's some small startup brands that they're very dedicated to, from the delivery. There's something that matters a lot. I like it when I go back to a brand and they remember my name. Personalization is something. It means I matter to you, whether it's even just making an inquiry. Do you understand? So those little attention to details matter a whole lot. And I think sometimes in Nigeria, we just, ignore all of this part. And we focus on the big, I want to do an advertisement, put it out there.
It's more than that.
But then when I come, the important thing is the experience. Because when I have a good experience, I will go to you. Word of mouth till today is like the best, highest form of marketing that you can get. So I think branding is something that really should be looked into, is the identity of whatever it is that you're doing. So, yeah.
Oh, that's a lot from Mary. Thank you so much, Mary, for that contribution. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we will continue our conversation talking about branding, and we're going to delve a bit deeper into it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello guys, my name is Oni Arimo, also known as the baddest on the show. My hobbies are creating content, modeling, influencing, shopping, cooking, and many more. But anyways, this is a PSA, so tune in every Monday to Friday to watch Ray's Breakfast, where we spill the tea, spit insightful facts, and shake the table. People commit suicide for many reasons. It could be mental health, bullying, abuse, money problems, housing problems, addiction, hopelessness, feeling worthless, depression, and many more. But I don't feel like that is enough reason for you to say, it's like, I am going to take my own life. Do you know what it is for you to take your own life? And it's not as if like you're taking your own life, going to a better place. I mean, like, it doesn't get better from there either. So obviously, I mean, like she said, like, to them, it may seem justifiable, but in my opinion, like, there's nothing that should justify such an act.
Right.
The reason I'm like this is the fact that I don't want anything to do with the male gender based on what I've seen and how they are like. I've been assaulted, I've been so many things.
Wow.
That's why I'm like, okay, enough of that. Anytime I even wear like guys' clothes, sometimes I feel like I won't even sit right. Like, do you understand? Like, I won't even sit right, but like, I wouldn't like me wearing this is actually it's comfortable as well.
Come on, shake and dribble.
I get it.
And like
like, I just feel like, that's why I said, like, Nigerians need to educate themselves.
Yeah.
If they see a particular guy behaving that way, it's actually not because they want other guys to see them so they can, like, maybe sleep with them. No. They do that because they're tired of the male gender, what they've been through. There's that. Like, you can tell from, like, looking at them. You can tell from looking at me.
Okay.
So, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for joining us. You're still watching Ways. So we were talking about branding, and we were talking about, I think we want to go into what the effects of branding is, because I know that branded products as against unbranded products sell at a higher price, and they're more classified as more authentic, because it's perceived that they have been through certain levels of, authentication and authorization. Like if you're selling a product, you must have gone through either a NAFDAC registration and inspection, or you have gone through, some level of, some regulatory clearance. So what do you feel is the effect? Why does it matter? What's that brand? What is the effect of branding? Why does it matter for us to even brand in the first place? I know we say we want to show people you want to tell people who you are. You want to present your product, and you want to be able to showcase what's your capacity. But why is that? I know that people do it in order to sell services.
Yeah.
They're trying to bring in business for the company. You're trying to also create some level of awareness about the kind of services or products that you offer as a company. And yes, you are trying to, we keep saying what you're trying to put out your value. Why do people need to resonate with that?
I think it's very important, to establish credibility and build trust, and also to differentiate you from your competitors. Because if there's no branding, and if there's no branding, it will be hard to differentiate products. That's why different people can make a particular type of soap. And let me use the popular example. Perfume oils.
Yes.
Different people make it though, but some people who are they know the importance of branding. It's the same thing we are buying outside for 5,000. Them they can sell it for 50K because branding. They branded it as nice packaging and all of that. So I think Mary already mentioned that branding also. I'm trying to remember the word now. Basically, I think you're trying to say increases the worth or something like that. When you brand something, the price increases, it goes up, because it shows that you've put in effort. Like you said, it has gone through series of checks and all of that. So it is very, very important to, even to our personal ourselves, our brand, and to make it consistent, especially as a person. You cannot be today, tomorrow you're da. Forgive me, I don't know.
So there has to be some level. Yeah, there has to be some level of consistency.
Exactly, it's very important for your personal brand as well. People should know you for this. I mean, when you're thinking of influencers, food influencers now, people that come to your mind, I'm sure you have some people in your mind already. Ife's Kitchen and the likes. There is somebody. You're not doing skits today. You are doing makeup tomorrow. I'm not saying you cannot do a lot of things, but it needs to be consistent on all platforms. So yeah, credibility and consistency.
For instance, if you're giving an example, when you want to buy a car, when you talk about values, there are different things people look at from the consumer point of view.
Yeah.
There are different things people look at, or individuals look at when they want to buy something. Let me take for an example. You want to buy a car. So you want to buy a car, your value will show in the kind of car you pick.
Hey. Very true. I agree.
Your value will show in the kind of car you will pick. You have some people who would, when you go, if you go on a website, first of all, if you go on a car website, maybe auction or something, or a brand new car, you go to a website. Whether you pick, the cheapest, you put a maximum and a minimum in terms of value. then you put the brand of the car, the make of the car, the model of the car, and you put all those things depending on, in order to streamline the list.
Yes.
So it also shows in that, because some people go for sustainability and some people go for speed, some people go for the outlook.
Yeah.
Because, you know, and and if you watch how cars are are actually made with certain specifications to meet certain demands in different end users. Because you have like a Mercedes, which is kind of high end, and they kind of put, and even the Mercedes has different models.
Yes.
Has different models over the years that have been able to either suit different kinds of clients.
True.
Then you have a Toyota that was known as a very rugged car, and Toyota is starting today to make some technology-driven cars, some, you know, some high-end cars. You have the Lexus that used to be calm and cute and simple, is now putting some lights. You can't see the lights anymore. They're not no longer protruding. They're all, you know, so everyone is almost trying to make like a spaceship kind of car now. So even the brands that used to be known, that were not known for, you know, visible beauty, you know, thinking about the exterior rather than more of the interior of the car. You know, they are now starting to look into, you know, different technology innovations to try and maybe upgrade the technology within the car. Maybe rather than use a Bluetooth, you have, some of them have wireless chargers now. So you have certain things, some have panoramic roofs. So there's certain things, and those things are the things that consumers also use. Thank you for joining us. Sorry for that break in transmission. We're going to be continuing our conversation on branding. So, guys, like we were saying, I had finished the conversation about the car and the kind of how consumers go after different brands based on their values in terms of whether it's financial value or how they see themselves or where they want to be seen by others. So we're going to look now into like the top 10 brands. So I did a slight research on the top 10 brands in the world.
Wow.
I didn't bother to go to Nigeria, but I'm sure there are top 10 brands in Nigeria.
To cut you out there, I was going to say that sometimes I think branding is not even, it's not always packaged, if I could put it like that. I don't know, I had an example in my head, which is corn. And you know how like corn season comes out and then there are certain people, you know, selling, or like in the market, you know, it could be, you know, maybe the way she arranges her thing, or or her customer service could be her branding. Do you understand? So that is branding in not the formal or you know, contemporary way, but then she's still
the experience.
The experience. You know, maybe when you go there, she will come to your car.
She's very nice. She gives you extra nylon.
That's her
all those
brand.
little
I
things.
literally didn't buy fruits from someone today because I felt like he was eyeing me, and I'm not even joking.
Well, these things matter.
Yeah, do you get so? And I was just like, the fruits look so fresh. I was just like, Mary, but you want to buy it? I said no. And then my colleague was like, but how are you even sure that he's eyeing you? I was like, I don't know, but then he looked like he was looking at me. And when I passed again and he did his face somehow, I was like, okay, yeah, definitely, I'm not buying from you. Do you get? And so definitely, I don't know what his brand was, but I wasn't able to buy into it. And the most important thing is consumer loyalty, like when it comes to branding.
Yeah.
So that you can make more sales.
Yeah.
True.
Let's have it then.
Okay, so I'm just going to dive through the top 10 brands in the world. Okay. So at number one we have Amazon, and Amazon is valued at about 350 billion, you know, and right out behind them you have Apple, and Apple is currently valued at, it has a value of 263 billion. And on number 3 we have Google, and Google is valued at 243 billion. And this is just like the total assets that these companies are worth. At number 4 we have Microsoft, and Microsoft is a technology powerhouse and is valued at 216 billion. Behind them you have Walmart at number 5. Walmart is valued at 151 billion. And then Samsung Group ranks number 6 with the value of 140 billion. And then you have ICPC, that's the Industry and Commercial Bank of China, is valued at 134 billion at number 7. At number 8, you have Verizon, that's the telecommunication brand, and is valued at 118 billion at number 8. At number 9 is where the first electric vehicle pioneer car company, Tesla, and that is valued at 116 billion. And at number 10 is the world famous social media platform TikTok at number 10. So this just tells you that these brands have successfully built, you know, their identity, and it resonates so much with consumers worldwide that, you know, people always remember the brand, and it's not just, this is not just financial metrics. At every point in time, you know, it reflects the impact the brand has on the lives of people and the perception that people have of the brand.
Exactly.
Hence the reason why it's valued in billions. And this is not just money. It's not just money. It's almost money that you can't, is a combination of money you can quantify and that you can't quantify in terms of branding, how people feel, and how it means that any of these brands, if they were to bring out or innovate and launch a new product tomorrow, people are on queue. Very well, I know with Apple is that every year, no matter what is said about the Apple brand, every year, the queue on the Apple line queue at every Apple location all around the world.
The queue is even one thing.
The queue.
The aspiration. have you looked at the people that are aspiring? Like, what? Apple, I must use iPhone.
Always people camp out with their family and friends, just waiting in line to use their money, their hard-earned money, to buy a product just to identify with the brand that they have come of age and they are now of the same circle with those who are currently using that brand. So they're identifying with the brand. That's just to give you an example.
Sorry to cut you short. I would also like to mention that these brands you mentioned, I noticed that they tap into the emotional needs of their consumers. For instance, let's say Coca-Cola now, taste of happiness. They make you feel like, oh, when you drink it, you'll be happy. All your sorrows are gone. And you know, Apple, it just shows, you know, creativity, innovation, and try to find that brand. Nike, just do it. It gives that aspire to perspire, you know, vibe. And it's important that people know that branding also has to do with, you know, meeting or tapping into the emotional needs of their consumers as well.
Thank you for staying tuned with us. If you are just tuned in, we have been discussing the power of branding and how to build a strong and authentic brand identity. We have some messages. We have a message, a WhatsApp message, Mary. Okay. So please, let's hear what you have to say. You know, remember that you can join the conversation and send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0808 03846663. Our phone lines have been open, and well, we've been discussing branding, and I think we've had a lot of conversation and we've learned a lot today. And we will have to have this conversation again and maybe delve into another area of branding, maybe personal branding and what have you. Yeah, we'll discuss it some more. So before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Ways Show Africa and Official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us or further drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch and follow us. If you've missed today's quote, here it is again. A brand is no longer what we tell the consumer. It is what the consumers tell each other it is. See you on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screens. Good night. Good night.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit too, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, you know, because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before, Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, you know, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talents to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, you know, capacity as a country, you know, raising talents, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, you know, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just shut when it comes to funding, but we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, um, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Shalape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, the base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard. Trust me, because I say, especially the infrastructure. You're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now. Then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome. Right, and that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge. And that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? You know, that's how you can, you know, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you and then, you know, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound. And those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, you know, like Harvest. And like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, you know, is mind shifting. And every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
Is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The 37-kilometer rail line built by the Lagos State Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, has been commissioned by President Bola Tinubu. The rail line was inaugurated along with the stations and other ancillary facilities. The Red Line transverses 7 stations from Agbado, a boundary town in Ogun State, and to Oyigbo in Lagos Central. This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome, I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a lot mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
This episode features infrastructure. President Bola Tinubu commissions Red Rail Line project in Lagos. Hardship. Governor Sanwo-Olu rolls out relief measures. Pension. Sanwo-Olu pays 3.149 billion naira to 1,014 retirees. These and many more when we return. Please stay with us. President Bola Tinubu has commissioned the Red Rail Line project in Lagos. The president commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for the successful completion of the project. He said the new rail line, expected to run on the federal government's Lagos-Ibadan rail line, will reduce traffic congestion and also provide a fast and efficient way for commuters to travel within the city.
The Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line runs from Agbado in Ogun State to Oyingbo in Lagos mainland local government. The Red Rail Line spans 37 kilometers, boasting 13 stations and integrates major bus terminals at Oyingbo, Yaba, Oshodi, Ikeja, Ebute-Metta, Iju, and Ido, with a direct link to the international and domestic wings of the Murtala Mohammed Airport. The official commissioning of the project saw government functionaries, political party supporters, friends, well-wishers waiting patiently to witness yet another epoch-making event. The president was welcomed on arrival by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, his wife, Ibijoke, the Deputy Governor, Obafemi Hamzat, state commissioners, political leaders, and aides. In his address, President Tinubu shared insights into the transformative vision for Lagos State. He commended Governor Sanwo-Olu and the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, for their commitment and well-guided initiatives. President Tinubu said the rail project shows the validation of dreams and what could happen with the right people in leadership positions. As expected, President Tinubu touched on the present economic challenges and efforts at ensuring that Nigeria is corruption-free. He also went hard on the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, for incessant mass protests.
The Labour Union should understand that no matter how much we cling to our freedom and rights, to call for strike within 9 months of an administration is unacceptable. If you want to participate in the electoral process, wait until 2027. If not, maintain peace. They are not the only voice of Nigerians.
Earlier in a speech, Governor Sanwo-Olu commended the visionary leadership of President Tinubu for creating the Transportation Master Plan for Lagos State, as he thanked former President Goodluck Jonathan for approving the rail track sharing agreement that enabled the commencement of the project.
I uniquely was privileged to be part of your administration that birthed LAMATA 20 years ago. On that, you've allowed a seamless movement of people and fuel economic growth and development of our state. I stand here very proud to say that the Lagos State Strategic Transport Master Plan that outlines what those integrated rail system stood for, which are 6 rail corridors, 1 monorail, 14 BRT corridors, and over 20 water routes on vast network of what is today the tiniest, smallest state in our country called Lagos State.
Among the distinguished guests at the commissioning were Governors Usman Ododo of Kogi State, Abiodun Oyebanji of Ekiti State, Dakpo Abiodun Ogun, former Lagos State Governor Akinwumi Ambode, and other notable dignitaries.
As part of measures to cushion the effect of the harsh economic realities on Lagos residents, the state governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has set up open markets for cheap food items, slashes transportation fares by 25% on public transport, as well as launched palliative in health, education, among others. The governor made this announcement during a live media chat in Lagos State.
We want. So we will be reducing the number of days that they'll come. You don't have to put pressure on the road. You don't have to be on the road for 3 hours trying to say you're trying to get home at night. So you can plan better. You also can reduce, your economic pressure. We have in the fleet of the public service over 120, buses, but it's not enough, right? So reduce it. Let's plan out our time. Services will not be disrupted. Services will not be reduced, to our citizens. You want something for government, there will still be somebody that will do it for you. 2 other arms of government that are already doing this. In the health sector, they always have a calendarization. They always have, days off and the rest of. So they will continue in that line. Our teaching, sector will continue. Our students will continue to come for 5 days. We'll work out an additional transport support for our classroom teachers to ensure that, they keep the 5 days, because we know that these pupils have exam time and the rest of it. So we will continue, to keep that. So that will be the first baseline, for us to be able to reduce the pressure and the tension that we have amongst ourselves. We have brought succor to people that have worked, for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years in the service of Lagos State to ensure that they will earn, their pensions, as at when due, and they can do whatever they want, with their resources. That's on our public sector side, and it's across the civil service, the local government, the health sector, the teaching service. Is across board. I write and ensure that nobody is left behind. Now going to our to our citizens, we started something last year from August, where we had a 50% reduction on all public transportation, right? It was reduced, and stopped towards the end of the year when, things resumed back, But now I think transport cost is also a major pain that our citizens are. So almost immediately from this weekend, we're throwing back a 25% reduction on all public transportation. On the food palliatives, which is one of the ways in which we also can intervene, right? As we speak, I'm expecting over 100 trailers of rice coming, up north. And I will explain what is happening to our own, meal in a short while, And so we're doing this at 3 levels. Food, purchase, and redistribution that will cover about 300,000 households, not just individual household, that will have 10 kg rice, 5 kg gari, 5 kg beans, and have other small things like tomato and the rest of it in a combo bag, right? The procurement of that started. It will just be a logistics of how to package and distribution that will follow. The next level will be utilizing our experience during COVID. We're going to be opening, what we call Sunday markets in about 42 markets in Lagos. Sunday market. What you will see in those markets, is the same sort of like, stable, food item. But this time, you'll be buying, but you'll be buying at a reduced cost. We're going to cap what you can buy at not more than 25,000, and we'll be giving you a 25% rebate immediately there. So we have started that at our middle market in Ijoro, which you've all seen, but we're taking it to 42 identified markets in Lagos. We're not giving you the opportunity to come and want to buy worth of 100,000. That means you are Ruben, you have the capacity. But somebody that wants to buy 10,000, 15,000, which are the people that want to take out of the poverty line, we will give you a discount, an immediate discount of about 25. You will get that rebate. The third level will be that we are now going to do what we call, the soup bowl, the soup kitchen. We did it also during COVID. We want to identify Mama Put, caterers that are in your do, and we want to be able to feed between 1,000 and 1,500 in every local government per day, at the first instance for the next, 30 to 60 days. So let's watch out the logistics. We have identified, the caterers already. Funds will be sent to them, and they will have vouchers to show that just people just walk in, and just give them something, to eat, one a day, and let's just continue, on that. The whole idea around this is that one of the verticals will reach you in one form or the other. So that's regarding food. No, I've not finished. On the health sector, right, we also realize that, so some people's, their problem is not the gari or the rice. There's just some problem. I mean, I told you a woman gave birth on the road yesterday. Why should that, be a case? Because it could be pressure, right? So immediately, where all our 31 general hospitals will be given free child delivery. Either during normal birth or cesarean birth, we will take up the cost so that we reduce the pressure, on our people almost immediately. We are also working with them to reduce the cost of some particular types of drugs, hypertension, diabetes, and we can give a rebate at our hospitals. We can give a rebate. So we don't want that to be thrown out, So we're planning to give, to work out with the hospital and give, a rebate on that. That's number 2. Number 3 is that our 6 health districts, we have 6, we are the only ones that have that in the country, by the way. We have 6 health districts, which are headed by permanent secretary. Over the next 3 months, they'll be doing what we call the health mission, twice a week. On an health mission, they'll put up the canopy, doctors will be there, nurses will be there. People will just come in, about 1,000 people, 2,000 people will come and get an health check. Maybe you're diabetic, you're hypertensive, they check your blood pressure, and they will give you medicines, based on what it is that they realize, is wrong with them. And maybe some eye, testing. I'll check if we have, enough of that to go around. So all that will also go around concurrently, in the health sector. So you will see that in any form, if the food or the transport, if the hospital doesn't touch you, one thing will touch you. We looked at education as well. Out-of-school children, what are some of the challenges? They said they asked parents to show evidence of a tax payment of about 8,000. Let's remove that. Let's get parents to bring their pupils back to school without necessarily needing that burden. That's on the education sector, to enter, and to ensure that they can bring, their kids, back to school. So you can see that, we're cutting the interventions, across various sectors.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little subnational. It's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has paid the accrued pension rights to the tune of 3.149 billion naira into the retirement savings accounts of 1,013 retirees from the state public service. Speaking at the ceremony, Governor Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since the inception of his administration, a total sum of over 6.5 billion naira has been paid into the retirement service accounts of 16,026 retirees in the state.
Gathered in this hall are mainly retirees from Lagos State Civil Service. They are here for the 103rd Retirement Bond Certificate presentation ceremony. It was another occasion for the Lagos State government to celebrate the commitment and invaluable contributions of the retirees whose legacy have remained indelible in the service of the state. The arrival of Governor Sanwo-Olu to the venue further ignited the hall, as in its nature moved around, acknowledging pleasantries from the crowd. And quickly, he settles down to the business of the day, heading straight to the podium. Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed profound gratitude to the retirees for their dedication to the service of the state. He said the occasion was to honor and express appreciation to the retirees for their hard work and sacrifices to the growth and development of Lagos State.
I'm here this morning to tell you that, yes, we've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but last pay has come to stay. And I'm indeed happy with the leadership that we have at the pension agency of Lagos State. I want to express, therefore, my profound gratitude to you, our retirees, who have dedicated your lives to the service of our dear state. Your dedication, your hard work, and your sacrifice have contributed immensely to the growth and the development of a great state of ours, Lagos State.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also restated his continued commitment to the welfare of the workforce, both active and post-service.
We want Lagos State to be the first. We are already the first, but we want pension issues to be an issue of the past. Nobody should retire from Lagos State public service, and within the next 2 to 3 months, they should not be able to retire.